Hello, everybody. Oh, gotta wait a second to play some advertisements. Do 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 do. Here we go. Go 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 go. So I don't know how many people we're going to be getting, but yeah, I've never actually read. I've read the first half of this chapter, and then I haven't read any more of Higurashi. I've read all of Umineko. I've only seen the anime of Higurashi though, and I don't know. Everybody says the visual novel's better, so I may as well try it out. So I'm waiting for the ad roll to be over. I don't know who's going to come. I don't know if anybody will want to be here. Or it's literally just reading, but we'll see. We'll see if people even like this. Um, if people do like this, then I might incorporate it into the full show. This is kind of a test because this is very different than other things that I do. Oh boy, people are coming in. Hello, hello, everybody. We have a minute 30 seconds before I start. I'm sure that some people will come in, say hi. Weird. I'm weird. Hey. Oh my god, still 50 seconds. Those people are still going to be in ads because I only have 5 subscribers. Well, there's some good anime, I think, these days. Oh, Felix is messaging me on Discord. I start stream. Come talk to me on stream. Boop, boo doo 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 doo. Why you message me on Discord when we got the stream going to message? Okay. They're over. No one's here. Oh, there it is. Felix the dog. Meow. Meow meow. I love your dog emotes now. How are you doing today, Felix? I know we were just talking to each other. Uh, I don't know. I had Mountain Dew today, which has a crazy amount of caffeine in it, apparently. Uh, first, yeah, America, yeah. Uh, yes, you're first here, and yeah, I don't know. I was feeling really energetic. I think from the caffeine. Now I'm not as energetic, but whatever. We'll keep going. I'm still not super tired. I don't even know why I'm holding the controller in my hand. Controller doesn't work with this game. The only thing that works with this game is the space bar. Uh, I think that there's like a character thing that you can look at, which we probably will, but it's not as in depth as Zumi Neko, I think. Actually, this first episode that's free on Steam, uh, you restart no sound. That's okay. That's okay, Felix. Bam, 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 bam. Come on, Felix. Tell me when you're back. No sound. Oh, can you hear now? Nays? Dolce? What are you talking about? My computer's audio engine sucks. Hang on. I was expecting you to write it all in one word. My computer's audio engine sucks. Dolce. What does dolce mean again? I hear it a lot. Dolce. Meaning. The Japanese words that means why, for what reason, or how come. Ah, okay. That's why I hear it all the time. Dolce. Oh, goodness. Thank you, anybody who's coming by, seeing this, seeing me here, reading the game. Who knows what'll happen? Maybe nothing will happen. Maybe I'll never even start reading it. I want Felix to be here. I want Felix to be able to hear it. I might have to continue on without him. We'll have to see. Well, we've been going for 7 minutes. I'll give him till 10 minutes in. And then I'll go on the spiel about where this comes from. Or for, like, anybody to be here. I'd be happy if anybody comes in. But if no one comes in 2 minutes, we'll just go. We gotta push forward at some point. Onikakushi. Oh, is it working, Felix? Okay, so. Oh, Microsoft Edge has sound, but Firefox has no sound? You don't use Google Chrome? Oh, now the Firefox has sound? Felix will not be scary today? That's okay. Who knows? Maybe no one will even show up. We'll see. So I was saying, I'm just a dog. That's all I am is a dog. You're good. You're good. Oh, especially after I saw your one game that was on Newgrounds. I think I could get your sense of humor a little more after seeing that. That's all I am is a dog. Yeah, dogs aren't scary. Uh, so I was talking about the origins of the game. I was gonna talk about the origins before starting because Real Kishi 07 at this point, I don't think anybody knew who he was. I guess there was this like otaku convention. Foxy, you're not first. There was this there's an otaku convention in Japan called like Komiket, Komiket, I believe. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but basically he made this chapter 1 of Higurashi and he put it on CDs. This was in like the early 2000s, I believe. I think it was like just coming out of the 90s, and he had these like CD-ROMs. This had better be the greatest visual novel ever created, and he handed them out. He might have been selling them for like 500 yen or so, I don't know, but I think he only had like 100 copies, and he handed this out just to people, and he didn't think that anybody would want to read it. He didn't think that anybody was interested in it. And it ended up exploding to the point where people on the other side of the world want to read it. And he's always says that like it's insane to him, and he's really happy that his work ended up getting like so far. You know, this obviously isn't the best thing he's done. This is the first thing he did, but it's pretty good. I've read the first half of this chapter, and then I haven't read any other of Higurashi, and I've read of all of Umi Neko before. Your expectations are Back to the Future, Back to the Future 2 levels of masterpiece. Okay, here we go, here we go. Oni Kakushi. Yeah, we're just reading today. No gameplay. Gameplay sucks. Sorry, FUCK. Welcome to the world of Higurashi When They Cry. The Oni Kakushi arc will be the opening inviting you into this world. Don't play tough. Please just enjoy life in Hinamizawa to the fullest. The difficulty is extremely high, but I hope you will enjoy the reward. So the difficulty level is basically like how difficult the mystery is. So of course it's extremely high at the start because you don't want to solve it immediately. That's a weird noise. Please do not lament, I will forgive you even if the world will not forgive you. Please do not lament, I will forgive you even if you will not forgive the world. So please tell me, what will it take for you to forgive me? Ooh. What will it take for you to forgive me? Frederica Berncastel. This is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual person is incidental. 1983, the early summer of the 58th year of the Showa era. I'll turn it down a bit because I'll really adjust it when actual music comes in. If I was going to be ripped apart anyways, I trust it. No, I still trust her. Oh, it's going on its own. Even in this very moment, I trust her. But I'm starting to realize I only wanted to trust her because I refused to accept the truth. It was as if I was trying to convince myself in such a silly, sobbing voice, and those tears making a mess of my face. That mechanical, repetitious sound finally stilled, and everything fell silent. Only the cry of the cicadas remained, annoyingly loud, and yet I felt as if I could still hear her voice. But that's not possible. She is no longer speaking. The only one crying is me. She never cried. Even when she repeated those words over and over, she never expressed any emotion, because there were none to show. If she had no tears to shed for me, then I shouldn't need to shed any for her. Then why? This pain, my eyes getting moist. Why was this happening? I still wanted to believe I hadn't been split apart. That's enough, right? Inside me, an inner voice whispered gently. My spirit had suffered enough. And countless times I'd wavered over whether I should just throw the battered thing away, except I've stubbornly refused to do that, haven't I? I feel better if I just threw it away. Even knowing that, I chose to believe, didn't I? Only I can understand that painful struggle and appreciate it. Hey, me? I've tried more than enough. I'll acknowledge that much. So, isn't it all right to just take the easy way out? Besides, I'm not throwing it away. I'm leaving it behind, with her, like flowers by a grave. Now then, calm your nerves. Even though you can't feel your right arm, just lift it up. And with every swing, forget a little more. That kindness made me happy. That adorable smile brought me joy. I liked petting your head. I loved how demure you were. Because this will be the last time. Because when I swing this down, I'll forget. This is my first and last bouquet for you. Perhaps I really did love you. Higurashi, when they cry. Higurashi actually means cicada, I guess, in Japanese. So that's the opening. The opening where I can't control. There, now I can control. Somebody has been apologizing for a while now. I wonder what she's apologizing for. It felt wrong to eavesdrop, so I tried to ignore it. How loud is this? Probably turn it down a bit. There we go. It had been a while since I last went to the cities. I only returned to attend the funeral of a relative. Even though I'd lived there until last month, I found the bustle of the city to be overwhelming. Those skyscrapers and the multi-lane roads, the melodious cacophony of the crosswalk, even the campaign speeches blaring in front of the station felt nostalgic. The place where I live now isn't nearly as lively. There's only the chirping of locusts and the babbling of brooks, and the cry of the higurashi, the evening cicadas. Rather than making me feel lonely, that quietness had begun to instill a sense of serenity. There is nothing where I'm living now. I don't just mean there aren't any burger joints, there aren't even vending machines. No music stores, no restaurants, and no arcades. Even an ice cream parlor would be unlikely. The nearest town is some stuff like that, but it's an hour away by bike. But come to think of it, it wasn't really a big deal. There were music stores and cicadas and ice cream parlors, but it wasn't like I ever hung out at any of them. I'd lived in the city for 10 years and never once been to an ice cream parlor. I should have gone at least once. It's only now that I'm starting to regret that a little. Somebody's still apologizing. Who is she apologizing to? She's apologized so much, so just forgive her already. There's no reason anyone should ever need to apologize so much. I started to feel a bit annoyed at whoever was refusing to forgive her. No matter how bad the mistake, there's nothing that can't be forgiven. There's no such thing as an irreparable mistake. You just need to be more careful next time. She's still apologizing, even now. Then, has she really done something that can't be fixed? I have no idea what she's done, but if it can't be fixed, then that's all the more reason to forgive her. No matter how much she apologizes, nothing will change. But even so, she keeps apologizing in such a heartbreaking voice. Hey, you, the one she's apologizing to. Why don't you just go ahead and forgive her? She's apologizing in such a pathetic voice. Keiichi, we're almost there. Wake up! I was finally roused from my nap by my father's prodding. Oh, that was a man's voice. For some reason, I thought that would be a mom's voice. Here we go. It seemed the train had reached its final stop. We'd spent hours riding everything from the bullet train to the local routes. It was hard to believe that the landscape beyond the window in the city I was in half a day ago were in the same country. No, that they were even from the same era. From there, we take a car deeper into the mountains. Living in like super rural Japan in like the 80s, I believe. Was it 80s? Past where the dense forest encroaching on the mountain road suddenly opened up. And pines. There, where I live now. Hinamizawa. Yes, the chapters in this episode are really short compared to like something like Umineko where they're all over an hour long. Sweetie birds. Even though we were approaching summer, the morning air still had a frigid bite. So it's cold. Oh, okay, so this is like spring. Springtime, cool air. Although in exchange you could fill your lungs up with crisp, clean air. Flipping open the window, I was greeted with a verdant expanse. Nothing but trees. The neighboring house was far away on the other side, so I was probably the only one enjoying that view and that air. I filled my lungs with another deep breath. Since I started living in Hinamizawa, I learned that even air had its own taste. There we go, there's some music. Okay, so I can turn it up a little bit. I was waiting for music to come in to really adjust the volume. I can turn my voice, if I put my voice up a little bit, then I can put that up a little bit too. Okay. I quickly finished getting ready for school and headed downstairs for breakfast. My mother was the only one there. My father was nowhere to be seen. Also, I noticed the person who does the music for Higurashi and Umineko. Yeah, this is the music. Yeah, this sold the game. Yeah. The guy who did the music for this, who isn't Ryukishi07, I noticed his name was in the end credits of Silent Hill F, which means they got him on to do the music for Silent Hill F as well. Yep, sold the game, very French. My mother was the only one there. My father was nowhere to be seen. He was probably up working until the early morning. Yeah, no, the music in these games is, it's awesome. Dad had a rather unconventional job as a painter. It's such a laid-back profession. Get up when you want, sleep when you want, work when you want. I was so jealous of that easygoing lifestyle. I even wrote for school that I wanted to be a painter when I grew up. Dad was ecstatic about that. It was just because it looked easy. I'd never tell him that, though. Oh, God. Mom laid breakfast out on the table. Seaweed, pickled vegetables, raw egg, and grilled salmon. My mom was such a good cook, it was scary. A perfect, immaculate, ideal breakfast. Unlike my dad, who didn't even know the meaning of the word schedule, my mom never squandered any time or effort. She hummed a little tune as she brought over the miso soup. It seemed like she was in a good mood today. I'm so happy you've been waking up early since we moved here, Keiichi. If I don't wake up early, I won't have time to eat breakfast. Oh, yeah. In Japan, isn't it like, don't they go to school, like, 6 days a week? And then they only get, like, Sundays off, right? At least during the school time. But even their break time doesn't, like, their summer is only, like, a month, instead of it being, like, 2 months. Crazy. If I don't wake up early, I won't have time to eat breakfast. I thought I was being cute, responding with a wisecrack after being praised for being good. Full bowl of rice, or will half be enough? Pile it on! Pile my plate with rice! First, I savored the steaming hot rice with the seaweed. After that, I covered it with the egg. Between bites of rice, I enjoyed the crunch of the pickles. Not bad at all. Excellent, as usual. Watching me clean my plate, Mom gave me a warm smile. I'm so happy you haven't skipped breakfast ever since we moved here, Keiichi. I was not a morning person when we lived in the city. I slept right until the last minute before school and rarely ate breakfast. Boycotting the breakfast Mom made me each morning, that was probably the only way I could protest being forced to attend crayon school. I guess that was what you'd call my rebellious phase. I wouldn't so much as look at the breakfast she woke up early every day to make. If I could go back in time, I'd slap myself. Yeah, breakfast is pretty good. You know, you don't want to miss it, but I guess he was missing breakfast for a little while. Mindful of the time, Mom rushed me along with a wide grin. Isn't it about time to meet up with Rena-chan? Hurry, hurry! Mom really seemed to enjoy the fact that her son was going to school with a girl. Rena is one of my classmates. She really loves looking after people, coming to meet me every day without fail. The way I looked at it, a guy my age walking to school with a girl was just lame. But, well, keeping a classmate waiting for me every day wouldn't be very considerate. Seriously, though, how long does Rena wait there for me every morning? Taking one last gulp of miso soup, I race for the door. Please thank Rena-chan for the pickles! Come to think of it, those pickles weren't store-bought, were they? Oh, Rena got some cucumbers from the store and then pickled them into pickles, didn't she? If I'd known that, I would have savored them a bit more. Morning! Okay. So this is Rena. I don't know, I forget if this is like Umineko. Yeah, like Slice of Life. Because in Umineko, they had like a whole character thing, and that really helped with solving the mystery, was being able to see all the characters laid out. I don't see anything like that here, though. Hide. Well, I'll close this menu. A slice in the life of a murder. Look at an anime gal. Yes, this is the girl who, So Keiichi's pretty new to this town, Hinamizawa, and this girl is his neighbor, and she walks with him to school every single day. Keiichi-kun, good morning. Her cheerful greeting was as fresh as the morning itself. You're always so early. You should try sleeping in sometime. If I sleep in, I'll keep you waiting. Wait, always so early. How long does she wait there for him? She's so conscientious and such a good person. If that ever happens, I'll just leave you behind. Keiichi-kun, you're so cold. I had them mixed up. She's the one who gets up early. And she doesn't want to get up late or else, what's the word? She doesn't want to get up late because she'd make Keiichi wait. And Keiichi says, well, if she wasn't there, he'd just go. If that ever happens, I'll just leave you behind. Keiichi-kun, you're so cold. I wait for you all the time. I'll leave you in the dust without looking back. Why are you so mean? Why? Rena had a slightly troubled look on her face. Toying with her was rather fun because of how quickly her mood changed. I'm kidding. I'd wait for you. Huh? With those words, Rena seemed to relax. Her face flushed bright red. Thank you. I'd wait forever until you came, Rena, no matter how long. Forever? Rena turned bright red, steam rising from her head as her brain short-circuited. She's especially weak to this sort of talk. It's quite rare to find someone this fun to tease. Have you ever read a romance novel, Rena? Huh? I haven't. Never read one before. From that response, I gathered she was interested in them, but was too embarrassed to actually buy one. I couldn't imagine what would happen if she did read one. She'd probably turn red and pass out. Oh yeah, message from Mom. She says thanks for the pickles. It was nothing. You're welcome. How were they? Not too salty? They weren't that salty. Actually, they had a pretty light flavor to them. It would have been fine to just be honest and say they were good, but apparently I couldn't be that forthright. She gonna get murdered? I hope not. Look at her. You can't murder someone who... Come on. Kangoo War and Tea? What's Kangoo War and Tea? Warranty. Kangoo Warranty? I'd like to... Guaranteed. Kangoo Warranty. She gon' get murdered. I get it. I'd like to ask something before that. Were you the one who pickled them, Rena? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Or was it your mom? Huh? Why do you ask? Were they too salty? Her attitude completely changed as she began to panic frantically. So she has really low self-esteem, I guess. That's what I'm getting from this. He thought that the pickles were great, but when he brings them up, she's like, oh no, something was wrong. Was it you, Rena, or was it your mom? Why are you asking who made them? Why? Depending on who made them, my opinion of them might change drastically. She counted frantically on her fingers, trying to remember the amount of salt she'd used to pickle them. It wasn't like I was trying to tease her, but I couldn't stop myself. Guys who take pleasure in this kind of thing are probably the worst. Guys like me. Rena nervously opened and closed her mouth over and over, trying to muster a response. It was me. Delicious. Huh? Pretty good, just like the last ones. They went perfectly with the rice. Her face went bright red again. She was completely spacing out. It truly was a lot of fun to tease her. I pray that Rena never gets taken advantage of by some lowlife. Keep at it, Rena. I'll train you until you handle it like the average person. Or so I decided for myself. Let's go. If we keep Mion waiting, we'll never hear the end of it. Seeing as she just keeps spacing out otherwise, I called Rena back to reality so we could make our way to school. This strange, easily flustered girl is Rina Ryugu. I've only known her for about a month, but I've come to realize it's not just her name that's strange. Not just her name? What does that mean? Is that a weird name in Japan? Rina Ryugu? Mi-chan, good morning! Coming up to the next rendezvous point, we see another person waiting for us. Noticing us, she waved. Okay, so this is the other girl. She's kind of like a tomboy. She runs the club. Ah, finally, you two are late. Usually you're the one who's late. In sharp contrast to the diligent Reina, this one marched to the beat of her own drum. She's Mion Sonozaki. For what it's worth, she's our senior and head of the class. Morning, Reina, and it's been a while, Kei-chan. How many years? I was only off 2 days. Yeah, he went to a funeral in the city. This song seems louder. Oh, it is. Let's turn it down a bit. You don't say. You were so much cuter back then. 2 days ago? Mion's gaze started at my chest and dropped straight down, focusing on my point between my legs. So she was saying it was my crotch that was cuter back then? Before you ask, just to be clear, I've never actually tried to show it to her. I've grown quite splendidly, you'd be surprised. Oh my god. Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. He wasn't gone that long. Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite a problem though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Crazy. Don't say stuff like that. Don't say next time right now is just fine. How about letting the little guy get a... No. Jesus. I don't think I've ever heard talk so dirty you could smell it fouling up the morning air before. Mion sure does act like an old man sometimes. Gotcha. Time for the big reveal. Hope you don't regret it. As my hand reached my flyer and it began to ramble in a near panic. Hey, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? So she doesn't even understand what they're talking about. Red-faced and flustered, Rena tried to play dumb, but it was obvious she knew exactly what. Oh, she does know. How was it, seeing the city again? There we go. That was an awkward conversation. I know they're just joking with each other. Just awkward. Mion switched gears, dropping the dirty talk and changing the topic to something more befitting the pleasant morning. I only went for a funeral. I didn't have much time. So yeah, did you look for it? That thing I asked for? You're not listening at all. I just came back from a funeral. I didn't have any time to look around in toy stores. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Toy stores and hobby shops are completely different, you know. It's really difficult to get Western stuff around here after all. Is this about games again, Mi-chan? Mion nodded proudly as Rina giggled. Yep, I wanted Kei-chan to bring me back a Westport catalog, you see? Westport was short for Western Imported Games. Using that abbreviation did make it sound pretty geeky. You can just get them to send you one in the mail, can't you? Well, guess I have to go now. I'm going to get another game full of hot action. This time I'd like a game that's easy to understand. Mion is a board and card game enthusiast, and I hear she's collected quite a lot of different ones. According to Rina, Mion's room has kind of become a museum for domestic and foreign games. If there's a game you think I'd understand, let me play too. Of course! If Kei-chan is up for it, I should warn you though, we're pretty tough. Just what I want. I play all sorts of games. I don't intend to lose. So yeah, they have a club where basically what they do is they play board games. Whoa, then we'll let you in the group this time. I guess. Bristling with joy from head to toe, Rena looked back and forth between me and Mion. Mion gave her an affirmative wink, and her expression perked up even further. I thought boys preferred playing outside more, so I figured you wouldn't want to. Rena laughed happily. From such a friendly conversation, you wouldn't think I had moved here less than a month ago. I understood that they did all they could to make a transfer student like me feel at home. I'll have to try harder to fit in, so they won't feel like they have to try to make me feel welcome. I felt like if I acted a bit more open than I usually am, it should probably be about right for this place. Hinamizawa was a really small village. Not only was there only one school, but there was only one class. That class encompasses all different grades and ages. There are about 30 students at different levels, and they all study in the same class. I'm told that long ago there used to be a bigger school building and they had actual separate classes. However, it seems something happened that made it become a single class, and now it stayed that way out of tradition. I was shocked at first, but humans adapt pretty quickly. I've already gotten quite used to it. The sound of children playing started right from the morning. With such a lively mood, it felt more like a kindergarten than a proper school. Not that that was a bad thing. Probably pretty easy to get pretty good grades here, that would be sweet. Mion, who had been walking in front of us up until then, suddenly let me take the lead. Right in front of the classroom door. So I was meant to slide the door open and enter the room first. Heh. Too bad. I wasn't gonna fall for that again. Your computer died again? Oh my goodness. I be lurk round now? Okay, thank you for the lurk. To think you'd give up the lead here. You meant for this to be a test of my skills. Mion chuckled with a haughty smirk on her face. What is it, you guys? Step back, Reina, it's dangerous. She's here. Huh? Then Satoko-chan is... And then we get the... Her name was Satoko Hojo. She was a disrespectful, impudent, bossy kid. The way she talks was annoying, but it would be immature to get worked up over just that. The real problem was this. Quite the obvious trap, a blackboard eraser wedged in the door. It's too obvious, Satoko! A haughty laugh came from behind the door. Excellent, Kei-chan. I guess that means you win this round? No, this is Satoko we're talking about. I doubt this is it. After falling for such intricate traps since the day I transferred, I no longer let my guard down. Satoko liked to combine a variety of traps. Traps that were simply there to bait you into the main one. Traps that relentlessly kept coming at you like a sadistic Rube Goldberg machine. The list goes on. As well as being clever, they almost never misfire. When you least expect it, she strikes. No escape, no time to relax. By the looks of it, this eraser is normal. No rocks or anything in it. I took a pretty heavy hit from a blackboard eraser loaded with rocks on my first day. A blackboard eraser loaded with rocks? So why don't you just open the door and let it drop? That's what it is. That's what Satoko was after, making me focus my attention upward, so as I lifted my hand to the door, there were thumbtacks stuck to the sliding door handle with tape. A frightening trap. A potent and terrifying trap, concealed by using the blackboard eraser. An impressive combination, Satoko. But in the end, nothing more than the trivial machinations of a child. Assured of my victory, I threw the door open and stepped into the room. I felt something strange at my ankle. It was similar to the sensation of a jump rope catching on my leg. By the time I realized she had me, hook, line, and sinker, it was already too late. I began to fall in an almost picturesque manner. Kei-chan, watch out! Instinctively reacting to Mion's shrill warning, I twisted my body in midair before I landed on the floor. Ow, ow, ow! An inkstone, filled to the brim, was placed right where I would have landed. I shuddered, imagining the situation had I landed square on it. Oh my goodness, she'd be covered in ink! And this is Satoko, she likes setting traps, that's her thing. Nobody likes her. My, what do we have here? A fair morning to you, Keiichi-san. Aren't we a lively one this morning? Still sprawled in an awkward position, I was greeted by a mocking voice. That was a step up from your usual trap, Satoko. I haven't the faintest idea what you mean. You're quite unlucky this morning. You little... Ow! It seems I'd inadvertently sprained my back a little when I'd landed. Better than landing on that inkstone. And this is Rika, and there you go, you've met all the main characters. That's it. Not a very big group of characters here. A small hand gently rubbed my head. Pain, pain, go away. The small dainty hand continued to gently stroke my head. You didn't sprain your back or anything, did you? If you rub it like this, the pain disappears. I thought about asking how rubbing my head would help my back, but I didn't. It's not so much about what you actually do, it's the thought that counts. Yeah, thanks, Rika-chan. The pain's going away now. Yay, Rika-chan! Good morning! Good morning to you, Reina. A good morning to all. Rika-chan greeted each of us with an adorable little bow. It was infectious. Rena, Mion, and I all bowed back. You're such a good kid, Rika-chan. So much better than Satoko. I glared over in her direction. Satoko was whistling while rather deliberately trying to avoid eye contact. I am the very model of a good girl. A good girl wouldn't set those nasty traps. Nothing but lies and slander. Exactly what proof? Wah! I picked up Satoko by the back of her collar. She looks like a misbehaved cat when I do this. But a cat wouldn't be setting traps. She's much harder to deal with. I'm sorry. Try saying that. If you won't say it. I cocked my index finger on my thumb, letting it tremble as I brought it closer to Satoko's forehead. I'm against violence. You don't even have any proof. Just so you know, my forehead flick really hurts. It can split plywood right in half. Oh, I doubt that. Eek, stop! Get away from me, you beast! Don't say that in a way people will misunderstand. Well, you're gonna flick her forehead. A small hand tugged on the back of my shirt. Is it Rika? I hope it's Rika. She's been lonely since you were gone for 2 days. Rika-chan really is just so... How could I do anything more after being told that? I gently released my grip on Satoko, who at this point was on the verge of tears. She still had her eyes clamped shut as she braced herself for the forehead flick. She's not gonna flick your forehead. Wah! It doesn't bother me. Why are you crying then? You mustn't cry, Satoko. Keep on fighting, yeah? Rika gently petted the head of her prankster friend. You would never guess those two are the same age. I think Satoko could learn a thing or a million from Rika-chan. Next time, set an even more amazing trap. Wait a minute. Whose side is Rika on? As she observed the scene, Rena's expression grew ecstatic as she began to swoon. How? Satoko-chan is crying. Oh yeah, she thinks everything's cute. So cute. You can't take them home. But they're so cute. You can't, no matter how cute they are. But just for a bit is fine, is fine. No, not just for a bit. Rena kept a cutesy face, even as outrageous ideas spewed from her mouth. According to Mion, Rena is ridiculously weak to cute things and always tries to take them home. Object or person. Stealing is bad, but abducting people is even worse. Give it up. Then I can just look? Just looking. That should be fine, right? Right? Yeah, you can look. Rena swooned over Satoko's crying form. If a girl ever goes, she's got that, whatever, Goria, whatever the heck that was that we were talking about the other day. If a girl ever goes missing in Hinamizawa, I'll be forced to turn Reina into the authorities. Forgive me, Reina. I'll be sure to bring you care packages when they put you away. The teacher's coming. Quickly, clean everything up. Satoko, that inkstone is yours, right? Just from Mion's single statement, the entire mood of the room shifted back to normal. The inkstone was bad, but the thumbtack stuck to the door handle were an even bigger problem. I pulled the tape off carefully, making sure not to skewer myself. Even though Satoko was the one who set it up, everyone had to pick up after her. By the time the teacher entered the room, the bedlam from before had been neatly tidied up. You see, so nobody likes her because she has to set everything. They gotta clean everything up anyways. Everything she does. We made it in time. Rise, attention! Mion gave out the morning commands. It's difficult being the teacher for all these different grades in one classroom. She has to teach something different to each one, but naturally she ends up spending all her time with the younger kids. Reina and Mion, being in the highest grade in the class, end up mostly doing self-study. They even end up helping teach the younger kids, so it seems like they can never get to their own studies. They're actually way behind where my studies have progressed to. As a result, I'm pretty much taking over for the teacher and helping Reina and Mion with their studies. Oh, crazy. Yeah, doesn't seem like a good school to go to when you're, think about it that way, you won't know anything. You're a pretty good teacher, Keiichi-kun. Easy to understand. Reina took a breather after finishing highlighting an important section. Teaching is making me lose confidence. It makes me aware of how shallow my understanding of the subject is. They say that to teach someone something, you need to understand it backwards and forwards. So while you're teaching us, you're getting in your own practice. In contrast, this person over here is quite laissez-faire about things. Mion? Yeah, she walks to the beat of her own drum, right? For one, isn't she supposed to be in a higher grade than me? Look, Mion, this is for your own good. If you don't take this seriously, there'll be trouble later on. With these marks... It's not like I'm aiming to go on to a prestigious school. I'll be fine as long as I can pick up what I need to know for the entrance exams a little at a time. Her staunch defiance was really something else. This was a different type of relax than somebody who already knew what was going to be on the entrance exams. Mi-chan, Keiichi-kun is doing his best to teach us. We need to try hard too. You're such a good and honest kid, Reina. I'll make sure you guys get accepted into a good school. What? Thanks so much! Especially you, Reina. Private lessons, just the two of us. Oh no. Private lessons? A puff of smoke shaped like a halo popped out of Reina's head. Exactly what kind of private lesson is she fantasizing about that's making her turn so red? I'd like to hear the play-by-play about that next time. While Mion was flipping through her vocabulary flashcards, she threw out a casual question. So, in the city, do you have to study this much? If you don't know at least this much, you can't get into university. So you study just to get into a university? Well, yeah, basically, while knowing that this stuff won't ever come in handy in the future. Out here, you can get into university as long as your attendance is good enough. Really? Study equals entrance exams. Having that basic law of the universe so easily overturned sent me into a state of shock. That's right. There aren't really enough people around here to warrant weeding them out with an exam. If anyone can get into university, then there's no need to be all uptight about this stuff, right? Well, that's true, but you should at least know stuff that's common knowledge. This old geezer thinks that instead of wasting time studying pointlessly, you should be spending your precious teen years doing more meaningful things. It was too profound of a statement to simply laugh off. But since it was Mion, it probably didn't actually have that deep of a meaning. In place of a chime, the sound of the principal waving a handbell drifted through the classroom. Kei-chan, we're done! It's our wonderful lunchtime! In a complete 180 from her unmotivated state, Mion gave the commands that signaled the end of the morning period. Keiichi-kun, let's have lunch! I might have been making a very troubled face. Rena smiled brightly at me. Alright, let's eat! There seemed to be different cliques, even within the class. Most of them were divided up by gender and age. But our group was different. Our ages were different, and we had both boys and girls. But we weren't reserved around each other. This level of openness makes a transfer student like me pretty happy. Rena and Mion pushed their desks together so they were facing each other. At the same time, Satoko and Rika-chan were slowly lugging their desks over as well. Keiichi-kun, hurry! Rena waved her chopsticks in an unrefined manner, trying to hurry me along. Unless everyone was together, they wouldn't even open their lunch boxes. That's nice, that's polite, that's cool. Keiichi-san's lunchbox is most assuredly filled with nothing but bread crusts like some sort of destitute plebeian. Why don't you just show it to us? Come now! Even though Satoko was hurling insults at me, she still wouldn't open the lid to her lunchbox until I was there. I pulled out my lunchbox swiftly and dragged my chair over to join the circle. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. Well then, Representative Me, please give the signal to start. At first, this was kinda embarrassing, but I got used to it pretty fast. At this point, I probably wouldn't even open my own lunchbox if someone else was too slow. Our ages and genders may have all been different, but we were all friends. Let's eat! The sound of our little 5-part chorus echoed beautifully throughout the classroom. Let's eat! Really though, I've gotten pretty used to this group made up of all girls. Of course, there were other boys in the class, but they were a lot younger, so they were scared to approach me. Well, that's to be expected. Younger boys just see older boys as scary. Compare that to girls, well, at least these girls aren't picky. We put all the side dishes in the middle where everybody was free to pick at them. I thought girls would mind sharing a meal with a guy, so I was a bit flustered joining in. However, Mio noticed that and teased me quite a bit. As the fruit of my efforts, I could now reach over and take sides from anybody's lunch. My, isn't Sir Keiichi's lunch extravagant today? My, isn't Madame Satoko's lunch extravagant as well? The stewed stuff has a nice look to it, rather trendy. Buying into the fight that Satoko was starting, our chopsticks locked into a cross counter, stabbing into each other's lunch. My, how delicious. Oh, this taro is good. The stewed stuff is good too, even cold. After seeing my happy face, Rika-chan's expression broke into a little smile. I saved some from dinner last night. By the way, Satoko and Rika-chan's lunches are always the same. It seems that Rika-chan makes it for both of them every day. Rika-chan made this too? These taste like Mom's home cooking. I was honestly impressed. The carrot rosettes weren't from a mold. They were done by hand with a knife. That's not easy to do. I guess Rika-chan's just good at this sort of thing. She's really good at sewing, laundry, and stuff like that. Amazing, right? Amazing. Rika is quite exceptional in many ways. Oh! That's nothing for you to boast about. Reina's actually better at cooking than I am. Huh? Well, you know. It seemed that the topic of conversation switched to Reina when she wasn't expecting it, making her blush and trip over her words. Reina's lunch really was the star of the table. Not only did it look good, it tasted good. Everyone else pulled from Reina's lunchbox constantly. Everyone liked this one so much before, so I made a lot this time. It's good, I hope. It's got high marks from me. Ah, Mion, you're taking too much. Knocking Mion's chopsticks aside, I reached out, trying to secure my own portion. Satoko and Rika-chan reached over at the same time, and a struggle ensued. Everyone shoveled in mouthful after mouthful while praising it, and Reina's lunchbox was soon empty. It was kind of bad that no one thought to leave any for Reina, but Reina seemed rather satisfied as she looked on. How did you like it? Isn't Reina-san an extremely good cook too? Quite different from Keiichi-san. I said that's nothing for you to boast about. You're not much different from Kei-chan, Satoko. Can you tell the difference between broccoli and cauliflower yet? Oh yeah, she can't tell the difference between broccoli and cauliflower. Satoko's face went pale. Hey, even I can tell you the difference between broccoli and cauliflower, you know? Of course I can. Well, cauliflower is white and broccoli is green. And I guess they kind of look the same other than that. But it's really hard for her to lie. Keiichi-kun, both taste good when they're boiled and topped with mayo, right? You shouldn't be picking on her. Mi-chan too. Reina hurriedly tried to follow up, but Mion laughed haughtily as she drew closer to Satoko. Well, just pretend it's a little home ec lesson. Now then, Satoko, what's this? Mion lifted up her chopsticks. Between them was a piece of green stuff wrapped in bacon. I'm gonna guess that's broccoli. Broccoli wrapped in bacon. Which sounds pretty good. Oh, it's asparagus. Oh my god, green stuff asparagus wrapped in bacon. Mion made eye contact with me, and within 0.3 seconds I had Rika-chan's mouth covered, holding a piece of bacon-wrapped asparagus and giving her two choices. She's pretty terrible. The yellow one is cauliflower. No, wait, the green one is cauliflower. So which? Probably the yellow one is broccoli and the blue one is cauliflower, but the green one is, Do you really know which is which? How about you just give up? I'd expect no less from the class representative. The oldest. The way she drives people into a corner just shows how much experience she has. This is just a hunch, but being brought to the Sonozaki household must be quite the ordeal. I do know, I really do. Then answer the question. I know. She finally broke down and started crying. You see, they're bullying her. They're bullying her to the point of crying. When she acts like this, she actually starts to seem her age. Oh, and she thinks it's cute for some weird reason. She's like a psychopath. Rena entered a state of euphoria as Satoko bawled her eyes out. Rena was in a state of bliss as she rubbed her cheek against Satoko's head and smothered her. Really, a very content face. One that wouldn't care if the world ended right then. It was that kind of smile. Rena, Mimi is picking on me. What? Cute. It's okay. Rena Oni-chan will take care of all those bad people who tease my little sister. Twitch, poof, bam! It was like a flash of lightning. Oh yeah, I forgot that she's really strong, too. What was that just now? Both of Rena's fists shot out at supersonic speeds, striking Mion and me squarely in our faces. Before we knew it, Mion and I were sprawled spread eagle on the floor, staring up at the ceiling with matching welts on our faces. This is the first time you've gotten one, right? Today, she went easy on us. Easy? You mean there's something harder than this? With that, Mion and I both slumped our heads back to the floor in unison. From now on, I'll be careful when I'm within striking distance of Rena. Yeah, she likes to beat them up. And they like to bully Satoko into crying. See, Satoko-chan, I took care of them. Cute! I want to take you home! Making sure Rena couldn't see it, Satoko stuck her tongue out at us. Damn it all! Oh. Man! Applicable modification, PV? You are not allowed here. Rika-chan massaged our bruises without saying a word. No matter what the day it held, the last school bell always came too soon. Our shadows stretched off into the distance. Hey, Keiichi-kun, tomorrow do you have plans or anything? Huh? It was such a direct question from Rena, I inadvertently blushed. If it was for a date, then wouldn't you do it more subtly? Rena saw me lost for words and realized that I'd misunderstood and turned red as well. No, I didn't mean it like that, you see. So apparently that wasn't what she meant, but since it's always fun when Rena's in a panic, I went along with it a little. Oh really? So it wasn't meant that way. Huh? Playing it up, I slumped my shoulders, feigning dejection. Keiichi-kun, why are you so disappointed? Why? Me-chan! Unable to hold it in any longer, Mion slapped me on the back. I see. This old geezer never knew you could push her buttons like that. Huh? What is it? Mion was rolling on the floor, clutching her stomach while Rena flailed around, completely bewildered. I couldn't help but start laughing as well, feeling just a bit guilty. I ruffled Rena's hair. Kidding, sorry, it was a joke. That was my fault. She really is a cute one. Huh? A joke? Since when? About halfway through. Halfway? So Kei-chan, that means you weren't acting when you blushed at the start? Huh? That means... It was only a momentary lapse, but there was no way Mion would let such a delectable detail slip by her. Well, you see, saying anything more was also a bad idea. In my bewildered state, I slipped further into an unfavorable position. After that, Mion continued to tease me about it for a while. So, why were you asking if I'm free tomorrow, Rena? Huh? Oh, what were we talking about? It had been so long that Rena had forgotten. That's how long Mion had teased me. It's just, Kei-chan, you probably can't find your way around Hinamizawa by yourself yet, can you? That was true. I hate to say it, but if you blindfolded me and spun me around 3 times like we were playing Pin the Tail on the Donkey, I wouldn't be able to tell up from down here. Yeah, I don't think I know how to get anywhere besides back and forth from school. Yes, so you see, tomorrow, we were thinking that Mi-chan and I could escort you through Hinamizawa and show you around. That would be a godsend. Frankly, I was happy about the offer. You'll come, of course, right? If I'm free. You're being invited by a girl, you know. If I'm free. You're probably free anyways. If I'm free. I was being stubborn so as not to give a clear yes or no. Even though I thought it was a godsend, I'm too much of a scamp to say so up front. Keiichi-kun, you're not free, perhaps? Perhaps? While Mion and I had our rather sour back and forth, Rana peeked over at me hesitantly. Figuring I'd been a bit too rough on her, I just gave in. Sorry, forgive me, I apologize. I'm free. Great! The trepidation disappeared from Rena's face as it blossomed into a smile. Hey now. Seems like there's quite a difference between how cold you are to me compared to Rena, isn't there? It seems Mio didn't care for how rude I was to her, compared to how quickly I agreed with Rena, but her being annoyed was very interesting. So I pushed Rena forward, speeding up our pace to leave Mion behind. Let's go, Rena. Maybe it should just be the two of us tomorrow. Leave grumpy old Mion behind. Oh no. Huh? Whoa! If Keiichi-kun is okay with that, then I'm the one who came up with the idea to take him around. Don't ignore me, Keiichi Maibara. It'd be great if the two of us could go on a picnic together. Should we bring a basket, Rena? If we're bringing a basket, I'll make all the food, maybe? Don't you ignore me too, Rena. I'll tell everyone that you two disappeared into the hotel district together. Oh no. Well then, I'm going home right now to start making it. Tomorrow is going to be so fun. Later, Keiichi-kun, Mi-chan. Bye. And then she leaves by herself. Rana bounded off like she was walking on the moon. After the dust settled, all that was left was me standing next to Mion, sprawled out on the ground. There was a welt on her face. Are you alright? There was over 2 meters between you guys. Since you came, they've become sharper. This old geezer's body can't handle it. Well, maybe she should stop abusing you guys. Maybe it'd be easier if you stopped saying stuff that makes Rena... No, I think the fault is on Rena. Or else this will end up being Mion's slapstick comedy hour. If that happened, the results might be fatal. Don't feel bad, Mion. You're probably the only one who can dodge her jabs. It felt like it was her knee, though. Could it be that we were hanging around with an unrivaled martial arts master? Maybe someday we'll see her debut in an extreme contact sport. You can't lose to Rena. You need to train up and have a rematch. Okay, Kai-chan, you should. This old geezer will root for you. Mion and I reaffirmed our determination to discover a way to counter Rena's infallible technique. So yeah, that chapter was pretty long, but it was like an entire day. So we've received new tips. We're mixed grade, we don't have a uniform. I gotta play some ads and get some water. I'll be right back. So Rena, we're the same age. Yes, that's right. We're the same zodiac animal too. Hey, now it would be weird if we were the same age but not the same zodiac animal. Yeah, the zodiac goes by year. That's not true. Well, okay. You could be the same age and be the same zodiac animal, but if you're born in the same... Shut up. If your birthday isn't the same, then you can have different animals even if you're the same age. Huh? Of course, of course. But not all year, right? Like, oh, I see. Mion, you're pretty smart. What month were you born, by the way, Keiichi-kun? I'm July. Rena smirked and puffed up with pride. Hey now, what's the meaning of this? She's not planning to be all high and mighty if her birthday is a wee bit sooner than mine, is she? Heh, don't even. It's impossible to challenge me by birthday. I won't even mind you if you bet $1 per month. Huh? Huh? Why? Why? Rena panicked at suddenly being challenged to a wager. Given how panicked she is, I'm certain she doesn't have much allowance left this month. It's just setting into a panic about something as simple as a birthday is so fun I can't help myself. So, that means you were born in April, Kei-chan? Right on. Too bad, Rena. I'm already far older than Rena. Oh, I see. Then you're the same age as V-chan. Well, it's just a few months. That gap will open up again soon enough. What? No, the gap will open up? What do you mean? Mion snickered through her nose. Hey now, that's not something to get all high and mighty about. As if I'm one to talk. Now that you mention it, you're in a higher grade, right, Mion? If you're into underclassmen, then I can be an underclassman from now on. Mi-chan, you're not making any sense to me. Just by seeing Rena's blushing face, you could tell she knew exactly what she meant by it, though. Then Satoko and Rika-chan are underclassmen. Their grade is so different they should be in a different school, shouldn't they? Keiichi-kun, your tastes are a bit too young, I think. That's not what she said. You're not making any sense yourself, Rena. Yes, I'll just grab onto her head and scruff it up a bit. How? Stop it! I wondered about it before. Yeah, I was wondering why this school has different school years all mixed up. There aren't enough classrooms. Can't help it. This building is being rented from the forestry services, after all. When she says it like that, it makes sense. I've thought our school was strange for a while now. The schoolyard is gravel, there are rooms that aren't for classes, and there's some strange sort of construction machinery parked here. Why is it being borrowed? What happened to the real school? There was one here forever from before the war. It got dilapidated. They closed it down. It probably was a grand old schoolhouse. Well, because of that, the students would have to attend the school in the city. That's pretty far, though, you know? Which school would that be? Did you know there's a school if you pass by the Okinomiya train station, turn at the hospital, and head towards the pediatrics department? What? So far! I couldn't tell where that was by the location, but I understood it was pretty far. Excuse me, from Rina's reaction. Well, that's why. The guys that didn't want to commute to Okinomiya rented out the building from the Forest Services and are attending this pseudo-schoolhouse here. About half the children in Hinamizawa go here. There are quite a lot of kids that come here on bike. Well, since they're attending this really messed up school, it might be pretty hard for them to get into higher education. That's not true, Mi-chan. If you study properly, you can go anywhere you want. Yeah, that's right. I totally agree with Rena on this one. Yes, that's right! That's right, let's try our best! All of you, try your best. This old man will be rooting for you. Not just us, you too! You should be preparing for exams, shouldn't you? Your future is bleak with grades like this. Fine, just fine. If I get stuck, then I'll just mooch off Kei-chan as he works forever. What do you mean by work forever? What do you mean? Hey, you're too loud. Be quiet during self-study. The teacher yelled at all three of us. It was completely our fault. Satoko saw it and chortled haughtily. I stuck out my tongue at her in response. It is just as Mion says. This school has nothing to do with higher education, but it makes up for that by having lots of valuable things other schools don't. And then we got this one. We don't have a uniform. Oh yeah, that's why they're all wearing different clothes. It's only June, but it's already so hot. I could hear the Higurashi outside chirping, me, me, and at night there are mosquitoes. It might as well be summer already. My only salvation was that the mornings were still cool. Summer, I do declare! Satoko was flapping her skirt languidly. That's pretty unladylike there. Even if she was a little brat, she still was a girl. Keiichi does seem quite cool with just a single button-up shirt. I'm so jealous. From how I see things, the skirt you're wearing looks like it would be much cooler. A girl like you just wouldn't understand. Wearing jeans during this season and how steamy the crotch gets. It gets steamy? How? This girl has gone imagining something indecent. Brenda's summer clothes have a nice refreshing color. I feel cooler just looking at them. Yeah, they're like blue. Ah, thank you. They really do feel pretty cool. I do wish my summer clothes were as breezy as Rena's. But Satoko-chan, your summer clothes are so cute being a one-piece and all. I'd like to wear your summer clothes. This is actually quite stuffy, you know. I do believe what you're wearing would feel much cooler. Oh no, it's hot in the summer. But it'd be so much more fun with cute clothes. I had a feeling that Ren and Satoko's base values were fundamentally different. Speaking of which, our school doesn't have a uniform. Yeah, it doesn't. As long as they're proper, then regular clothes are fine. There are quite a few students in regular clothes. There were a few wearing uniforms, but they were all the same design and rather plain. What's the uniform they're all wearing? They're all the same. That's the city school's uniform. It's not like there's a rule, but they're all wearing them. Speaking of which, everybody in our group is wearing a different uniform, aren't we? Did you go out of your way to get them from somewhere? Why yes, Mion-san supplied them. Mi-chan's relative runs a second-hand clothing store. They can get school clothes from all over the country for cheap, they say. So you asked those relatives to get a bunch of unique school uniforms then. That Mion, she probably loves using her friends as dress-up dolls. That must be a strange second-hand clothing store. I get that it's a second-hand clothing store, but stocking clothes from schools all over the country? That's pretty strange for a second-hand clothing store. What's the point in stocking up clothes from faraway schools they know nothing about? Yeah, I think so too. They also have used school swimsuits and PE uniforms. I don't like the idea of having used ones. Doesn't sound like that shop makes much money. They probably have Mion pitch in and help so they can make a bit more. But Mion-san says it'll be a big hit and become a great store with such conviction. A second-hand clothing store that stocks school uniforms will be a big hit? I don't know. I kind of... The only way I get it is in a way that's not good. Well, here we go, chapter 2. I took it a little too easy on the morning of my day off. I was totally late. Today was the day Rena and Mion were going to show me around Hinamizawa. Rena and Mion were already waiting in the meeting place, so this is how they dress when they're not at school. Kei-chan, you're late. Sorry, the show I was watching last night was really interesting. Blame that. Oh, so that's your excuse for being late and keeping two girls waiting. Mi-chan, you just got here yourself. Last night's episode of A Day in the Life of was interesting, wasn't it? She was just as guilty as me. Rena was carrying a pretty heavy-looking handbag. What is that? Mion answered my unspoken question with a wink. That's right, Rena really did make a picnic. Kei-chan, after you left, Rena pulled out all the stops. It's not like I forced her to do it. It was nothing, so don't worry about it. She's been like this since last night, you know. Can you take responsibility for this? All right, I am a man after all. I'll take responsibility. Huh? Responsibility? For what? For what? As we both turned around slowly to look at Rena, our gazes drifted downwards to the massive handbag she was carrying. It didn't seem logically feasible that it would be entirely filled with lunchboxes. Except this was Rena we were talking about here. About 2 kilos, I guess? When Rena was picking it up, I could see she was struggling a bit. I say 5. You're exaggerating. Keiichi-kun is a boy after all. I thought he could probably eat a lot, so I made a lot, okay? Let's get going. Heave-ho! Just from the way she was lifting it up, I couldn't believe the only things in there were lunch boxes. Correction, I say 5 kilos too. I'll help out, but all of it needs to be eaten. I won't forgive you if you make Rena sad, got it? The only thing I could do at that moment was exercise a bit to make myself hungrier. Having finished with the pleasantries, we began our leisurely stroll. A carefree walk, bathed in the gentle morning sunlight. I couldn't have even imagined something so wholesome existed during my time in the city. These were the boonies, after all. No slovenly desk jockeys trudging to work on the weekends out here. It really was a nice place, peaceful and quiet. As sparsely populated as the village was, you could still run into people just by walking around. Ah, good day, good day. Oh, you would be my Barakun, I believe. My 2 companions exchanged greetings with everybody we ran across. All of those passerbys even knew my name. When did I become this famous? We passed 3 people, and when all 3 of them knew me, I started to feel a bit paranoid. It's a bit sad to say. Everyone knows everyone since there are so few people here in Hinamizawa. So that means when an unfamiliar face walks by, they automatically assume it's that Maibara fellow who just moved here. Yeah, that's how it works out. It was a process of elimination you could only pull off in a place like this, but it was quite effective. From now on, I better make sure to maintain a good reputation. The day I'm discovered accidentally gawking at a dirty magazine in the bookstore, I can expect all the villagers labeling me as a lech by the next day. Hinamizawa is not to be trifled with. That's not the end of this nightmare. Of course I know them. The first person we met was old man Takazo from the Makino bike shop. His hobbies are bonsai and playing the flute. Next, we met the grocer's second son, Daisuke-kun. His hobby is sharpshooting, and he hopes to be an ace sniper in the future. And the person we just met was Mio-san, the nurse from the clinic. Her hobbies are birdwatching and photography. You know the names of everyone we pass by, and even their profiles? Seeing my surprise, Mion and Rena exchange looks and burst into laughter. Well, yeah, we're not like the city where people hardly know their neighbors. Then let's try it out. You there, who am I? You're Keiichi Maibara. You say some mean things, but you're actually a kind, shy person. It's been 3 weeks since you transferred here. Your hobby is taking afternoon naps. Lately, you switched over to wearing boxers, didn't you? That's enough. Oh god, they know way too much. Boxers? Enough of that. Apparently, there's absolutely nothing you can keep hidden here. Hinamizawa was not a place to be trifled with. This feels more like you guys are showing me off rather than showing me around. That's right! We're parading around like this after all. Don't you all think so too? That Kei-chan is fitting right in here in Hinamizawa. The population in Hinamizawa is shrinking, so the villagers welcome anybody who's new here. I thought about brushing it off with something to the effect of, "You're kidding me," but I held back. Had I ever greeted someone who just moved into the city like this before? Thinking about that made me believe what they said wasn't a joke at all. We passed another person. Of course, we were called out to again the same way. "Oh my, good day, it's wonderful seeing you, getting along. This lady here is Fujishima-san. Good day. Oh my Barakun, how wonderful for you, having a lovely girl on each arm. How are you, getting used to life here?" Instead of regurgitating a prepared response like I would have in the city, I responded with an empathetic nod. The old woman chuckled, voicing her appreciation of how energetic I was. Good. As I looked back over to Rina and Mion, they gave me a wink. "So, now then, about time to have lunch, maybe? Maybe?" Rena's brilliant smile signaled the approach of an event that both Mion and I were trying to forget. We both looked at each other. I'm a man, I'll do what I can, but it's just too much. It's fine, Kei-chan. Leave it to this old man. Mion has never seemed as reliable as she does right now. I'd expect no less from the class representative. Rena, if we're going to eat, we might as well go somewhere with a good view. Wah, yes, good idea, I agree. Rena nodded her head happily in response to Mion's proposal. Headed over here where they have a nice picnic. Cresting the top of a stone stairway, a shrine drawn straight out of my imagination appeared before us. It had worn down a bit through the years, but the fallen leaves had been swept up, giving it a tidy feeling. This here is the Furude Shrine. It's probably the place with the best view around. This place. Be sure to remember it. And it's also where Satoko and Rika live, I believe. Because her name's Rika Furude, it's actually her shrine. And I believe her parents died or something. And she's the only one who lives there now. And so Satoko lives with her. On our next break, a festival will be held here. Isn't it a bit too early in the season for a festival? The Watanagashi isn't a summer festival. Long ago, it used to be a celebration of the end of winter. I was embarrassed for assuming that festivals had to be held in the summer. Now then, spread out the lunch boxes. And there. Various colored lunch boxes were placed one after the other on top of the plastic sheet. It sure did smell delicious. It was Rena's home cooking. It went without saying that it would be delicious. But is it even possible to finish all of this? Hey, Mion, it'll take more than just a good view to get this all down, you know? And here they are. Good afternoon. It was Rika-chan and Satoko. Why are they here? Mion grinned over at me. I see. This was her secret plan, to power in numbers. You have my thanks, Mion. Following up when all the pieces are in place is my specialty. We just had to come since there was such a commotion. What is the meaning of this? Take a look. It's time for lunch, buffet style. A handmade gourmet meal by Rena. I can see that much. Why have you laid out a tarp on our property? The temple is public ground. It's not yours. Keiichi is right. This is everyone's property. Wow, Rika-chan is such a good girl. Have a seat. Eat with us. After opening up a spot for Rika-chan, I promptly turned my back on Satoko. Hold on 1 second. Where's my spot? No spot for you and nothing for you to eat. Don't worry, there's some for you too. None. I'll eat all of hers. I will not allow that. Rika! Here, chopsticks. Both Satoko and I leapt at the boxes, having it out with each other. So they're fighting each other over how much food they can eat. Man, really? Kei-chan, you're really good at leading people on. You might have a talent for this. Have a plate, one for me-chan and Rika-chan too. Rena whipped out pairs of chopsticks and paper plates. If we don't hurry, it'll all be eaten up. That's right, okay? Shall we commence this battle? Please, eat a lot. There's enough for everyone, Rena said as she opened up a thermos. Just then, I realized that this lunch was made under the assumption that 5 people would be eating. It didn't change how much there was, but the implication behind it was different. I will not allow you to have this hamburger. A hamburger? I doubt they were had hamburgers. Her using her elbow is against the rules, Satoko. Grabbing the back of my collar is also against the rules. It was a tough battle, blocking with her full momentum and an elbow in the opening move. Satoko appeared to have the upper hand, but the difference in our proficiency with chopsticks proved to be fatal. It gave me the upper hand. The last meatball. Satoko Hojo has been bested. Nom! Satoko and I amiably began choking at the same time, falling backwards and spasming. Rika-chan patted me on the head to clear it, even though it was actually stuck in my throat. Seeing that made Rena blush and breathe heavily in excitement. It was almost like flowers were floating all around her. Mion advised Rena to refrain from saying anything that could get her locked up. This is how our meals usually go. I'd do anything in my power, just so things could stay like this. The intense battle calmed, and finally everyone reached a point where they could begin talking. Receiving tea from the thermos, I let out a small sigh. I do wonder why there are so few words in Japanese to praise how something tastes. Isn't it because the idea of togetherness during a meal didn't begin until the modern era? It seems that long ago people ate in silence. It must have made the people preparing the food a bit sad, don't you think? It's probably because back then the people were busy even while eating and didn't have the time to compliment the flavor. That's just you. But just hearing that it's good makes me happy. And my effort was worth it, I mean. She blushed a little as she said that. It was delicious. With absolutely perfect timing, Rika-chan struck Rena directly with praise. She looked straight at her with an expression of bewitching innocence. After Rena uttered an unintelligible noise, a ring of smoke rose from her head with an audible poof. How? Rika-chan, I'm going to take you home. No, I mean, thank you. It was really delicious. Rena flushed red with excitement, embracing Rika-chan and rubbing her cheek against her so hard you could almost hear it. To reward Rika-chan for her praise, ta-da! These are special. 2 apple rabbits. After sticking toothpicks into them, she thrust them toward Rika-chan. After Rika-chan accepted them, the mood suddenly shifted in a bizarre way. What is it, Satoko? What's with that defiant look? Has everyone prepared proper praise to receive apples from Rena-san? Don't push yourself. What kind of praise can you think up with your weak vocab? Ho ho ho, well then, allow me to show you. After Satoko flashed Mion and me a defiant look, she changed the tone of her voice suddenly. Hey, so Rena Oni-chan's lunch. Satoko thought it was yummy too. Satoko looked up at her poutily while talking cutesy. Wow, how was that praise? That's not even persuasion by tears. That's persuasion by cuteness, isn't it? This is a Rena limited special skill. She blushed and her head spun, waving around in circles. Don't fall for it, Rena! Aw, wow, of course, that was asking for the impossible. Rena glomped Satoko and began rubbing her cheek against her. Cute! Satoko's so cute! Take you home, how? Swish. Stab. Push. Satoko was also presented with apple rabbits. After stuffing them into her mouth, she looked over at Mion and me again with that defiant gaze. It took only 5 seconds to take down Rena. That's unfair, to think she had such a trick. If it upsets you so much, why not reward Rena-san with some praise? Damn it, that was a dirty trick. First of all, that wasn't even praise. Satoko, you think you've won with that, don't you? How about I show you guys something much better than your superficial gimmicks? That sounds great, Mio. What kind of trick is it? Kei-chan is going to be the one who does it. What? Oh, why don't I have you show me then? The writhing of an old maid. The plan of attack she suggested was wicked, but it was the only thing we had to beat Satoko. After sipping my tea, I started talking, very naturally and calmly. Perfectly. It really is good, isn't it? This is all freshly made, right? No, actually most of it, almost all of it, was frozen stuff. Then which ones did you make fresh? It's embarrassing. Do I really have to say? Must I? From the synergy of boy plus handmade lunchbox, her expression had melted into euphoria. I already know. This one, right? Rena turned an even deeper shade of red, the words "I can't believe it" practically written on her face. How can you tell? How? That I made it? Of course, Mion had told me beforehand. It's been perfect so far. After acting like I was shy, I waited a beat. Next would be the finisher. It had your smell. Silence enveloped the area. Rena, face still completely red, froze solid. With a small yelp, Satoko also blushed. Of course, I did too. I sure would like to try one of Rena's handmade apple rabbits. Or something. Even if this was all because I was competing against Satoko, it felt like I'd crossed the line by a good 9 yards, I think. Then, at that moment... Whoosh! It was a Tupperware container filled with rabbits. But please eat some, Keiichi-kun. But there's plenty for you. Lark? Instantly, dozens of the apples were shoved into my mouth, knocking me over. Okay, say, Keiichi-kun. My head was forcibly laid upon her lap, and even more apples were shoved into my mouth. While she was squealing, one apple after another was forced into my mouth. More and more apples. That doesn't sound healthy. Oh, about them apples. Oh, looks like we win. How about them apples, Satoko? Looks like we win. Kei-chan, that was a beautiful sacrifice. How's that, Satoko? This is our complete victory, isn't it? Satoko's gotta come up with something. I can't believe it. Such trickery. It doesn't bother me at all. Satoko ground her teeth, mortified. We did it! I claimed victory as my consciousness drifted slowly away from me as the apples are shoved down his throat. At that time, Rena stopped her squealing as she suddenly realized something. Rika-chan, you're not eating it? Did the salt water make it too strong? Maybe? Looking over, Rika-chan had pulled the toothpick out of the apple rabbit, placed it into her cupped hands, and seemed to be at a loss for what to do. Poor Mr. Rabbit, I feel sorry for him. I want to save him. Oh my god. That was the sound of blood spurting from Reina's nose. Jesus. Cute. So it looks like Rika won. Tonight I will take you home. She shook sporadically, her head wobbling back and forth. Then, coming back to her senses, she took all of the apples around me, gathered them up with a whip, and fixed them back up on a plate. Now they're all just fine, Kei. Here, I'll give them to you, Rika-chan. Kei? Rika-chan raised up Satoko's hand like a referee after having that plate of rabbits shoved to her. She whispered, "This is our victory." What? A comeback? Hi. Heston Huher Hagio! I just don't care anymore. Thus, my sacrifice ended up being in vain. Well, that's it? Is that really the end of Chapter 2? Chapter 2 was so much shorter. It wasn't. It would give us the thing. It was a fun-filled, crazy day, but as soon as the sun began to set, the end of the day really did come quickly. Later, Rena and Kei-chan, see you tomorrow. Thanks for today, Mion. I had a great time. See you tomorrow. Satoko and Rika-chan went home as well. We parted ways with Mion, and it ended with just Rena and myself enjoying the evening air on our way home. Thanks for coming today, Keiichi-kun. Was it fun? Yeah, lots of fun. Almost feels like a waste to go home now. Then, well, would you mind taking a little detour? Maybe? A detour? Is it far? It's a bit of a walk, but it won't take long. Since we had been walking around all day, I must have seemed a bit tired. Not feeling like teasing Rena, I quietly nodded. Here it is, the junkyard. This is Rena's favorite place. Traversing a small path and up a small hill, the land suddenly stretched out before us. There, what looked like the remains of a dilapidated construction site came into view. A large heap of garbage spread out off towards the swamp. Probably illegal dumping. I recall it being in the newspaper. Oof. It's been quite a while. I wonder what's here. When you say it's been a while, you mean the business you had here was with this garbage pile? It's not garbage. To me, it's a pile of treasure. Rena had already entered that well-known cute mode of hers. So that meant there was something cute here. Whoa, a new pile! I can't wait! She bounded up the unstable slope. I'd expect no less from a born and bred country girl. Hey, wait, I'm coming! Whoa! My city-raised self was completely pitiful. It's alright, just stay there, Keiichi-kun. It won't take long. Rena kindly declined my accompaniment. Don't fall, watch your step. I'm fine, this is nothing at all. Literally bounding up the heap of trash, Rena disappeared over the other side. I didn't like being left behind, but I was still pretty tired from the whole day, so I just ended up waiting. Without the lively Rena around, the surrounding area quickly fell into silence. The cry of the Higurashi gently cooled the air. Fairly exhausted, I began to feel a little sleepy. Just then, the sudden noise of scattering pebbles alerted me to somebody's presence. Startled, I turned around. Standing there was a typical-looking photographer. He spied over at me through his camera. His body was tanned and fit, but something about him seemed unreliable, and he had a bit of an aloof air about him. Well, it didn't seem like he was a bad guy in any case. Whoa! You surprised me! Although startled when I turned around, he overplayed his reaction. That was my line. I'm the one who's surprised here. My bad, I didn't mean to startle you. Are you from Hinamizawa? I gathered that he wasn't from that question. Unfazed by my suspicious outlook, he introduced himself without my prompting. I'm Tomitake, freelance photographer. I come to Hinamizawa from time to time. I didn't ask who you were. Quite rude to photograph someone without consent, one would think. My bad. I mainly photograph wild birds. They can't refuse, you see. So what, you're saying I'm the same as the birds? No, well, you see, that image of a young man in the twilight was just picturesque. I apologize for trying to take your picture without asking. Adults are pretty slick. All that annoyance I felt for being startled just flew away as he buttered me up. I had no intention of hanging around with this guy trying to get cozy with me, except it didn't seem like Rena would be back soon. But this older guy, Tomitake-san, he didn't mind my cautious responses and continued rambling on by himself. Keiichi-kun, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm finished now. Rena popped her head out from one of the lower piles of garbage and waved her hand. You have someone with you. What would she be doing over there? That's what I wanted to know. Dunno. Maybe she's checking on that dismembered corpse that was out here long ago. Tomitake-san looked shaken up by that for a moment. Uh-oh, I responded like I would if I were talking with Reina and the others. It was quite a disturbing incident. They still haven't found one of the arms. Keiichi-kun, sorry to keep you. You were waiting a while, I guess? I'd best leave you two lovebirds alone. Again, my apologies for startling you, Keiichi-kun. Tomitake-san chortled suggestively, then disappeared into the twilight. Missing my chance to retort put me off a bit. Keiichi-kun, are you angry? Why, I wonder. It wasn't Rena's fault, so I decided to just brush it off for now. How was it? Find a treasure trove? Oh yes, so listen, you see, there was a Colonel Sanders doll. A Colonel Sanders doll? Oh, that thing, those statues they always have out in front of that fried chicken place? That life-size dummy? Yes, Colonel Sanders. How cute, I want to take it home. I couldn't tell how she decides what's cute or not, but, well, she seems to want it. It's garbage, right? No one would care if you just take it home, right? It's become the base of another pile. I can't dig it out easily. There's no lamppost over there, so it'll get dark pretty soon. Rena seemed quite down about finding a treasure and not being able to bring it back. I'll help you out, to repay you for that delicious picnic you prepared today. Oh, thank you. Birds heading home to roost proclaimed that nightfall would soon be upon us. Keiichi-kun is going to help. I can take Colonel Sanders home. How? Rena staggered along as if intoxicated in her dreamy state of mind. I tried asking her in a way that wouldn't take her out of her cheery state. Hey, Rena. Long ago, did something happen here? Seems like they were building a dam here. I don't know the details, though. How? Just wondering if you knew about, an accident or something. I don't know. Her tone was disturbingly frank. It sounded more like a denial than an answer. I must have appeared rather dumbstruck. Rana quickly lightened her expression. Actually, I didn't live here until a year ago. Huh? You transferred here too? I was sure of that. So you see, I don't really know much from before that. Sorry. Don't really know? Don't want to talk about it. That was the kind of feeling she gave me. Thinking about it, of course it would be like that. This wasn't the type of thing girls would enjoy talking about. It was quite a disturbing incident. It seems they haven't been able to find one of the arms. If it's just like Tomitake-san said, then I had a feeling only the Higurashi would know. Ooh, spooky. Is that the end of chapter 2? Yep. Okay. See, that chapter only took like 35 minutes to read. So let's read the tips before we go for break, and then we'll start. Because before we read the tips after break. So, Kei-chan, you're not stinking rich? What is this all of a sudden? Did I come to school in a limo before? How much do you get for a monthly allowance? About $10. My, that's a rather plebeian amount. His lunch is made up of normal stuff. He isn't rich. What are they talking about? To be asked out of nowhere how much I get and then told that's a plebeian amount? Sorry. Rina seemed to pick up on my dubious expression and started giggling. Kei-chan, your house, it's pretty big, yeah? So the architecture is people all around Hinamizawa calling it the Maibara Manor, and it sort of stands out. Maibara Manor? Since the house is so big, everybody is gossiping, wondering exactly how rich you are. I see. Now I get it. Well, the frame of it is huge. I see how it could cause some misunderstandings. From my deduction, I wager they spent too much money on building the house, and that is why they are now broke. Being broke, how very, very unfortunate. Rika-chan took pity on me as she patted my head. I go from being treated like a millionaire to a beggar. Yeah, sorry for ruining your imagination, but we are millionaires or poor. We're the image of a normal, average household. You can't call it normal with that huge house. The entranceway is all grand and the gate is large enough for a large truck to get through. That's not normal at all. They do say the bigger your house, the more prosperous you are. The reason the house is so big is because Dad's studio is in it too. There are a bunch of different workshops, and lots of his works are hung up in different places, because he's a painter. All of them are huge, too. For those reasons, the family actually uses only a third of the house for day-to-day living. He planned it out so people in cars could come in to see the gallery he opens up in the house someday. By the way, the entranceway Mion is talking about is the one for the studio, and is normally sealed off. The entranceway the Maibara family actually uses is a very plain and simple one. The interior is much different from how it looks on the outside. I'd really like a chance to explore Kei-chan's house. Claiming not to be rich but having a home like that? What could be hidden there? Maybe there's something cute hidden, how? They probably had no money to purchase furniture, so it's filled with Spartan rooms. If there are carpeted rooms, I would love to try rolling around on the floor. Wow, that'd be great. So great, I want to roll around too. Seems like their imaginations were just piling on. Well, sometime in the near future, it wouldn't be too bad to invite them all to my house. Dad is a sucker for the ladies, so we might even let them look around his studio. The cry of the Higurashi crescendoed as the sky towered over everything. It was hot, but the air was clear. It smelled like the beginning of summer. From the June XX 1979 edition. The Shishibone City Okinomiya Police Station, June XX late at night. Suspects XXXX, XXX, XXXX, XXXXX, XXXX were arrested on suspicion of murder and improper disposal of a corpse. Improper disposal of a corpse? How are you supposed to dispose of one? The main offender, XXXX, has been added to wanted lists nationwide. According to our sources, the 6 suspects were at the Hinamizawa Dam destruction site workroom on the XX at 9 p.m., where they are suspected to have assaulted and murdered the site overseer XXXX as a group, dismembering his body and hiding it. On the XX at 8 o'clock in the morning, a report was filed by the Shishibone City Hospital in which a male suspect alluded to having murdered Mr. XXXX. When questioned at the police station, the individual confessed to the crime. Since a portion of the body was recovered at the location he gave, he was arrested that afternoon on suspicion of murder and mutilation of a corpse. The rest of the suspects were arrested the same day, but the main culprit is still at large. Police are currently on his trail. The motive is purported to be a drunken verbal dispute, during which he killed the victim in a fit of anger. However, as there are multiple inconsistencies with their testimonies, the investigation is ongoing. Interesting. Oh, tips. Oh, the tips. Oh, goodness. It never goes like below 2 viewers now. And I wonder why that is. Are those. Do. They got rid of bots. I don't know, because I don't have it up. I usually don't even count as 1 viewer. That's why I would always have 0 viewers when I started. Why is it always 2 now? I'm confused. Because it feels like when it says 2 viewers, it always feels like nobody's watching, and there's always 2 now. Feels like 2 is the new 0. Is that true? Oh yeah, fuck. I'll leave that for now, then I'll play some ads. We're headed into chapter 3. I'll be right back. We just had a fun idea that I can't do for another couple days, but that would be fun. Actually, it's not even 7 yet. Let me look something up. Nikakushi. What? Kushi Chapter 3. Unikakushi Chapter 4, Chapter 5. Just looking up how long this actually is. Chapter 6. Chapter 7. There are only 7 chapters? There's 13. Keep going. Colonel Sanders? Ah, of course, that's right up her alley. I understand her wanting to take home Sachiko and Rika, but I can't understand the Colonel Sanders. What's so good about that four-eyed geezer? Probably better to hear it from Rina, don't you think? She'll probably just say, because it's just so cute, though. Does Rina often go to the construction site to hunt for treasure? Every now and then she says she's going to have a look. But a girl her age rummaging around in garbage is, well, if Rina enjoys it, then I think it's fine. What were they doing over there? Dam construction? It's been bugging me since yesterday, like an itch I couldn't scratch. Ha ha ha, it was cancelled a long time ago. Everyone gathered together and fought against it. Hearing an ominous word like fought come from Rika-chan's mouth startled me. That's right, it was unbelievable. They said Hinamizawa would be sunk into the reservoir and we had no say in the matter. Hey, Trillian, how are you? We are, trying this out. Basically, what happened was, I was looking through my analytics. I wasn't going to stream today, I'm just, testing this out. So far it's not working, but thank you for being here. I was hoping more people would come, because, basically, I've been playing Silent Hill F, as you know. Let me take a look at how loud the music is. Yeah, it's pretty good. So since I've been playing Silent Hill F, it was written by the same person who wrote this visual novel I'm playing. So I put that as a tag in the description, you know, under the video. And what ended up happening was those tags have gotten more, what's the word? Oh, I don't even know what the word is. I knew it before, but it's got more people seeing my videos, I guess. Not engagements, but like before. It's like when you see it while scrolling. The Higurashi and the Umineko ones got like hundreds of people seeing it. So I was like, oh, what if I actually like these stories, so what if I actually read them, and then people are seeing it because they're looking for it, and then maybe they'll actually click on it, if I'm actually playing it and not playing some other thing like Final Fantasy X. So far it's not really working, but we'll see. How are you doing, Trillian? That's right. It was unbelievable. They said Hinamizawa would be sunk into the reservoir. You never know, it might work. Well, I've been here for 2 hours, and you're the first one who showed up. So who knows? I'm gonna read, I'm hoping, the whole chapter today. We're not too far in. I can tell you what you missed. Basically you missed, you got to know the characters, which you can still get to know the characters. You've heard a little bit about, someone, about a corpse being at the, garbage pit or whatever, and the corpse's arm hasn't been found yet. This is a mystery. This is a mystery, Trillian. If you're interested in mysteries. So you're supposed to... But nothing really has happened yet. It's a murder mystery, but nobody's died yet. So you didn't really miss too much. There's a lot of just getting to know the characters, actually, before anybody even dies. Like, we've still got a little bit more of this to go. But knowing the characters, it's nice. Good, you're just in time. Actually, you probably have a couple hours before somebody dies. You could have been a couple hours later, too. But you're just in time to still learn the characters. That's right, it was unbelievable. They said Hinamizawa would be sunk into the reservoir and we had no say in the matter. So Hinamizawa is the town that they're in. And the main character, Keiichi, who is supposed to be like a stand-in for the player character, who is me, he's only moved to this small rural town in Japan like a month ago. So he's very new to the area. So I'm only able to be here because the protest succeeded. Okay, so this is the one who likes to go to the garbage dump and pick stuff up. Oh yeah, and it's meant to be, like, it's kind of like a horror thing, which is another reason why I wanted to do it, because it's like Halloween. But it's, as you can see, this doesn't really look like a horror yet at all, because it's kind of meant to be like a slice of life kind of thing. It's supposed to make you, trick you, bring you to a sense of, like, you know, calmness. And then it turns the horror up as you get more through it. But it's supposed to be like a slice of life harem thing, but in disguise, it's actually a horror game. I'm sorry, I didn't keep you, did I? My deepest apologies, Keiichi-san. It took me a while to powder my nose. Satoko, wait to use the cannon until you really have to go. It's a lot easier since it shoots right out. Jesus. And they like to tease each other a lot. Like that. How dare you speak that way to a maiden of unparalleled beauty such as myself? Who was she calling a maiden? If Satoko really was a maiden, she wouldn't have reacted like that. The usual hijinks ensued. Yeah, they like to set traps for each other, and there's a whole bunch of, like, you know, slice of life stuff going on. Now then, gentlemen, in accordance with the rules of our society, I bring a point to discussion. He, Keiichi Maibaraku, wishes to be included as a member in our activities. What say you? Actually, a Doki Doki Literature Club, it's been said that, like, that game took a lot of inspiration from this game. Rena has no objection. Oh, I wonder if the likes of this peasant is up to the task. Me and Satoko both approve. The three that Mion had queried voiced their approval. A unanimous decision! Congratulations, Keiichi Maibara-kun! I present to you the honor of being allowed to take the entrance exam for our club! The entrance exam? Start from the beginning. I didn't say I would join. What club is this? What our club does, you see, in order to cope with our complicated society, we perform various activities under different sets of rules. Sometimes they are in your favor, and sometimes they work against you. I'm pretty weak, so I'd prefer if you didn't single me out. Let's try to get along. You're so naive, Brenna. Oh, yeah, and this is written by the same guy who wrote Silent Hill F. This is like the first thing that he wrote that got big. You're so naive. That's why it was in the tags of my videos. Otherwise, that would have made no sense. You're so naive, Brenna. The law of the jungle is survival of the fittest. This was starting to sound a bit sketchy. So, what kind of club was it? It's just a club where they play board games. To sum it up, it's a club where we play games together. Rika-chan was the only one to answer my question with a pertinent response. So basically, this club put Mion's hobby of collecting games to use. By playing the various games that Mion had hoarded every day, it seemed that, depending on the day, there were prizes for the winner or a penalty for the person who finished in last place. I'll make this clear right now. We aren't playing house here. You should treat each win or loss as if your life depends on it, alright? Well, what's wrong with just having fun? Don't make it sound so crazy. The first rule of our society, aim only for first place. Going at it half-assed just because it's a game is not allowed. Rule number 2 of our society, for that reason you are obligated to make all possible efforts. The way Satoko said it, it sounded like she was saying use any means necessary. Of course, I will do my best too. I'm pretty weak, but I'm trying my best. I knew what they were trying to say. In a game where everybody is aiming for the top, it's rather unsportsmanlike to play just for fun. Alright, then I too will go all out. With that, I was finally ready for the rite of initiation, my baptism into the club. A word of warning, Kei-chan. Reina can get pretty nasty. This initiation looks like it's going to be rough. Mion began fishing around in the student lockers in the back of the room. They have the games here at the school? Well, it's club equipment, so I guess that's fine. Complicated games would put Kei-chan at a disadvantage, so today we'll play a game that you should be familiar with. How about a standard card game? Like Old Bachelor. I think it's Old Maid. What? Old Bachelor? I think it's Old... What's Old Bachelor? Alright, let's do this! Can't really get into it unless there's a penalty. This time, the loser will be sentenced to having their face drawn on. What do you think? Whoa, it won't be oil-based paint, right? Right? Oil-based face painting with oil-based paint? This is perfect. Satoko cheered the idea on. She didn't even flinch at the thought of such a severe penalty. It seemed like she was raring to go. If it's going to be like this, then I can't lose either. Then I'll just cut the deck and start dealing. Old Bachelor is pretty much the same as Old Maid, okay? There's only one difference, there's no Joker. There's no Joker? Oh, I remember. So usually the Joker would be the Old Maid. But, I'm pretty sure that the rules of Old Bachelor, where there's no Joker, and instead you remove a random card from the deck, which would mean that there was one card that wouldn't have a pair, and you wouldn't even know who the Old Bachelor is, right? So it makes it a way harder and, like, way less likely to, like, you don't even know what card you don't want at the start. In its place, one card, is pulled out at the start, meaning there will be one card without a match left over at the end. You don't know which card will end up being the Joker. It's a pretty thrilling game. I'll take out the card now. Rena took out one card and left it face down on the table. Everybody stared at the card intently. Well, it'll be pretty obvious in the end game, and no way to tell at the start. Except, I actually remember this. I won't spoil it, but everybody but Keiichi, who is the main character, already knows what the Bachelor card is. They didn't seem as relaxed as I was. They'll explain it. They compared their cards to the one face down, all the while gauging each other's reactions. It was as if they could see what the face down card was, because they could. No, it couldn't be. Oh yeah, he's explaining it already. This deck is pretty worn out. No way. Can everyone tell by the scratches what the card on the table is? Yeah, so the deck is so worn out. They've used this deck so much that all of them can tell which card is which and what cards are in everybody's hands based on what the backs of the cards look like. Remember the second rule of our society. Keiichi-san must try his hardest to win as well. So Keiichi is at a really big disadvantage because he has no clue. Well, all of them know exactly what all the cards are except for him. Keiichi-kun should be able to remember them pretty quickly. She said that so matter-of-factly. Suits me fine. Don't think a little thing like that can be your crutch. And Keiichi actually comes up with a really good solution to the problem. I lashed out angrily, but it was rather obvious I was at a disadvantage. After all, they'd gone so far as to memorize the wear and tear for each individual card. This wasn't a simple game of Old Bachelor. If this was a test, then they were playing with the answer sheet right in front of them. Bring it! I'll take advantage of your carelessness and beat you at your own game! That baseless confidence would soon be crushed. How about I tell you your hand starting from the right? 3, 4, 9, Jack, Queen. Ah! See, they know all the cards. By the way, the Bachelor is the Jack of Diamonds. Oh, thank you, Rika. Ah! And he has a Jack. Oh, no. I can tell what they are even if you switch them around. I'm out. I thought I was prepared, but for it to be this brutal, just overwhelming. So if he has a Jack, then they're not going to take it from him. And the only way that you can get rid of the cards is by having someone else take it from you. So he's already lost this round. The demons. You're all demons. Rena isn't a demon, are you? Sorry, Keiichi-kun. This is the 3 of hearts, isn't it? I'm out. So, yeah, she took the 3 of hearts from him. Ah, not even a hint of mercy. Rena, even Rika-chan. These club activities weren't to be trifled with. An alumnus of this club would definitely survive in the cruelest of situations. If our entire class had self-detonating collars strapped to their necks and were dropped into a death match on a deserted island, these guys would probably take it like fish to water. This is a reference to, Battle Royale. I love that book. I can already picture their joy as they hunt down each of their classmates. Oh my god. It's a lowest point system. The order itself dictates the points. Whoever has the lowest point total wins. Since Keiichi finished last, he has 5 points. There's already a 5 marked down on my scoreboard. I think it's unfair to Keiichi-kun if we don't use a new deck. It's fine, it's fine. Kei-chan is a man after all. He can turn the tables even if the odds are stacked against him, right? It's fitting for a lowly peasant to scamper home and soak their pillow in tears, don't you think? A petite hand laid itself on top of my head, which was trembling from uncontainable frustration. It was Rika-chan's. Keep on fighting! Yeah! Thanks to Rika-chan's words of encouragement, I was able to calm down. You need to be calm, especially when you're cornered. That's the power I could muster during this crisis. Think clearly, Keiichi Maeba. Take your time and look at the cards carefully. It's just as Rina said, each card has its own distinct markings that made them stand out. Memorizing them should be pretty simple. Think about what you can do in this situation. Try everything in your power to improve your chances of victory. Whoa, great, Keiichi-kun! Just like that! I covered the uniquely marked cards with my hands or other cards, arranging them in such a way that they couldn't be seen. The one with the ripped corner should be the 5. And I'm out! I couldn't let any of those precious hints slip by me. All information is a weapon. Then it was my turn. Satoko fanned out her cards for me. You see, I want the 7. Is it this one? I wonder about that. You won't know unless you take it. There was a bit of dismay in her expression, like she doesn't want to take it, that kind of expression. I won't let that momentary laugh slip by me. I know, it's this one! Satoko's lying. She's lying. Got it! 7 of spades! A cheer of ooh rang out. Oh, she wasn't lying. What is this? The 7 should be the hardest one of all to tell apart. It wasn't from memorizing the markings. Those slight changes in their expressions as I was selecting a card were enough. Can't hide it from me, Kei-chan. This mark means it's the 2 of diamonds. What? See, look what he does. She was startled by her own misread. Of course, everyone else was too. Whoa, it's rare that Mi-chan gets a card wrong. No, Kei-chan. Could it be? So Kei-chan starts making marks. Kei-chan starts making marks on the cards so that they can't recognize them. He's a demon. They told them apart by different marks. That mark was a nail scratch, so I put a new one on it. Are you saying he disguised it as the 2 of diamonds? What an impressive show of wit! Keiichi landed a clean hit. Clap, clap, clap. That's great, Keiichi-kun. That was an incredible match, you know? Having defeated the Forerunner, Mion, my brilliant battle left me ecstatic. But by total points, it was already set in stone that Mion would win and I would finish last. Yes, they skipped a bunch of battles. So they've already done like 5 other games and he lost every single one of them. And then this one he's finally winning, but it's too little too late. But he still beat them all in the last round, so even if he's in last place. I laughed haughtily, selecting the tone of my voice carefully to get on Mion's nerves. Well, I'm going to end up the loser, but I'm satisfied with one-upping Mion at the end. That should be the proverbial slap in the face to Mion, who was at the top already and ensured victory. Even if Kei-chan gets first place this round, he'll still end up last place overall. Don't you hate that? Of course I do! Let's have a duel. 1 chance. If you win, then we'll swap first and last place. How about it? You up for it? She fell for it. A chance for an upset that wouldn't be possible without goading her into it. 1 chance, you say? Let me hear the rules. Mion discarded 2 cards from her hand and replaced one with a joker card that was on the table, then shuffled the resulting hand behind her back. The card in my right or the card in my left? If Kei-chan can guess which hand's the joker's in, then he wins. When you turned around just now, you didn't pull out the joker, did you? If you lose, I'll show the card in the other hand. That okay? The other 3 gulped nervously at this unexpected turn of events. Alright, you got it. Mion grasped 1 card in each hand and thrust them out at me. First, I needed to inspect them closely. The card on the right had no distinguishing marks. I couldn't tell which one it was. Which one, I wondered? Keiichi-kun, be careful! Yeah, of course, this is my chance. For a big comeback! Looking closely on the card on the left, I saw a little wear. It wasn't one I hadn't seen before. So I think it was the Joker would be the one that doesn't have wear and tear. Ah, that card is... I didn't let that bit from Satoko slip by me. Mion clucked her tongue. I didn't recognize the mark on the left card from the small number that I'd memorized. I didn't know what the left card was, but I could tell from Satoko's reaction that the card had already appeared during the game. Since it had already appeared before, it meant that it definitely wasn't the Joker. Oh, Kei-chan thinks it's the one on the right? Will you choose that one then? Will you? The left card definitely wasn't the Joker. If I could trust that theory, then I should have been able to declare that the card to the right was the Joker. Even without Mion's taunting, the one on the right was the most suspicious. But wasn't it a bit too rash to decide based solely on Satoko's reaction? More carefully. Ah! I remember now! That mark, the left card, no doubt about it. The 7 of clubs! Unless Mion added the mark to make it look like the 7 of clubs. It's the 7 of clubs, I see. I've won. The card on the left was the 7 of clubs. So that meant the card on the right was the Joker! And then, just before my hand touched the right card, I froze. I would expect no less from you. There was a wave of murmurs amongst the onlookers at my sudden halt, right before I confirmed the right card was the Joker. Huh? What could Keiji-san possibly be saying? I mean, the left one is... Shh. Oh, what makes you so certain that the right one isn't the Joker, Kei-chan? Mion let loose an unexpected question. Everyone else was baffled. I don't know what the card on the right could be, but I know that the one on the left is the 7 of clubs. Then, doesn't that leave the right one as the Joker? One of them has to be the Joker, right? Yeah, one of those is the Joker, right? Keiichi has good intuition. Huh? Rika-chan, what do you mean by... So basically, the 7 of clubs, I discarded that by matching it with Satoko's 7 of spades earlier. Everyone's attention snapped to the discard pile at the same time. The truth of the matter couldn't be discerned from that sloppy pile. So that means Mion pocketed one of the discarded cards, then aligned it over the left card, and that means... Oh! So she has 2 cards. And the Joker is underneath the 7. She is masking the Joker card with a different card. I see, I get it. The left card is being disguised as a 7 of clubs. It was the first time since the start of the match that a shadow ran across Mion's expression, and I didn't let that slip by. Then with a grand flourish, I declared it loudly. The Joker is the left one! It was an intense moment. That 1 second felt like an eternity for everyone there. He's still wrong. He's gonna be wrong. Breaking that silence, the first one to speak was Mion. Being the first president of this club, I've been witness to a variety of performances. Kei-chan, yours is the best. The best of the best of the best. That was probably the greatest compliment Mion could give. Mion accepted her defeat, dropping the cards from both hands. My comeback victory! Rika-chan placed her hand on my head and began petting it, congratulating me on my victory. Huh? Rika-chan is... Reina and Satoko gaped at us as if they had seen a ghost. What is it, Reina? It's not as if I cheated or anything, right? This was fair and square. Rika only pet someone on the head to console them. See, he got it wrong. Huh? What's the meaning of... At that moment, Reina let out a small shriek. Keiichi-kun, this is how it was? You know, Kei-chan, I thought you'd read into it that far. Everyone froze. No, it wasn't just me. It was just me. It was a gamble. If you had just jumped to conclusions like a little brat, then I would have lost. It was the answer everyone was certain about. Mion picked up the card from the losing hand. Kei-chan, you know, you should take pride in this loss. She turned it around. That was the card that proclaimed the victor of this duel. The card under the 7 of clubs. Unbelievable, it was the 2 of diamonds. So she hid a card that wasn't the Joker underneath the 7 of clubs, and in the other hand she was just holding a Joker. It was a setup behind the setup. If I just picked the right one without reading so deeply into it. I, Mion Sonozaki, as the club president, do accept Keiichi Maibara's membership into our club. As I slumped to my knees, dazed, everybody let out a round of applause for the excellent effort I gave despite my defeat. The match is now over. Today's victor is me, Mion Sonozaki, and our exalted loser is Keiichi Maibara. Everyone made a commotion, applauding cheerfully. I felt I was bested, but I was so soundly beaten that it unexpectedly felt rather refreshing. When Mi-chan pulled that little trick behind her back, I got excited, thinking she's going to do it again. When Keiichi-san stopped the moment before touching the correct card, I thought, he fell for it. He fell for it quite handily. Hey, wait, all of them knew from the start and still got so excited so earnestly? Everyone got excited to make it more fun. You're all demons, you monsters! Now then, Kei-chan, it's time for your penalty. Since it's your first day participating, I'll go easy, okay? It would be a problem if you refused to come to school. The other 3 members held down my arms and shoulders firmly. Mion approached, licking her lips. Her right hand went to pull something out of her pocket. That's a felt tip marker, and it's large and oil-based. Okay, here we go. She took the cap off the marker and brought it slowly up to my face while I was immobilized. No! No! I let out my death throes. Poor guy gets marker all over his face. I think it's like a cat face or something. He's got to walk around with it. It's not easy to wash off. As soon as the club activities were finished, Raina flew off. Probably so she could dig out that cute Colonel Sanders that she wasn't able to take home yesterday. So today it was just Mion and me walking home together, a rather rare occurrence. A mountain of treasure, huh? The guys throwing it away probably never thought in their wildest dreams that Raina would be grateful to them. Mountain of treasure meaning that damn construction site from before. All right, Mion would probably tell me. That murder by dismemberment that seemed to have happened there. Over there, you know, at that damn construction site, did something happen there long ago? Something sure did, a grand battle. There were sit-ins and demonstrations. It was a bit different from what I wanted to hear, but I decided I'd listen just the same. It was our land that was going to be sunk into the damn reservoir. I would have fought as well, probably. The government guys were really adamant about it, acting all big and full of themselves. Since they figured out that they couldn't settle it with money, they did a bunch of nasty stuff. They were nasty guys! Mion spoke excitedly as if the whole thing was happening right in front of her. I'm amazed you guys won. You were facing the federal government, right? The mayor and the prominent figures in the village all signed petitions. They went to Tokyo and struck deals with legislators. And as a result, the development plan was retracted. It was our complete victory. There wasn't any violence, was there? Like assaults or murders? None. She promptly cut me off, the same as Rena had. Her words signaled the end of discussion. Tomitake-san said one arm wasn't found in the incident. I thought that a murder by dismemberment had occurred, but I guess I was wrong. My curiosity unsated, I sighed dejectedly inside. Later, see you tomorrow. Kei-chan, you can't wash that off until you got home, got it? I got it, I won't. Mion held back her laughter while stealing glances at my face. I wonder what kind of nasty doodles they drew. Oh, he still hasn't even looked in the mirror. Damn you, Mion. You shall rue this day. If our roles are ever reversed, I'm going to slop it on. All over your face so you won't be able to take it off, even with a scouring pad. Upon arriving home, I ran straight into my mom, embarrassing myself yet again. The mood I'd come home to was already on edge. It's not an uncommon thing in our family. Whenever Dad can't come up with a good idea, it always ends up like this. He stomps around the house with his arms crossed. Mom whispered into my ear, "Welcome home, Keiichi." Dad, he's in a bit of a rut right now, so don't bother him, okay? He can't come up with a new idea? It's because the deadlines are so close together this time. Your dad needs time to recharge or he doesn't work as well. Dad's paintings feed our entire family. If he runs out of ideas, then it's the end of the Maibaras. We've never gone hungry before. Could it be that my dad is a master painter? Wouldn't it be easier to get an idea taking a walk outside rather than wandering around the house? The theme of the piece this time is in the household, so it seems your dad wants to use this house as a motif. That's quite a bothersome motif. Keiichi, pick up your room. It looks terrible. Sorry, I'll clean it up later. Ah, come on, please don't use my room as the motif. Keiichi, there's still some time before dinner, so please go take a walk out back or something. His bad mood is only temporary. As soon as he gets an idea, his mood improves and he starts humming. Until then, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just go take a walk so I don't aggravate him further. Well, I guess I will then. Does he meet Tomitake? Will Tomitake tell me more about what happened? I said I was going to take a walk, but I didn't have any particular destination in mind. I just needed to kill some time. I got on my bike and pondered where to go. I could just go read at the bookstore, but it would take about an hour by bike to get to town. It would be dark by the time I got back, so I didn't want to go unless I had to. The roads at night here in Hinamizawa creep me out. If Mion or Satoko ever found out about that, I smiled wryly. Oh yeah, Rena was probably still at the Mountain of Treasure, the damn construction site. The excavation of Colonel Sanders was probably taking her a while. It wouldn't be so bad to have her owe me one. She might return the favor next time we have club activities. With a little bit of self-interest in mind, I set off towards the damn construction site. Tomitake-san might be there as well, the only person with information about the incident that both Rena and Mion denied knowing anything about. If I met him again, I'd like to ask for more details. To ask, was there really a dismemberment here in Hinamizawa? That was my real intention. I spotted Rena struggling up on the slope of the garbage pile. It looked like Colonel Sanders was lodged in there pretty firmly. It didn't look like Rena would be able to excavate him by herself. Realizing that Tomitake-san wasn't around, I began climbing up the slope unsteadily. Hey, Rena, looks like you're working up a sweat. Whoa, Keiichi-kun! What brings you to a place like this? A place like this, huh? I see. She was aware of it at least. I received a signal for emergency assistance at the accident site. Where is the injured party? Huh? Accident? Huh? But there was a report Colonel Sanders was buried alive in the trash pile. Huh? Oh, that. You scared me. Don't frighten me like that, Keiichi-kun. I was just kidding. I thought you might be struggling by yourself, so I came to help you out. Huh? You came? For me? How? Well, I filled my quota for today. If I don't see Rena blush at least once a day, then I'm not getting my daily required nutritional intake. Just kidding, you're embarrassing me now. So, what part was the joke? What part was it? I just ignored her bewilderment. Okay, now move out of the way. So where's Colonel Sanders? Sorry, can't you see him in that gap? He's really buried in there. We could just start dismantling the whole pile of trash right from the top. The Colonel Sanders was sideways, surrounded by boards and other construction materials, like they were caging him inside. According to Rena, it wasn't like this yesterday. It seems as though another illegal dumper came yesterday, dumped again, and now he's buried like this. You're trying to move this pile all by yourself? With those scrawny arms? There's no way she would be able to do that with her slender arms. But Colonel Sanders, so cute! There's a chain on the Colonel Sanders at the store. This one, though, I should be able to take this one home. How? If Rena gave up on this Colonel Sanders, she'll probably start devising a plan to steal the one in front of the store. As Rena's guardian, I won't allow her to sully her hands with crime. Out of the way, I'll do it. Rena blushed again, but this time I left it alone. The pile was enormous. Also, the more days we wasted, the more likely another illegal dumping would occur. If it got buried any deeper, there would be nothing that could be done. Keiichi-kun, I'll help too. Let me help. You just get in the way, so stay back. Pulling out scraps, bending them, tossing them aside, I quickly became covered in sweat and dust. Flying objects drew beautiful arcs across the twilight sky. One after another. Lumber, timber, plywood. Damn it! No matter how much I threw out, there was still more, even though I could see Colonel Sanders right there. After grandstanding like that in front of Rena, I felt frantic because of how little I had progressed. If I was going to do this seriously, I'd need an axe or saw or something. That's enough, Keiichi-kun. You're so sweaty, you don't have to try so hard. I'm just doing it for you, Rena. Don't worry about it. Rena began sputtering and turned beet red. Whoops, I meant to say I was trying my best so as to keep her from becoming a criminal. Oh well. She'll understand. I guess I just need a break. This is pretty tough. I sprawled on my back over the grassy slope. I'm so sorry, you're covered in sweat. Rena patted her handkerchief against my forehead. It felt pretty nice. Well, wait here a minute, okay? My house is pretty close. I'll bring you some barley tea, okay? Leaving the handkerchief on my forehead, Rena took off running. The cries of the Higurashi gently cooled the air. After I was certain that Rena was gone, I picked myself up and headed towards what I discovered earlier. That was a garbage pile of magazines and newspapers bound up in twine. Unless I'm mistaken, I believe it was around here. There it was. They were bound stacks of not so reputable tabloids. They were stacked chronologically, going back quite a few years. It was quite a disturbing incident. It seems they haven't been able to find one of the arms, you see. If it was just as Tomitake-san had said, then undoubtedly there would be mention of the murder. These are troubled times. There's no end to these sickening incidents. There's a large part of society drawn in by these incidents as well. So it had to be recorded. Somewhere. I unfastened the packages and opened the rain-soaked pages carefully, looking over the table of contents. Not here. Next one. Not here. Next one. It was hard to search since I didn't know when it happened. I didn't know who the perpetrator or the victim was either. I only knew it had happened here. I looked up every so often, checking to see if Rena had come back or not. I wouldn't want her to see me gawking at a dirty magazine, but it wasn't just that. Both Rena and Mion said they didn't know. But it had happened, without a doubt. As long as Tomitake-san wasn't lying. And if both Rena and Mion... Ah, yeah, there was. If they had just said that, then I wouldn't have gotten so hung up on it. An incident that neither Rena nor Mion wished to talk about. Trying to uncover it after they tried to conceal it out of good intentions. That made me feel like I was acting against my friends. I still be around just talking with friend on phone? Hell yeah, thanks for being around, Felix. I hope you're having a good conversation. You like these backgrounds? Yeah, he went to a small rural Japanese town and just took pictures there. So yeah, the backgrounds, they're just pictures. Hinamizawa dam worker lynching, murder by dismemberment. Here it is. The featured article was in the back, and it seemed that there was a photograph in the colored pages at the front. The pages of the featured article were stuck together and weren't easy to open. Rena could return at any moment. Feeling rushed, I gave up and opened the photograph page. The police investigators were carrying a body bag, and newspaper reporters were all bathing it in camera flashes. The image was blurry and hard to understand, but I could definitely make out the headlines. A tragic nightmare at the Hinamizawa construction site. Lynching and murder/dismemberment. The victim was the site foreman. He had assaulted his assailants daily with an explosive backlash from his daily actions. It's a horrible image to see the site foreman as... It happened. It really did happen. It seemed the details were on the next page. I turned the page without pausing. On it was... The assailants butchered the victim's body with hatchets and pickaxes, then used an axe to split the cadaver into 6 pieces, the head, arms, legs, and torso. I could understand just from the headline that it was just too terrible an incident. Normally a lynching is just assault and murder, right? Dismemberment with hatchets and pickaxes? That wasn't a lynching. It was a merciless killing to the letter, a brutal murder, done by a group of people, with hatchets, with pickaxes, with an axe. Eeks! Sorry! Did I startle you? Did I startle you? Rena dropped the axe she was holding onto the grass after being startled by my voice. Keiichi-kun, you see, earlier, yeah, you said it would help if you had an axe, didn't you? So then I brought an axe for you, from the shed. Rena fluttered her arms in a panic, continuing to explain and apologize. It seemed I'd been glaring at her pretty intensely. I'm sorry. I guess my reaction was a bit overboard. No, I'm sorry as well. I'm sorry. Night was drawing close. I was pretty worn out and it wouldn't hurt to do the rest tomorrow. Doesn't look like we can break that last beam without an axe. You brought it after all. I'll have to borrow it tomorrow. All right? Okay. Why do you look so glum? Tomorrow we'll be digging out Colonel Sanders, right? You're right. I really want to take Colonel Sanders home soon. We both knew that it was useless to apologize any more than that. I quenched my thirst with the barley tea Rena brought and wiped off the sweat that had now gone cold. We took the path to head home. I felt quite guilty about the tabloid wrapped up in my jacket. And there we go, that should be the end of chapter 3. We'll have a couple tips. October 1975. In accordance with the Prime Minister's Bulletin Number XXX, Hinamizawa's electrical development master plan was announced. The vast scope of the projected Hinamizawa Dam will have an incredibly heavy impact on the village of Hinamizawa. The flooded area caused by the Hinamizawa Dam would include the 5 areas of Hinamizawa: Takatsudo, Kyotsu, Matsumoto, and Yagochi. The submerged area includes 291 houses, population 1,251, 1 elementary school, 1 middle school, 1 post office, 1 agricultural cooperative, 1 forestry department lumberyard, 5 shrines, 2 temples, and 1 fishery. And they just want to put all that underwater. All of these communal, cultural, agricultural areas and places of worship will be indefinitely submerged at the bottom of the artificial lake basin. Forsaking the hundreds of years our ancestors poured their blood and sweat into this fertile, resource-rich land is just too painful to bear. All the residents having homes that were to be submerged banded together and created the Onigafuchi Defense Alliance. The dam project was halted and petitions to alter the plan were circulated. The citizens sought peaceful negotiations, but the government and its puppet company, XXXXX, openly refused. Performing unspeakable, heinous acts, they quashed the democratic actions of the villagers. But the villagers did not falter. Instead, they banded together even more closely and steeled their resolve to protect their homes to the death. The continuation of that frightening Hinamizawa Dam construction project is still stalled as of today. The villagers understand that the stalling was caused by sublime power through unity, and they understand that this fearsome plan has not yet been fully withdrawn. The Onigafuchi Defense Alliance has been dissolved after it did its part, but the feelings of unity it garnered have not yet been extinguished. As long as that passion resides in the hearts of the residents, they'll be able to confront whomever next decides to sink their homes into a lake basin. Onigafuchi Defense Alliance Committee Chairman, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. And dirty magazines. This is the tabloid, I guess, that he got. Nightmare befalls the Hinamizawa Dam, lynching and murder/dismemberment. In X month of X day in XX prefecture at the Hinamizawa Dam construction work site in Shishibone City, a bone-chillingly gruesome murder/dismemberment. Even though this case has shocked the archipelago, the police will give no details on the case. Exactly what happened at the Hinamizawa Dam? They probably didn't mean to kill him at first, but as the victim resisted by swinging around a shovel, the rest of the perpetrators armed themselves in return and it quickly escalated to homicide. So said the aforementioned investigator A. After this bloody tragedy was over, they were left with a body which nobody thought was alive. XX-san had tormented the suspects daily with his rough behavior. At first, it was meant to be payback. All the perpetrators were horrified by their deed, and one even turned himself in to the police. It was the de facto leader of this group, XX, who suggested hiding the body. Reluctantly at first, they soon began to think they did not wish to be caught. The construction site had numerous places to hide the body with 6 people. They were originally supposed to hide the body and leave the area, but the de facto leader feared that the consciences of the other 5 wouldn't be able to bear the burden, and came up with a horrifying method to keep them from turning him in to the police. He devised the heinous method of splitting up the body among them and making each of them responsible for hiding a piece. XX had turned a simple manslaughter into a gruesome dismemberment and forcibly involved each perpetrator in order to create a sense of unity between them. Each one participated. But what does this mean? Person A spoke out reluctantly. XX had ordered each and every one of them to dissect a piece for themselves. They were hesitant at first, but nobody refused. In for a penny, in for a pound was what it meant. Thus, an unimaginable bloody ceremony began. The perpetrators wept and vomited as they performed the gruesome task. There was one person who stubbornly refused, but XX threatened them, saying nothing would change if someone else ended up dead, and he gave up in his objections. Whoa. But XX's plan collapsed in the span of one night. XXX, who had refused to dissect the corpse up until the last moment, had broken down into tears at the hospital where he was being treated for an injury sustained during the scuffle and confessed. The criminals were arrested one after the other, but the de facto leader XX's whereabouts are still unknown. Also, the right arm hidden by XX has yet to be found. Despite an ongoing search, this horrible individual has so far managed to elude law enforcement. What could the police be doing? It appears that XX had said he was going to throw the body's right arm into the marsh. XX's car was discovered abandoned near the marsh, but there were no clues to his whereabouts. XX didn't trust his companions. One cannot deny the possibility that he had expected his companions to confess to the police and used his car as a decoy. Of course, I doubt that theory. Since he has no car, one would expect him to have a limited area to which he would have escaped to. But within the station there were rumors going around that he had accidentally slipped and drowned in the marsh when he went to throw away the body. To the locals, that marsh is believed to be bottomless. It's known as Onigafuchi, the ogre's abyss, and it's said that the bottom of the marsh is connected to the hellish world of demons, the atrocious demon from hell that was XX. Could it be that he had returned to hell through the marsh? The Zijin Dragon, bringer of luck and fortune, prosperous future, ladies leaping into your arms, business success, promotions, ambition, protection from harm. Not just with pachinko and horse races, but business and even love. Guaranteed or your money back. Zijin Dragon Bracelet DX, one piece, 27,800 yen. That's a lot of yen. Yes, Felix. The dancing. That's awesome. Okay, we're going to save. I'm going to play some ads, get some water, because I'm reading a lot. Reading a lot. We're still in the slice of life part, but, you know, as it goes on, it starts getting less slice of life, more horror. Although there's still more slice of life to go. I remember there was a whole fucking game of hide and seek or something that still hasn't happened yet. But it was really long. Okay, I'll be right back. Get some water. Okay. I'm still used to grabbing my controller when I come back from breaks. This game doesn't use controller. Continue. The function of this school as an educational facility is very questionable. Our PE class is exceptionally disorganized. I think this is the hide and seek I was talking about. The only things we do together are the warm-ups at the start. The teacher isn't even there after that. All we do is play together. No helping it. Everybody's a different age or gender. The only rule was that we have to stay on school grounds while exercising. All the little kids were gallivanting about. Well, they certainly are being active. They might be getting plenty of exercise, but the Board of Education probably completely forgot about this school. Sorry to keep you waiting. We're all together now. What shall we do today for physical education? All right, we have all of our members gathered now. Now then, class representative, what shall we do for PE today? What shall we do? Mion harumphed and crossed her arms haughtily, surveying the area. Explosive power and endurance. There are no friends in the world of sports. Everyone is a rival. The only thing you can trust is your own body. What the heck do you mean by that? You really read too much manga, I quipped without missing a beat. And so we'll be taking a lesson from history, the tried and true king of all outdoor melee events. Let's play tag. It was tag. Oh yeah, it was zombie tag. Yes, I've read the first 8 chapters of this and we're on chapter 4 now. So I remember some stuff. The zombie tag. It's quite the adorable choice to make after playing it up so much. Just what I was hoping for. That dunderhead Keiichi-san shall be the first one to be it. I won't be beaten. I'll try my best too, you can't beat me. Why are you guys all so into it? The third rule of our society, you must partake in the game, enjoying it without question. Then this counts as a club activity? Everyone smirked at each other. Everything counts as a club activity. They all seemed pretty confident. I'm a man. Physically, I should be able to keep up with any girls my own age. Regardless, Mion and Satoko looked like they were aiming for victory, and Rena was looking at me as if pitying my disadvantage. Fine. Tag. I'm in! My yell echoed across the school grounds. These were the rules. Anyone who was able to evade being tagged before the bell was a winner. But we didn't switch who was it. The ones who were tagged by it also became it, so the number of people who were it could increase exponentially. The end game would become a hellish siege. They call the version we're playing here zombie tag, you see. I see. Anyone infected by a zombie turns into a zombie. I'm pretty sure that this game of tag, in the anime, which I did watch the whole thing, they added an extra arc at the beginning of season 2 of the anime. They did 2 seasons for the whole story. And I'm pretty sure they put this game in that arc. So it did end up in the anime, but it wasn't until season 2. And in the visual novel, it's one of the first things that happens. They did the card game in the show at the right time, but then they moved on. They skipped this part completely. Why do you make it sound so scary, I wonder? As soon as I catch Rena, I'm going to tear out her entrails while she's still alive. Gross, Keiichi-kun, that's gross. Rika-chan placed her hand on Rena's head as she panicked. Don't worry, before Keiichi gobbles you down, I'll eat you up gently. That's not reassuring. Rika, that isn't comforting at all. Both Mion and I nodded deeply. So, the first it. How do you decide who's the zombie? With rock, paper, scissors? Well, it is class time after all. Let's decide by answering questions. I'll ask the questions, and the one who isn't able to answer is the zombie. That means you can't be the zombie. I have no idea which grade level they're coming from. What does the Japanese word Roku mean? Oh, that's the TV. The TV, it's a Roku TV. I was bewildered by the sudden question. Mion repeated it. So you need to answer. What's Roku in English? Oh, it's 6. I guess, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ichi, ni, san, yeah, Roku. Yeah. Kutsi Shida, no fucking clue. Socks. Here, we're getting our Japanese lesson here. Kutsi Shida is socks. What's the third last letter in the alphabet? X. What does seibetsu mean? Of course I know what that is. What is it then? Satoko cut herself off before finishing the answer. I see, it's quite a lewd question. You're an adult, aren't you? Of course you know what it is, right? I have no clue what it is. I certainly do. Of course I know. Then go ahead and say it. That, you know, that. What does that mean exactly? How Satoko looks like she's in trouble. How cute. Don't take her home. It's a crime. If I didn't nip it in the bud, she really might have tried to take her home. Mion's pursuit was relentless, making Satoko stammer. Now then, go ahead and say it, nice and loudly. What does that mean? I do know. Say. That means a person, thing, idea, action, or event which has been previously indicated in context. Huh? Ah. All of us were a bit surprised by Rika-chan's unexpected answer. I see. Well, it certainly is what that means. That could have been awkward. I wonder what I would have done in Satoko's position. I'd probably get ticked off and just blurt out you-know-what at the top of my lungs. I wouldn't want you as an enemy, Mion Sonozaki. Thank goodness you were born a girl. If you were a boy, you'd probably be a perverted asshole. It appears I have no choice. Unfortunately, I, Satoko Hojo, shall assume the role of the zombie. I shall eat everyone. Seems like she's raring to go. All I must do is count to 100, correct? Some jerks skip numbers while counting to 100, so you can start chasing after you solve this problem. Well, Keiichi-kun, give her a simple one, okay? 1/5 of the cake, 1/6 of a cake, and 1/7 of a cake are all on a plate. Oh no, there are no common denominators? Satoko grabbed a stick in a panic and began drawing a cake in fractions on the ground. If Satoko, who can eat one cake in 60 seconds, eats all of them, how many cakes are left on the plate? 0. Just as I finished giving the word problem, Mion shouted, "Ready, go!" On Mion's signal, everyone but Satoko scattered. Keiichi-kun, that wasn't a problem at all, was it? Satoko had already lost the moment she started working it out. She's eating it all, so of course there's nothing left on the plate. Everyone dashed off in a direction they thought was best. Knowing the lay of the land, they probably headed right to the best spots. It was obvious I was at a disadvantage. At a time like this, it would have been more effective to go along with those trained in survival skills. Like Mion, for example. The fact that I didn't realize it at the start of the game probably hurt my chances. Glancing back over the school grounds, I saw Satoko just rising up to start. She was really, really mad. She got tripped up on such a dumb question. That's okay, she leaves all those traps all over the place. I stood at one corner of the school. I had clear sight lines in 2 directions and would probably have a good response time if any zombies started closing in. For the time being, I caught my breath and focused on what I was trained to think during club activities yesterday. Now think calmly, Keiichi Maibara. If I was it, what would I do? Increasing my numbers would be the shortcut to victory. Then, going after the weakest player first is the obvious plan of attack. Meaning, me! Now then, where could Keiichi-san possibly be? I shan't let you escape. But of course, what would be the best method to track me down? Footprints or smell or maybe some type of trail. If I could craftily hide my tracks, then there would be no trail for Satoko to follow. But I was no detective. Would I even be able to do that kind of thing in an amateur game like this? Tomita Okamura, have you seen Keiichi-san recently? What the heck? Do zombies hunt their prey by asking nicely where they went? Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun pointed to the location where I was hiding. After confirming she was headed in this direction, I abandoned my position. It wasn't easy to hide myself with all those little kids running around as they pleased. It was becoming even more obvious that I was at a disadvantage from not being familiar with these surroundings. If that's how it was going to be, then to confront this intelligence-gathering zombie, I'd just counter it in a similar vein. I approached some girls playing with a ball. I'm sorry, but could you relay this message? Tell Satoko Hojo that her parents are at the gate, please. I'm pretty sure her parents are dead. What? I don't think Keiichi knows that. Message. Okay. I stopped the girls as they turned to run off. Wait, don't go yet. Also, take this one to Mion Sonozaki. Tell her the teacher is calling her to the gate. I'm quite the schemer if I do say so myself. If things went well, then Satoko and Mion would run into each other at the gate. It would put me at a disadvantage if more people were it, but this was Mion we were talking about. She'd figure out a way to escape. but that was just fine, as long as it brought me more time. Wahaha! Dance for me, Mion and Satoko, in the palm of my hand! Having my fill of playing the con man, I looked for a place to hide. If you think about it logically, I'd only bought myself a scant amount of time, and it might even come back to bite me. Once it became apparent I'd started spreading false information through messengers, I could end up being the recipient of one of those messages. Satoko would probably ask the messengers to help her look for me. That would mean there would be more zombies than participants in the game. The virus that was brought about by my mischief could cause an epidemic. All my classmates would transform into zombies and would only be searching for me. This tactic might backfire horribly. While trembling at the thought of the impending dawn of the dead, I began searching for a safe house. I found a shed by the incinerator behind the school. After climbing up to the roof, I held my breath. It wasn't a bad place to hold out. Not only did I have a good line of sight, but if necessary, I could jump off in 3 different directions to escape. It was getting rowdy down there. The lower grades were running around below the shed. Maibara-san isn't around. Is he over there? Nope. Where's Keiichi-san, I wonder? His dad is at the front gate. Everybody's at the front gate. That was definitely a lie. Imagine if it's not a lie. His dad's waiting at the front gate. The word gate, the same one I'd used, gave a hint of revenge. So Mion was behind this. I was still keeping one step ahead of the game. I felt bad for my underclassmen, but they'd have to search until the school bell. Hey, do you know where Keiichi-san is at? His mom suddenly got really sick. A message for my Maibara-san. They said his house caught fire and he needs to come to the gate. A jumbo jet fell on top of the Maibara residence. The police have come to question him. Anything goes now. Oh my goodness. They say he enjoys peeping into bathrooms. What? Is it true that he's going around every night stealing panties? Who were they talking about? I heard he wears panties on his head and smells them and stuff. No way I would do that, so they're spreading crazy lies. I heard that class representative Mion was a victim too. What? God! This was your doing, Mion! Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. This is Mion's battle tactic to flush me out. Just hold on. If my underclassmen thought about it logically, they would know it's all nonsense. But small kids don't think about things logically. To them, all of those things were true, so they all chuckled together while looking for me. I win, Mion. It's my victory. Wiping unrelenting tears away, I felt intoxicated by my own victory. Did you hear? I heard that the new transfer student, Maibara-san, is a really perverted person. The cost of beating Mion had too high a price. Ah! Oh, someone passed below. That's Rina and Rika-chan. Ha ha! Rika-chan, you're still okay? I'm getting by somehow. Ha ha! It seems Mi-chan is it as well, so Mion got caught? Mion? It couldn't be. She'd become it because of my little strategy? This confirmed that Mion was behind this relentless message war. Then, this wasn't good. We finally got away from Mi-chan, but Satoko-chan, Satoko is searching around the pipes, so we should be safe here for a while. Upon hearing that, I breathed a sigh of relief. While Rena was slumped on the ground breathing heavily, Rika-chan had started creeping up to her. Rika's it. Rika-chan doesn't normally make noise when she walks, but it's strange. It couldn't be. Whoa, Rika-chan! What is it? What is it? Oh! Don't worry. I'd never seen Rika-chan smile so creepily before. Why are you coming closer? Why? Rika-chan isn't a zombie, is she? Don't be scared. I'll be sure to eat you gently. No way! Rika-chan, no! Eek! Rena was pressed against the wall and Rika-chan lurched forward with both arms out, just like a zombie. Rena quaked with her back pushed up against the wall. It was quite a surreal scene of horror, like one of those zombie breakout videos you'd see. At that moment, Rena's eyes met mine. Keiichi-kun, save me! Zombie Rika-chan turned 180 degrees, exorcist style, and glared at me. found him! I see Kei-chan! Mion popped out from behind the cinder block wall around the garbage dump, also seeing where I was. I bet you Mion isn't even really it, and she's just pretending. My position was only advantageous when there was one zombie. Being surrounded was not as good. You said you located Keiichi-san? I could tell that Satoko was rushing my way. It seemed that Rika-chan had let Rena escape, and now she was baring her fangs in my direction. Oh, come on down, Kei-chan. The three zombies circled the shed, moaning curses. You guys are scary, too scary. I wonder how Keiichi-san's guts taste. Keiichi-san! Keiichi, I want you to become one of us. Someone please save me! I saw Rena apologizing to me from across the schoolyard. An apology? Sorry? Leaving me for dead? Rena! I leapt off the roof out of fear, slipping as I landed. Satoko and Rika jumped on top of me, and after straddling me, they tickled me all over my body. Stop! So they're all zombies now, except I think Mion isn't. But she's pretending, and Rena. So this means Rena is still left. There isn't much time until the bell. Damn you, Rena. How dare you leave me for dead? The feelings of a zombie. I understood how vengeful ghosts with lingering regrets felt. It's sad, so sad, but Keiichi is one of us now. It felt like I'd been bitten by a vampire and was now one of their thralls. It was a strange feeling, being welcomed over to the side that had pursued me. Zombie tag is quite profound. This is no time to postulate. We must capture Rena. The principal is walking down the hall. The bell will ring soon. To devour Rena, I, who had been turned into a demon of vengeance, needed to use any means necessary. Except I wasn't just a zombie. I was a master of the night, a vampire. Using the same trick that had tightened the noose around my own neck, I used my classmates to further my evil designs. I gathered up the lower grades from around the school grounds. Everyone listen! Rena's in big trouble! All of you please look for Rena! It's a bigger problem than the jumbo jet crashing into your family's house? Oh yeah, it had turned into that, hadn't it? Mion whistled nonchalantly, trying to avoid the flame. Yeah, it's not even in the same league as jumbo jets. What fell on Rena's house was a space colony! Space colony? Yeah, it's a really big disaster. Everything in a 100-kilometer radius was obliterated. But that's only the prelude to this tragic tale. This is the beginning, the start of a war for independence by the propagandapality of Zeon. Propagandapality, that's a good word. The lower grades were dumbfounded, their eyes like saucers at the grand turn of events. What will happen? Will the Terran Federation lose? If things go on like this, they will. Only one person can defeat the Red Comet. That person is Rena Ryugu. The lower grade students all gulped. It seemed I made them fully understand that the fight for Earth was lost without Rena. Now, scatter, comrades, we must find Rena! My comrades in the lower grades let out an enthusiastic cheer and dashed off in various directions around the school grounds. There was still one person who hadn't gone. But I thought even the Terran Federation's impulse wave diffusal cannon didn't work on the Comet Empire. You're close, that's the white variety of those comets. The reason it didn't work was because they didn't know the weak point. Of course, Rena knows their weak point all too well. Ryugu-san is amazing. Satisfied with that, he also rushed off to look for Rena. It does seem like there are some promising up-and-comers amongst the youngsters. Little Kei-chan's abilities. This old man knows them better now. It didn't really feel like she was complimenting me, but whatever. Really though, how exceptional Keiichi-san. This looks quite promising. If we have this many, we can win. With this many, we will win. I was thinking that Keiichi would have been a better nominee for the initial zombie. Rika-chan's words stung a bit, but I'd let it slide for now. Oh, goodness. Not even Rena would be able to escape the entire class. As a result of everyone's thorough search, Rena was finally cornered in the back of the sports equipment shed. You're all scary! Keiichi-kun too was so scary! It probably was scary being chased around by the entire student body. All the lower grades closed in on Rena, saying she was the only one who could save the world. What are you all saying? I can't control a mech? Rena, how could you leave me for dead? Are you ready to pay for it? I'm sorry about that, Keiichi-kun, but I didn't have a choice. Do not resist. Let yourself be devoured. Let's all be together. Now, Rena, say your prayers. Rena had stumbled onto a mat, trembling with tears in her eyes. I closed in. Associating this situation with a similar, particularly immoral one made my pulse quicken just a little bit. Satoko and Rika-chan were both wiggling their fingers. They probably wanted to tickle Rena. Rena, wanting no part of what she knew was about to happen, went stiff with fear. Keiichi-kun, you wouldn't do mean things like everyone else, would you? Would you? I wonder. How? Now then, are you ready? Okay, so long as it's Keiichi-kun. The face she made as she resigned herself to her fate made my heart skip a beat. I believe that Keiichi-kun won't do horrible things to me. Body won't move. It had to be some sort of anti-zombie mantra. The second my sense of reason chimed in, the beast inside me died instantly. There was the bell. Game over. So Rena and me own one, I believe. If it doesn't turn out that me own one, too, then I'll be surprised. I did it! I survived! Yay! Yay! Rena pranced around merrily as if a curse had been broken. So daylight broke in the nick of time and the evil zombie army disintegrated into dust. And so the heroine survived. Well, that's how it goes in the movies anyway. What are you postulating about? This is all because Keiichi-san was dawdling about. Punishment is required. I was subdued by Satoko and Riku-chan, and once again sentenced to death by 100 tickles. Forgive me. Then the award for surviving goes to Rena Ryugu and Mio Sonozaki. Yay! Huh? Mi-chan wasn't a zombie? Only pretended to be one. They say you need to deceive your allies before you can deceive the enemy, you know? Oh, Mio, you little... Yeah, hurry up and change, alright? Don't be late for the next class. Let go of me, Satoko, Rika-chan. Gwa! Having had my fill of being terrified to my very core by club activities, I solemnly swore I would have Mion crying for mercy next time. And there we go. I think that's the last big game. I don't know. If another one starts up, then I'll know immediately, but I think that's the last, big game. I think we're going to get more into the murder stuff. I love how intense they make these, class games in this. After arriving home, I quickly made preparations to head out once again. I had agreed to meet with Rena to dig Colonel Sanders out of that mountain of treasure from before. Mom, do we have work gloves? I need towels too. Aren't they in the shed out back? The towels are by the sink. All right, now I was all ready. Looking at me, my mom stared quizzically. What's going on, Keiichi? Where are you headed to in that getup? If they come to dump again illegally, he'll be buried completely and it'll be impossible to dig him out. And if that happens, Rena will undoubtedly go after the Colonel Sanders in front of the fried chicken place in town. A bit of excavating, so my classmate doesn't become a criminal. Well, don't be out too late. Mom returned to the kitchen with a puzzled expression still on her face. Cutting through the woods as a shortcut to the dam site, I ran into someone. Hey, you can tell me about, the murders. It was Tomitake-san, probably taking pictures of wild birds again with that precious camera of his. Could it be that all he took pictures of was handsome young men in twilight? Hey, long time no see, Keiichi-kun, right? My due regards. I expelled the rude imagery from my head and greeted him without deciding anything. By the way, was that girl an acquaintance of yours? It was probably talking about Rena, guessing by the way Tomitake-san was shaken up. What was that all about? She was walking around with an axe, and she was laughing with a huge smile across her face. That was Rena, without a doubt. It was probably because she could take it home today, so she couldn't hide her excitement. I hid myself because I thought it might be dangerous. Should I call the cops to be safe? Well, it certainly would be quite the spectacle for a girl of her age to be roaming around with an axe. Tomitake-san's reaction was the epitome of logical. It's fine, it's fine. Just leave her be. She's just wandering around looking for more victims. Tomitake-san was alarmed by my crass response. Well, it's probably hard for normal people to understand, Rena. I'll just toss a bunch of BS out there. If you were to be killed out there, she'd probably be the one to do it. Try not to snoop too much around here. With a condescending smirk, I started off in the direction of the dam site where Rena was waiting. Before I got too far, Tomitake-san abruptly called out to me. Keiichi-kun, is that meant to be a warning for an outsider like me? I didn't mean that seriously. I did try to make it obvious, but... I'll try my best to be careful. And he didn't even ask him about the murders? Leaving only those words behind, Tomitake-san turned around and left. I didn't really mean to call him an outsider. I wasn't really implying anything when I said that. It was only meant to be a joke, but it felt like I'd said something bad. Be good. I was waiting for you. Let's try our best today. I understand what Tomitake-san was trying to say. Somebody gallivanting about while waving an axe around certainly would seem dangerous. You should cover the axe with something when you have it in public. It's not good to carry it around out in the open like that. Seems that I lost it, so there isn't one. Thinking about it, there really was no need to try to keep up appearances. Everyone in Hinamizawa probably already knew about Rena's eccentricities. She's probably the only person who could carry an axe around Hinamizawa and not be considered suspicious. Well, let's finish this today. If we bust through this last beam, we should be able to pull him out. I've got everything I need, leave it to me. Okay! I took the axe from Rena and made my way up the unstable slope. Also, I remember in the anime, they never ended up getting the Colonel Sanders doll, but I'm pretty sure they do get it here. Just wait, Colonel Sanders. Keiichi-kun will save you. Alright, get back. I'll finish this in one go! A solid thwack rang out through Hinamizawa, as if the job was being done by a lumberjack. How is it? Think you can do it? If it looks too hard, you don't have to strain yourself. If I can break through this, then we'll be good. I have plenty of power today. I can do it! But this adversary was more formidable than I expected. First of all, I'd never used an axe before. During a school camping trip, I had wanted to split the wood, but I lost to rock, paper, scissors and wasn't able to do it. Because the spot where I was standing was so unstable, I soon became tired. I decided to take a break. Rena had already spread out a tarp and laid down some tea and sweets. I'm fine, I'm almost there. I'll make sure Rena can give Colonel Sanders a good night kiss tonight. Yeah, thanks. Giving Colonel Sanders a good night kiss. How? Come to think of it, Rena, you're a transfer student too, right? Where did you live before? I asked her nonchalantly while drinking tea. I thought she lived here all her life. In Kanto. It wasn't as rural as it is out here, but it was still out in the countryside. Why did you move here? To Hinamizawa, I mean. You know, this is pretty far out in the boonies. Why did you move here? Does it have to do with your dad's work? Dad said he wanted to move out to a studio. He'd been saying for a while that somewhere deep in the mountains like this would be perfect. Studio? Is your father an artist or something? He paints scenery. Seems that twice a year he opens a gallery for the stuff he does. When he started, his works were displayed in an industry plaza in Tokyo, but now they're exhibited in the Makuhari Messe. He's determined to have them displayed in the Waterfront International Exhibition Hall. That's amazing! Let me see them next time! I was too embarrassed to tell her that I didn't really know what kind of pictures my father painted. Well, eventually I would. I picked myself up while giving some vague answers. But you transferred in the middle of the semester, didn't you? Wasn't that a hassle? No, really? I was getting bored of the city anyway. I was trying to get answers from Rena, but I ended up being the one giving out all the answers. With a bit of a wry smile on my face, I grabbed the handle of the axe and headed back to worksite. And here we go. Getting Colonel Sanders. The air grew colder as the sun slowly set. The Higurashi began their song as if to tell me to stop and head home for the day. Just a bit more. Today, I would end it. When I first started, I chatted with Rena as I worked, but now I didn't have that luxury. Booyah! You whittled. Damn it! I'd swung the axe countless times today, just like this. Contact, shards of wood splintered. The assailants butchered the victim's body with hatchets and pickaxes. I recalled that passage from the tabloid. One hit with something like this would smash someone's head in. Axes and pickaxes are not meant to be swung at people. Ever. With one last swing, the beam cracked apart. The weight I put behind the axe not only split through the beam, but smashed the statue's shoulder as well. I guess you went too hard on that. The arm came off with a sickening sound. It clattered down noisily, stopping at my feet. And also the arm from the murder was never found. And now Colonel Sanders lost his arm. What's the matter? Are you hurt? Sorry. The figure's arm. I broke it off. Oh, that's all? I thought Keiichi-kun hurt himself. I probably had a really guilty look on my face. Rena said that without a hint of dismay as she smiled. We just need to tape it back on and put a coat over him. Nobody will even notice. I see. Let's pull him out then. Can you get that side? Okay. Seems they haven't been able to find one of the arms, you see. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I laughed dryly at how pathetic I was for considering the arm flopping down and rolling to my feet to be such a bad omen. Both Rena and Mio knew how sickening that incident was, so they pretended that they didn't know. I looked it up all by myself, and shamefully enough, I was scared. You're pathetic, Keiichi Maibara. All right, Rena, let's do this in one go. Ready, and... Whoa, we did it, Keiichi-kun! Yay! The right time to give it 3 cheers, that moment of 2 days of work bearing fruit. He who was brought to Hinamizawa covered in filth to meet his end. Instead, we were able to welcome him back. You're pretty lucky, Colonel Sanders. Your new master is a pretty decent person. Why, Colonel Sanders, he really is cute. It didn't matter that he was dirty. Rena nuzzled him cheerfully with her cheek. I was dead tired, but seeing Rena's happy face made it all worth it. I'll help you carry it back. It'd be bad if it gets dark. Yeah, right. I really want to thank you, Keiichi-kun. I won't forget this. Think real hard about what you'll do to repay me, okay? Whoa, I wonder what kind of repayment. I wonder. For now, I just hold back my evil cackle. We were ready to take it to her house, but we couldn't go like this. We rolled the statue up in the tarp and lifted him. And so Jack and Jill went down the hill, carrying a human-sized bag and an unsheathed axe. Hey! How are you doing, Maria the Owl? We are, we're reading a book. We're reading Higurashi. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's written by the same guy who wrote Silent Hill F. And I put in the tags for Silent Hill F when I play that. I put this game in the tags, and that was getting, that tag was getting like hundreds of views, I guess. Never heard of it, but you're here for it? Hell yeah! You're getting into the part where it's starting to get more intense. Basically, it starts as a slice of life thing, and it slowly becomes more horror as it goes on. And if you know Doki Doki Literature Club, this was one of the big inspirations for Doki Doki. Carrying a human-sized bag and an unsheathed axe. I prayed that we wouldn't run into Tomitake-san. Oh yes, Tomitake-san, he was already scared of Rena because she was carrying the axe. So seeing us carrying a body around with a missing arm, even though it's just a Colonel Sanders doll, Colonel Sanders from KFC, If he saw us here and took a picture, we'll need to get rid of him. LOL. Was that meant to be a warning for an outsider like me? That LOL must have been a translation thing for this specific version, because this originally came out in like the early 2000s. But I'm pretty sure this localization came out like just a couple years ago. Something struck me as odd about the words Tomitake-san. Unable to grasp my sense of humor had left behind. Oh, is that it? Okay, that's the end of chapter 4. That one wasn't as ominous as the end of the last chapter. We've received one new tip. What kind of name is Rena? Yeah, they said that Rena was a weird name. I don't understand why it's weird, but it's probably got something to do with Japanese language. Rena's not here. Do you know where she is, Keiichi? Huh? She was just there, actually. Hey, Mio, where did Rena go? Rena, didn't she go to the bathroom? She did say that she's been having bowel troubles lately. I hadn't heard anything. Well, why would she say that? Oh my god. Why would she say that to you? Satoko, do you know where Rena went? Rena, you say? I just passed her in the hallway. Rena has class duties today, so she's off to water the flower bed. Ah, it was Rena's turn for class duty. That's very much appreciated. Rena, Rena, Rena. Upon hearing it repeated, a thought came to my head. It's rude to say this about someone's name, but it was a weird name. It was like some foreigner's name. What kind of name is Rena, I wonder? What kind of kanji does her name use? Rena is her nickname. She has a proper name as well. What? Really? I was sure that Rena Ryugu was her full name. Well, I can understand you making that mistake since we only call her Rena. She even signs her name as Rena. It's like it's her real name in school. I wonder what her real name is. Let's ask her when she comes back. Satoko and Rika-chan looked at each other. You don't need to ask her. We'll tell you what it is. It's the Rei from Ore and the Na from Nara. Her real name is Reina Ryugu. Reina, is it? So it's read out as Rena instead of Reina. That's a pretty interesting reading. No, that's not it. Reina is the correct way. Rena told us that she wanted us to call her Rena, so we call her Rena. Kei-chan, Rena is Rena, you know? Only strangers call her Reina. You get where this is going? I understood what Mion was saying. It didn't matter what her real name was, only what names we used between us. Rena Ryugu is Rena. She's nobody other than that. So I was thinking, if I had a nickname, would you call me by that? What nickname would Keiichi go by? If it's good, so what do you want to be called? Con Man. No. No. We're not calling you Con Man. Rena then came back into the classroom. One of the juniors near the door told Rena people were looking for her. What's this now? Who is looking for me, I wonder? Seeing that, both Mion and I sneered. Bailiff, Ryugu doth show herself. Con Man, you're quite sinister. Ha ha ha. What is this? Keiichi-kun and Mi-chan are evil bailiffs? A con man? Damn you, Rena no Suke Ryugu. Today doth be when thou meetest thy maker. Have at thee. Wow, Suke-san, Kaku-san, show them what for. What is she even talking about? Aye, sir. I expect my fee to be paid to my Swiss bank account. Yes, that's where you send all of the illegal payments. Since it's come to this, we have no choice. We'll just have a grand battle with 5 people. Oh god. Rena's fierce punches exploded in the proper timing to take out the seal. The evil that was Mion and myself was vanquished in the end. I do hope that Rena does go on a journey to make the world a better place. How about heading to Nagatacho? My destination is decided by where the cute stuff gathers. The toll of the bell signaled the break time was over. Come on, Keiichi-kun, Mi-chan, the teacher's coming! I took Rena's hand and stood up. It was just as the teacher had entered the classroom. Just one more hour. Man, oh man, got to buckle down for one more. You see, Maria, it's got like a lot of slice of life stuff. Like stuff like that. That's how it always is at the start, and then horror stuff slowly takes over, and then it becomes one of the scariest things I've ever read in my life. But all about the cute stuff. Okay, so I'm gonna play some ads, get some water, because reading this makes my throat a little sore. So I'll get some water. I'm gonna do this at the end of every chapter, no matter how long the chapter is. And we're gonna see how far we can get tonight. I hope I can read the whole thing. We'll see though. So I'll get some water now. I'll be right back. John? So, you went to Renaissance House. Wasn't it amazing? It's nothing like that, right? Right? Unlike my house, the Ryugu residence wasn't newly constructed. It had been renovated from a pre-existing building. Well, the house itself was fine. The problem was the yard. There, it was crammed with rows upon rows of oddities. They were all the same as the Colonel Sanders, stuff you'd see while walking around in town. The cake shop's mascot, Lil Licky, the Totalmon in front of the pharmacy. She even had the amazing flying elephant from the top of the department store. So she just goes around taking stuff from all of the stores that she thinks cute. I'll agree with you that those are cute, but why the mailbox? Won't she get in trouble for that one? But, oh, so cute. She must have just thought about it because her face filled with delight. So it's the bigger the better, just as long as it's big. And her room displays the smaller ones. I had a chance to see them before. And cute kids like Rika-chan are locked away in the basement? Yep, I'll keep anything. How cute! So she takes anything she likes back to her nest. No ill will intended. She's, what's the word? A kleptomaniac, I believe. Is that not what that is? Kleptomaniac? She really, she's been practicing her kleptomancy skills. Hey, Brenna, you know about the Statue of Liberty in New York, right? Is that cute? Yeah, cute! How? I want it! The US should probably come up with some countermeasures ASAP. If not, the Statue of Liberty really will take a trip to Hinamizawa in the not-so-distant future. Oh no. Yes. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Rika-chan had returned. No fun being called to the staff room. Did you do something? How rude. Rika isn't a hoodlum like Keiichi-san. Nothing like that, Keiichi-kun. Rika-chan is a member of the festival committee. Festival? The school cultural festival or something? Kei-chan, I already told you, it's the village festival. The Watanagashi. Oh, come to think of it, she did say there'd be a festival at the shrine during the next break. Yeah, but she said that like 3 chapters ago. Who's gonna remember that? So what's this Watanagashi thing about? Is it like a floating lantern festival? I guess the last part where you set things adrift in a river is similar. Except we use cotton things like old worn-out futons and padded cloaks. It's a festival expressing thanks for their years of service. The people living in Hinamizawa dump their futons and padded cloaks in a stream? It sounds like it'd be a lot of trouble if it backed up the current. Maybe they should just drop some fish in and have a fish wrangling competition. Skewer them and sprinkle a little salt. Oh man, I could smell it already. That's just summer camp. I never anticipated how destitute Keiichi-san's imaginative capabilities would actually be. What? How could you tell I was thinking something silly? Yeah, he didn't even say that out loud. She's a mind reader. Oh my goodness. It was written all over your face. What sort of face could have expressed what I'd imagined just now? Rena demonstrated for me. I see. No argument here. It's nothing fun like that, you see, but you should still look forward to it. Let's all go together. I'll come get you that day. I don't really feel like going to festivals unless someone asks me to. I wouldn't get bored if these guys were going. Yes. The festival is kind of the big turning point where it changes genre. You won't get bored. We're doing it again this year. Mion's proclamation came as she looked at each member in turn. What was this all about? From the way Mion looked, it was probably our club's summer tradition, the Watanagashi 4-demon firefight. That sounds awful. What kind of name is that? I think it's a cute name, though. I tried to object sharply, but since Rena looked happy about it, I decided it was pointless to fight it. Since Keiichi is here this year, it becomes 5 demons. Rika-chan made a small correction in light of my presence. So, how does this funky-sounding club activity tie into the festival? Oh ho ho! This is where you exhibit the skills you've nurtured through your daily club activities. Exactly. We show the full extent of the abilities that the best of the best have obtained through our daily trials and tribulations. But last year the mayor got angry, so we need to make sure not to cause any problems this time. Oh god, the mayor got angry? What did you guys do? So basically we're doing club activities while checking out the stalls. Rika-chan is the only one who explains things, so they make sense. I see, so we'll be exhibiting on those busy festival grounds. Rena was right, of course, that would be a reason for the mayor to get angry. But it's lots of fun! That was the only point I did not doubt. It would be, without question, fun. The day of the festival was drawing near. Well, putting that aside for now, let's start our club activities today. Any objections? Do we get another game? Nay! Our voices rang out in unison. When there's lots of people, card games really are the easiest to play. This really is the most basic of table games. Playing with the marked deck again? We'll use a new one today. There are no marks on the cards, so we're on equal footing. I wonder if that really is the case. I will have to inspect them. Well, that was fair. Just to be safe, everyone check the cards. Yes, these seem to be fine. Are you all satisfied? Then today, I guess, we'll play President. President! That's good for 5. I kind of know President. Another standard card game. First one to get rid of all their cards wins. Basic rules, play a better card than the one before. You can play as straights and pairs. There are various techniques that improve the game, like reversals. But because it's such a well-known game, there are lots of house rules for it as well. The name, for example. In my hometown, we called it Millionaire. Yes, I remember some places call it, because there's different, things you can be in the game. Millionaire would be the top thing. Same with, what do they call it here? I don't fucking know. But I remember it being called Janitor. And also asshole, like the bottom ones. I remember it has so many different names. I'd like to go over some details. Are the jokers wild? Can you make a reversal with 3 3s? No jokers. 2 is the highest. You can reverse a reversal. You can only make a reversal with 4 of a kind, not 3. Okay. Also, you know how the peasant sends a good card to the president? None of that. Yes, I remember that, yes. So they call it a peasant. They call the bottom one peasant. Okay. While I was confirming the familiar rules, Satoko looked over at me cautiously. I probably should have tried to look like more of an amateur. I was pretty used to this game. It's President, and it's with a new deck. Today, I might be able to win. I had the gist of the rules now, but that wasn't everything, was it? So what shall today's penalty be? About that, why don't we all write something down on slips of paper and have the loser draw one? Oh, that seemed like it could be interesting. Oh, I'll write a nasty one and have Keiichi-san draw it. Oh yeah, so they have to play to win, and whoever loses has to do a punishment. So I guess they're writing the punishments, putting them in a hat. It would be awful if you wrote a bad one and drew it yourself. Just don't lose. Don't you know best? Yeah, write a bad one and don't lose. Then you don't have to worry about it. Mion handed out several slips of paper to everybody. Then write down whatever and put it in this bag. When you lose, stick your hand inside and pick one out. Now then, what would be a good penalty? Worst case scenario, you draw what you wrote. Something too intense would be like digging your own grave. Yeah, that would be too intense. What are you talking about, digging your own grave? No penalty. Let's forbid that kind of idea from being written down. Oh. Rika-chan's casual suggestion caused Mion-san to lurch to a sudden halt. Ah, that's so sneaky, Mion. She wrote no penalty and the corner of the slip is folded. Oh, so in case she lost, she could just get no penalty. I see. Just in case you lost, you grab the note with the folded corner and you'd be safe. That was a good idea. Diabolical as ever, Mion. Rika-chan is quite formidable too, being able to see through that. I couldn't underestimate her even though she doesn't stand out. Everyone, don't write penalties that are too mean, okay? Nobody agreed to Rena's proposal. Everyone was ruthless. It's fine, Rena, just don't lose. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I'll try hard so everyone has to pick the penalty I write. Rena was quite brutal even though she usually appeared meek. Better not underestimate her either. I agree with that. I'm very curious what Rena's penalty is in particular. Everybody's penalties are scary. I still didn't know what Rika-chan's penalties would be like. Basically, you can't afford to lose this game. Everybody here ready? We all nodded determinedly. Having confirmed that, Mion dealt out the cards. Finally, the battle begins. Here we go. This is they really make it epic when they play a card game. And they have like the intense music going. I had a decent starting hand. Card after card was played in the middle, not needing Mion to tell them. Both Rika-chan and Satoko played their cards without hesitation. Rena and I were the only ones who paused to think. It seemed that Rena genuinely couldn't make up her mind, but I was different. I was like a shark stalking its prey, just waiting for the right time to strike. Huh? Will this work? Then I'll play this 3 and I'm out. 9. Nobody? 8? 7? I'm out. 5 and 5, I'm out. Then I'll discard this last one and I'm out. Does that mean Mion? Mion lost? It's usually they play multiple rounds though. Bah, I missed my chance. The loser of the first round was, of all people, Mion. And now I was certain. Today, I could win. Now then. So usually the way they did it before was like the loser gets like 5 points, and then the one who was in second last gets 4, and then 3, 2, 1, and whoever has the least amount of points is the winner, and whoever has the most amount of points is the loser. Now then, Mi-chan, pull out one of the slips. But I guess they're just pulling out a slip for every loser. Oh god. So they're gonna do all 5 punishments. Okay. Mion, accepting her defeat, scrounged around inside the bag and pulled out one piece of paper. What? Who did this? Who wrote this? Mion quivered and shrieked. What is it? What is it? How? Rena was also surprised when she peeked at it. What kind of terrible thing was written on it? At the principal on the head? What? Hey, wait. How is this bad? What do you mean, how is this bad? Why would you go... Here's Keiichi petting his principal's head every day. Don't you think that would be weird, going up to him and patting him on the head? Keiichi-san, do you not understand? The principal is balding and ashamed, and that too, I guess. Satoko yelled with a serious look on her face, but she wasn't as loud as Mion shrieked. What could it be? The principal is a martial arts master. He boasts about traveling around the world, perfecting his skills when he was younger. He switched to teaching after seeing the poor state of education in Japan after the war. He was inhuman. Pet that guy's head? As a club president, there's no way I could set a bad example by refusing. Woo! Ooh, yeah! She bellowed out a yell as she dashed off down the hallway. Wouldn't it have been easier to sneak out quietly and try to do it without making a fuss? Probably impossible. They say he used to hunt sea slugs just by sensing their presence. I could do nothing but wait with bated breath. Pow! A rumble shook the classroom. That's the principal's aerial opener. Oh my god. Boom, pow, whap, zing, kaboom! Following the launcher with a jab, strong, fierce combo. Okay, so this game's set in the 80s, and back then it was okay to hit students, I guess. He's even using meter. You gotta look at this as a product of its time. From how it sounded, the principal's jumping fierce sounds like a multi-hit combo. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Nothing I could do now except stay calm. I understood now why there were no delinquents at this school. After a few moments of silence, Mion slumped back to us. Petted. Is that good enough? Mion said before collapsing. She's alive at least. Now we can continue the game. Monster. I was amazed the person who made club activities like these could say that. But now, the worst penalty is gone now, right? We don't know what the other penalties are. Right? Rena tried to lighten the mood and was only met with Mion's malicious grin. She was serious now. I'm not holding back anymore. You'll all get yours. The pace of the game became bizarrely quick. I could tell the game had gotten more intense. Ace, 3, 4, 5, I'm out. Okay. I'm out as well. Oh. I'm out too, okay? Oh, so Rena loses. I lost, and the heavens chose to vanquish Rena. Well, what kind of penalty, I wonder? What kind of penalty, I wonder? It wasn't exactly hard for her to be worried. Just thinking of the level of difficulty of Mion's first penalty still made me quiver. And so, the penalty she drew with trembling fingers was... The heck was this? Speak like a maid. Oh, that one's not as bad as petting some dude on the head. But, huh? What is this? This one, what do I need to do? So basically, it means that you have to use the same expressions as a maid? How? Okay, master. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I had no idea who wrote that penalty, but she was awesome. Then, Rena, can you shuffle the cards and deal? Yes, master. I could just die right now. Anyway, let's continue. Right, Rena? Yes, master. The eagerness to which I was goading Rena into addressing me as master was downright impressive, if I do say so myself. Hoya! I won't lose anymore. I'm out. Oh, she's going out first. I shan't lose either. Oh, it's going to be Keiichi. I'm out. Then with that, I'm out too. Oh, it's Rena again? What? I can't believe it. Is it Rena's loss again? Rena again? What kind of penalty would it be this time? I was delighted by the mysterious sense of anticipation. Anticipation? No, this was conviction. Remove one piece of clothing from the top and bottom halves of your body. That's just indecent. Who could have written this? My face reddened in anger. If I didn't yell something out, I wouldn't be able to hide my shaking. Who did write that? God, please give that man a Nobel Prize. Oh, he wrote it. That would be an Ig Nobel Prize. How the fuck did that see? She reads minds. Not good, not good. What I was thinking about was written on my face. How, Mi-chan? Rena begged Mion with teary eyes, but everyone knew Mion's answer already. Nope, nope, won't go easy on you. You lost, so take it like a man. Understood, master. How? I'll undress. What? I looked around thinking someone else would probably stop her. Of course, I wasn't exactly trying to stop her either. Then I heard the rustling of clothing. The sound of her skirt hitting the ground sent my heart racing. Is this fine, master? I looked away like a gentleman. But these club activities, you needed to be ruthless after all. Oh, it's just her fucking gym uniform. Oh, Keiichi-san, whatever were you expecting? Certainly we would not have her strip if she weren't wearing her PE clothes underneath. Satoko poked fun at me, but right now I can't hear it. So what if Keiichi got it? Does he have his PE clothes underneath? Not bad, Kei-chan. This old man never even thought you would go after her like that. You've got it wrong. I didn't write that one. Master didn't write this one? Her squirming around in her PE clothes made it impossible for me to not feel anything. Crazy. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. Mion probably wrote that one and planned to go after me as I panicked. You can't fall for a trap after knowing it's a trap. Clear your head, calm down and assess the situation. I was determined to think my way out of this, and the answer was quite simple. I win! I then became God. I, who had already entered the domain of godhood, what would dare stand in my way? It was like they were pulled to me magnetically. I was picking up aces and twos like nobody's business. Eek! How could my luck of the draw be so bad? Satoko lost, right? I'll draw the penalty. Speak like a little sister. Oh my god, every single thing that happens to Satoko is just like based on her background. Fine. Oni-chan. Yes, the pleasure of making this brat disgrace herself. This old man loses again? So Keiichi didn't lose once. Mion's lost, right? I'll draw it out. Wear a girl's school swimsuit. Is that not like the same thing that Rena's wearing? No, that's the one I wanted Kei-chan to get. Yes. Mion's despair was like sweet honey. Master, I lost again. Rena lost? I'll draw it for you. Let the person in first place rest their head on your lap. Oh, wow. In this outfit, Master? Yeah, she's not wearing a skirt, so it's her bare legs. Eek, Oni-chan, you're too good. Satoko lost again. I'll draw it. Obey the... I guess they all wrote multiple things. Obey the person in first place. How about I have you give me a shoulder massage? God damn. Keiichi is just... oh my god. Fine, Oni-chan. Come on, do it a bit harder. Don't use your nails. Wahaha. Crazy. I transformed into an evil dictator and couldn't be doing any better. It felt like I could control how the cards played out with my mind, and even decide what suits would appear just by willing it. By the time I realized it, I had already assembled a harem. I was laughing haughtily as I rested my head on Rena, who was now a bloomer-clad maid. Satoko was wearing a collar and had taken on little sister properties. Mion was fanning me while wearing a school swimsuit. Oh, today is Master's overwhelming victory, isn't it? Eek, please refrain from moving your head around so much. I began to think, why does man have no end to his desires? How could I wish for more than this palace of dreams? What is it, Keiichi? I'm saddened by the thought of a man having no end to his desires. That was it. Rika-chan hadn't been in first, but she continued to escape being in last. Keiichi is quite greedy. It said you should know when enough is enough. I know that very well, but how to say it? I feel like I wouldn't mind if I died now. Eek, Master, please refrain from moving your head around. Eek! You say you wouldn't mind dying, then that can be arranged. Rika-chan said it in her usual calm manner with a cheery tone. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war. Oh my god. Go, Rika-chan, go! Take him out! She does have a collar. Defeat this archdevil of perversion. I might not be able to win, but I'll beat him. Such stoicism from this little girl who's always hidden away in Satoko's shadow. It would probably be rude not to meet her head on. I shall face you myself, little one. I saw Mion swap a few cards with Rika-chan in the middle of the game and pretended I didn't see it. Do you believe you can defeat Keiichi-sama with just that? 2. Ace, 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 8, 8, 8, 8, reversal. Everybody looked over at me. I was still brimming with confidence. Wahaha! The 4 of them have allied against me. That's it, you're making me laugh. That was good. Reversal, reversal! What? How could such a thing be? Satoko let out a shriek. Wahaha, you simpletons! Using up all of her cards before calling the reversal left Rika-chan with no good cards! She was defeated soon after. Oh god, I lost! Wahaha, finally you fall into my clutches. Now I'll pick one out. Whoa! Wear cat ears, a bell collar, and a tail. Wahaha! Even the penalties were as I wished. Which ones did you write? Rika-chan hung her head and equipped the 3 holy artifacts. It's questionable as to why such things were in Mion's locker, but since I had no objections, I didn't ask. Oh, this was so... how... It felt like I'd become Rena. This was definitely cute. Cute, isn't it? Isn't it? How I want to take her home. That wasn't me talking. Hey, Felix, how are you? That was the actual Rena. Phew. As Rika-chan mimicked a cat, teary-eyed, rings of smoke escaped from Rena's ears with an audible poop. Rika-chan must taking her home. Just for a while. I won't do anything strange. Nothing strange. I see. I still have one trick left. Mion gasped and dropped her fist into her open palm. If Rena must, she can take me home. After Rena-san beats Keiichi-san, she can. They thought that Rena in cute mode would be able to defeat me. Would it be that easy? Opposing me was the same as opposing God. I'd teach them their place. How preposterous. That Rena can't defeat me. Yeep. For a moment, I didn't know what was going on. The 52 cards danced and flowed freely between Rena's hands like the machinations of a master magician. Oh my goodness. In the middle of those flowing cards was Rena's ecstatic expression, her head bobbing around. Shall we, Keiichi-kun? Hurry, hurry! My whole body knew it already. I was going to lose. He's going to lose. No play? Nothing to play, Kei-chan? Then with this, I'm out. Everyone cheered. I was spent. Whew! I've got no regrets. God, thank you for letting me dream a little. Now then, I'll take one out. Keiichi-san's penalty. This is it. Is it gonna be, do all other penalties? Everybody peeked at it in unison, gazes flicking between the text and my face. All day today, I did as I pleased. I'll do whatever it is. What's on there? All. Huh? Yep. Every penalty up until now. Well, what the heck? Keiichi-san, should you not be speaking like a little brother and also a maid? Yes, One-chan. Oh my god. Wow, this is quite addicting. Next, I'll have you rub my shoulders. Keiichi-kun, I don't need the lap pillow, so do that other one, okay? Yes, master. Oh my god, that's so cute. Say it again. No, please spare me, master. Rena passed out with a squeal, blood spewing from her nose like a fountain. My dignity was being trampled more than a communal doormat. Next is from this old man. I'm gonna have you fan me for a good long while, you know. Whoosh, whoosh. Oh, almost forgot. You need to wear this, don't you? The school swimsuit. Haha, this is for girls. Can't I wear the one for boys? It was clearly written here, wear a girl's school swimsuit, as you can see. Satoko was like a loan shark. Actually, me trying to escape reality as fast as humanly possible was pretty adorable if I did say so myself. But, whose school swimsuit am I going to wear? If I were wearing one of yours, you wouldn't like it, right? This old man doesn't care about that kind of stuff at all. Think of it as a little benefit. I'm not that in shape, so I think even Kei-chan can fit into it. The executioners surrounded me, wagging their fingers. No! So yeah, I think that he was the big loser. He was the big loser. My first thought, it's tight around the waist. Second thought, the chest area was pretty loose. Third thought, the crotch area was... Ow! Keiichi-kun is bending forward. Well, you know, you gotta put stuff on. You'll be ready after you wear the cat ears. Oh my god, bell and tail. Kei-chan, wanna look in the mirror? It's amazing, really. It's probably best if you look. The stern, scientific, calculating nature mixed in with her fascination made Mion very scary. I would like to respectfully decline, Master. Your ensemble is complete. If only we could send you home dressed like that. Ho, 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 ho. Then, is this enough? I'll change and... While I was saying that, Mion placed her hands on my shoulders and Rika-chan slipped up behind me without a sound. Not yet, Keiichi. There's still the first penalty left. What was the first one? Oh. Pat the principal's head. In this getup, Rika-chan patted my head without saying a word. Pat the principal's head. Sir, excuse me. Yes, please come in. I stepped forwards into the principal's office. My bell collar jingled adorably. The principal froze solid with a smile on his face as he saw me. I couldn't blame him. In this sacred place of study, specifically in his office. Though I said excuse me as I entered, the sight of a person entering with a school swimsuit, cat ears, a collar, and a tail, and for it to be a young male student, without a doubt any normal person's psyche would have stopped cold. But this could be explained. We'll call it uncanny valley camouflage, if you will. When humans see others, they can only begin to act after confirming this is human, meaning that if he could not comprehend what was in front of him, then in those moments before he could begin to fully process the situation, his mind was completely blank. That was my one and only chance for victory. My penalty, rubbing the principal's head. Principal, I challenge you! Ah! I heard what sounded like a zhing 3 times. His 3-gauge super? Oh god. The principal said one thing to me. What does it mean to be a man? And in a heartbeat, BOOF! Uncanny Valley camo. Yes, just wear something crazy. And then people will be like, oh, is that a person? And then you can fucking sneak up on them. They won't even notice. I'm like, what is that? That tremor resounded throughout the Hinamizawan twilight. Okay. So that should be like the last game. If the festival happens soon. Rena was given permission to caress Rika-chan's head as much as she wanted, so they headed home together, very pleased. Once again today, it was just Mion and I going home. Man, that was intense. I didn't know Kei-chan was so good at president. No, I was more surprised than anyone. If I was playing with guys, I wouldn't have been that strong. What are you talking about? It's a card game. What? It's a luck-based game. What do you mean if you were playing with guys? But still, it was pretty bad. Being carried off on a stretcher in that outfit will probably haunt me until the day I die. He got carried off in a stretcher? But that's fine, isn't it? You were able to do something to boast about for the ages, too. Oh, well, when she said it like that, we both smiled at each other. Oh, we meet again, Keiichi-kun. It was Tomitake-san. It felt like I'd been running into him quite often. Hey, take any good pictures? Well, a few. So, Tomitake-san suddenly leaned over and whispered into my ear. You sure get around. Today you already have a different girl? It's not like that. No need to hide it. It's important to get lots of experience when you're young. Because Tomitake-san let out such a crude laugh, Mio knew what we were talking about without even hearing his whispering. I've heard through the grapevine that Mr. Tomitake is quite the catch himself, No, that wasn't my intention. Sure. Keep up the good work and take plenty of pictures. See ya! Mion seemed to really want to get rid of this lout quickly. From the way she spoke, it seemed as if Mion knew Tomitake-san quite well. How's the year treating you, mister? Staying until the Watanagashi? Yep, I plan to. After photographing the festival, I plan on heading back to Tokyo. Being a photographer sure is easy. Be sure to win some big award and become famous. You spent all your best years on photography after all. I don't think I'm that far gone. Don't they say men start developing their own unique flavor in their 30s? Why does it matter what you taste like? That's so gross. Oh my god. Oh, look at the time. I need to get back to the inn before it gets dark. Tomitake-san began to take his leave with a dry laugh. It did look like he was outmatched by Mion. Now then, I'll see you both at the festival. But we want to ask him about the murders. Why do we never ask him about the murders? I'm pretty sure we get to ask him about the murders at the festival. After waving a hand cheerfully, Tomitake-san disappeared amidst the cries of the Higurashi. The way he's going, he probably won't ever get famous. I had him promise he'd display a picture of me if he ever opened up a gallery, but I don't think that'll ever happen. So you know Tomitake-san? Yeah, he's an acquaintance of sorts, but you know how easy it is to tell who's an outsider? It sounded like you meet him all the time. Tomitake-san comes around to Hinamizawa regularly. Maybe 2-3 times a year. He says he's taking pictures of the seasonal scenery and wild birds, but, well, those photos really are nothing to phone home about. The image Mion painted of Tomitake-san was fairly unique. The Tomitake-san I knew was more mysterious. The words flowed naturally from my mouth. I wonder if he's really here to take pictures of birds. Mion stared blankly at me as if to ask, why do you say that? It just seems he's here for something other than taking pictures, I think. Don't you get that feeling? Like about that incident, the dismemberment? Oh, you too. If so, you've got good instincts, Kei-chan. She agreed with what I thought, but was quite chipper in how she said it. You knew about it then, Mion? Of course. He might be able to pull one over on everyone else, but he can't fool this old man. Mion was posturing pretentiously, but I had easily come to a very different conclusion from what she was imagining. What's Mion thinking? It felt like all apprehensions I had about Tomitake-san disappeared, lifting a burden off my shoulders. I back, but where be the murder? There's been no murder! I got a treadmill and eat a big bowl of grapes? Okay, eat some grapes. And agrees. Grapes are good too. It felt like all apprehensions I had about Tomitake-san disappeared, lifting a burden off my shoulder. Greens! I was finally able to appreciate how clear the evening sky over Hinamizawa was. Ah! I exhaled everything in my lungs and inhaled just as much. It smelled like dusk. What is it, Kei-chan? Such a peaceful game. Yeah, so peaceful. It's just that I never thought the cries of the Higurashi could feel this good. What's gotten into you all of a sudden, Kei-chan? Isn't it sad those Japanese towns are depopulating so rapidly? Well, yeah, while rent goes up in the crowding cities. Yeah, life's crazy. They need to get more people moving out to the rural places. Rent is cheap in those Japanese towns, but nobody gonna exist in 20 years. They need to get people out there again. Why is everybody going to the city? We need young people to live in the country, but there's nothing to do. Well, if you put a bunch of young people in the country, let me tell you, they'll find something to do. Just get a group of young people, they'll find something to do. Not older people, yes. You need a movie theater. Yeah. You could do all sorts of stuff like that. What's gotten into you all of a sudden, Kei-chan? We both continued to giggle, not knowing why. I wonder what Rena is doing. I bet she's getting her fill of Rika-chan by now. Make it Anime Town, anime robots. Yeah, I'm sure that people would do something if they got there. Get the young people back in the countryside. I bet she's getting her fill of Rika-chan by now. She's probably in the middle of asking her over so she can treat her to dinner. It'd be great if she's able to take her home. I wonder, Rika-chan is pretty good at that stuff. Yeah, I feel the same. That head petting penalty was probably from Rika-chan. I thought so too. The only one who could get away with patting his head is Rika-chan after all. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Rent is only gonna go up. Yeah, it sucks. I was reading an article today that was saying that rent in Toronto's gone down by 3%, and it said that a one bedroom is only $2,300 now, and I was like, okay. that doesn't matter. That's still way too expensive. That's still less. That's still more than what most people make in a month. So whatever. Whoa, nothing changed. We did it, Brim. We made it. Just pointless chit chat. $2,300 for a one-bedroom. Yes. The hot day felt like it was being cooled down by the cries of the Higurashi. Yeah, and there are some things in Canada right now that are making rents go down, but they aren't going to go down enough that makes sense. That is like good, and it's just going to start going back up again. 1,200 here in a third-rate city, but they want 4 times a lot of the time. Yeah, 1,200 is what it is in Winnipeg. And before someone comes in here and is like, well, I got a $50K salary. Oh my goodness. It's hard to get a $50K salary. Yeah, not everybody can make that much. Community notice. We're greeting the end of the rainy season sooner than in prior years. On this day, when it feels like summer will soon arrive, I'm pleased that everyone is in good health. The season for the Watanagashi is finally upon us. I believe the assistance of the town council will make this a wonderful festival. I also wish to ask for the assistance of everyone in regards to a few things. 1. Collecting bazaar goods. We look forward to a well-received Hinamizawa Grand Bazaar exhibition, holding a massive collection of excess goods and used clothing. No raw goods, please. Management, Makino Hotel, XXXXX. If you make 100,000 on a video game on Steam, it's a huge success. Oh, yeah, that's a huge success. Half is what you keep, and 50K, yeah, that's 50K. One-bedroom condo used to be 40K in America 12 or so years ago. Now it's 160K a year? A one-bedroom condo is 160K a year? Crazy. Yeah, most people know total. Oh, 40,000 was a condo used to cost total. Okay, I don't understand condos. Yeah, condos are more like houses where you own it, but it's still just an apartment, right? Isn't that how it works? Fuck. Sorry. That same condo is 120,000 plus, and it's older. Yeah, that's crazy. Apartments where you own it. Yeah. Recruiting Lil Festival drum dancers. The renowned Lil Festival drum dancers group, known for its careful choreography, the Shofu Society is taking last-minute participants. We're looking for any showboat elementary and middle schoolers. Yeah, an owned apartment, basically. Yeah. Yeah, they're too expensive. That's why I look at just apartments. Houses are too expensive. Taking donation. Everyone's like, oh, there's no point in getting an apartment. You just in renting. Why would you rent? Just buy a house. Houses are too expensive too. They're all too expensive. I can't even afford to rent. We're accepting donations in multiples of 1,000 yen. For every 1,000 yen donation, you'll be awarded with a refreshment stand ticket. We're always taking suggestions for ways to improve the festival at all times. If you have an interesting idea, call Kimiyoshi at XXXXXX. There's a 200 yen refreshment stand ticket attached below the cut line. But you don't have to deal with yard maintenance if you don't want that, you know? Yeah, but then you also have neighbors living right next to you, making noise. Gonna buy me a condo, never have to mow the lawn. Yeah, 10 years ago, I could work 3 years as a truck driver, and if I'm not going to have kids and wife, basically retire. These days, no more early retirement. Forget it. You lived in apartments for a while, and there's no noise in the ones you've lived in. Ooh. Your first apartment in Idaho in 2008 was $500, and your last was in 2023 at $1,700. Yes. Yes. It's gone crazy. It's the housing market's gone crazy in like the last 5 years. Like 7 years ago, you'd be able to get something way cheaper than $1,700, easy. Raleigh, North Carolina was $1,000 for a spacious 2-bedroom. Mumkey Jones, he's a YouTuber I like, and he has a A trailer. He lives in a trailer park. He lives in a trailer park in Raleigh, North Carolina. I wouldn't mind if food was expensive, his housing was cheap again. Yeah! Yeah, renting is outrageous now. We told our kids we would never tell them to move out. We need a crash. We need all of it to crash and burn. And this is in Idaho, where nothing exists. This is where everything exists. Raleigh is great, good city. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Mumkey grew up there. That's all I know. That's the only reason I know about it. If I didn't know Mumkey Jones, I would not know about Raleigh, North Carolina. Or fucking... Save. Yes. Raleigh, too fast growth. You were in Cary/Raleigh, North Carolina for 2 years. Yeah, $1,700 in Idaho where nothing exists? That's insane, actually. Sorry, I missed that trillion. Yes, that's fucking crazy. And that's US dollars. And you know what that is in Canadian? That's over $2,000 a month. What are we doing? Oh my god. I was in Cary. It was great. Bicycling from park to park. Everything clean. I didn't know people there though ultimately because it was you were there during the lockdowns. You need the Canadian dollar to drop. Drop to USD. Well, it would have to raise, wouldn't it? Because the US dollar is worth more than the Canadian dollar. Gonna buy me a condo. Okay, I need to get some water before I continue. I'm gonna play some ads, gonna get some water. Let me do the math here. Okay, I'll let you do the math. I'm gonna go get some water. Okay, we're going to continue here. I think we're headed to the festival now. A few days had passed since the incident. Oh, the incident. The incident where he had to dress like fucking crazy and pat the principal on the head. Is that the incident? A Calgary condo? Alberta's pretty cheap. During that time, either Mion was busy or Rika-chan had to help with the festival preparations, so we couldn't get everybody together for club activities. Oh, okay, good. Imagine if this was like 500 hours of club activities before anything happens. It's 400K in a condo. Jesus Christ. 400,000. Even though I thought I would never want to participate again after the years it shaved off my life each time, not having it only made my heart grow fonder. I really am not honest with myself. Today we finally had our club activities again. These weren't the same old club activities. It was called the Watanagashi 5 Demon Firefight, and it was one of the biggest events in the club. Yeah, you were saying Regina's really cheap. In Saskatchewan. One of my friends moved to Saskatchewan. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why he moved to Saskatchewan. He actually is in the chat sometime. You would move to Canada, but it's cold there. Negative 100 degrees Celsius for 7 months in Saskatchewan? That's not true. Everybody there would be dead. What do you mean? Keiichi, does this yukata still fit you? Can you try it on for a second? Mom pulled out an old dusty yukata. Nah, I don't need a yukata. Those are embarrassing, so I'll just go in my normal clothes. But this is a festival. Wear it, okay? Rena and the others said regular clothes are just fine. If I was the only one wearing a yukata, it'd be even more embarrassing. Don't buy an older building because you will freeze to death. Yes. I do know that in the winter it can get very cold there. I don't think negative 100 degrees. But it will get so cold that like you can't turn your car on. So cold that like if you like throw water in the air, then it'll be frozen ice by the time it lands on the ground. Like yes, it's I kind of doubt that you'll freeze to death in an older. They would probably have laws that you would need like a certain amount of like heat, unless like it wasn't an apartment building. If you're buying like an old house or something, then that would probably be on you to get the heating done right. Regina is cheap. I'll be going with Rena and the others, so you don't need to worry about me. Is that so? I'll be going with Dad when he wakes up. Dad let out a loud snore from the sofa. From how it looks, he must have pulled an all-nighter last night. He just finished sending in his manuscript, so he might not wake up for a while. Keiichi's dad is an artist just like you, Felix. It seems my dad writes for art magazines sometimes too. I've never read it though. Guys just moved to Asia anywhere and pay $300 for rent. Well, yeah, but then you gotta get like a visa. That seems like a lot of paperwork. I'd like to stay in the place where it's easiest. I mean, I don't know. If I was able to, then I would. I need to. Probably would be able to in a few years, maybe. I don't know. But I don't got a few years. You pay a college. That's what the Indians do in Toronto's. Pay a college. Oh my goodness. I be learning Japanese. That's what you say. Then you go find a wife. And then bam, you're a citizen. It's his own son is saying something like that. I can't imagine he's selling all that well. But he's able to feed a family of 3. And my life isn't exactly full of hardships. You get a marriage visa. Ooh. It could be that he's some master painter and I didn't know about it. Then you need to make that marriage work. Yeah, that would be bad if it didn't work. Keiichi-kun, are you home? Uh-oh, it's already time. I didn't want them coming here, so I was planning on leaving early and waiting outside. They'll kick you out and say get lost? Yeah. Well, I hope that the marriage works out for you, Felix. Oh my, it's Rena-chan. Thank you for always looking after Keiichi. Ma'am, he's also been looking out for... Why are you blushing just from meeting my mom? Don't get all flustered, it really doesn't feel right. Let's go, Rena. Since Rena would continue to space out if I left her here, I grabbed her hand and dragged her out. Get married to Rena-chan? Oh, this game's set in the 80s. She's probably in her 30s, 40s at this point. Yeah, you could probably do that. Or else they will kick you out. There are construction workers in Japan for foreigners. I think it's a good deal. Oh, goodness. If only I could do construction. How? Yes, ma'am. Even if it means I must sacrifice myself. Then why don't you do it right now? She waved back even as I was dragging her away. Pay is probably low, but Japan is really cheap anyway. Yeah, and if you save up a bunch of money before going over there, I guess. Brim can't do construction, so he's doing it through the Yakuza and loan sharks. Yeah, I could get in touch with some Yakuza. They could find me a nice place. Okay, Kei-chan. You hungry today? We'll take care of that at the stalls. You thought I'd let myself get full knowing the club activities will involve the stalls? Wouldn't have it any other way. Where are Rika-chan and Satoko? Are they already at the temple? Yep, Rika-chan's a festival committee member after all. Satoko-chan is probably with her as well. It's called Who Are Trading. Whore trading. I see. All right. You trade whores. It wouldn't let me type the other words? Why not? That's the Yakuza's fun time? I see. All right. Let's make some noise. Yeah, we were already in high spirits with just the three of us. Because it's anti-be a guy, I keep saying guys can't be guys anymore. I don't know about that. You should be able to just type it in the thing. We were already in high spirits with just the three of us there. I don't know what you're talking about. It was way more lively at the Furude Shrine than the last time I came, far exceeding my expectations. It literally means the same thing as what you're saying. You're saying it anyways. I don't know what you're talking about, Felix. If you don't want to say the thing, then just don't even say it in any form. You're still saying it. It means the same thing. What matters more than the word itself is the meaning behind the word, right? Speak the Matrix Keepers. Throngs of people were crammed between rows of market stalls lined with colorful paper lanterns. Despite that, it was actually quite enjoyable. There sure are lots of people here. I can't believe they all live in Hinamizawa. Everybody attends the Watanagashi. I think about half the village is here. It's not just that. Municipal and youth councils from neighboring towns and villages advertise this event as well. That's right, there aren't that many students at our school, but there's a lot of kids here today. It just doesn't feel like a festival unless there are kids running around after all. That's true, I agree. Ah, hello and good evening. These two knew everybody we came across. Of course I greeted them as well, but I still wasn't familiar with everybody yet. Oh, Rena-chan, thanks for the food you brought me a while back. My son loved it, he said it was delicious. Ah, it was nothing at all. I'm glad he liked it. Say hello to Kazuma-kun for me. Kazuma-kun! If you marry Rena-chan, does she get you a marriage visa? This is Japan. This is Japan in the middle of nowhere in the 1980s. Yes. I mean, you wouldn't want to marry her in the 1980s. She's a little young, but if you were to find her these days, I'm sure she'd be old enough. like this is like 40 years ago, right? Say hello to Kazuma-kun for me, please. Hey, if it isn't Sonozaki Ojo-chan, I'm in charge of a stand again this year, so make sure you come visit. Pops, have you gotten fatter? You'll end up having a heart attack with a gut like that. Oh, this kid here is new. Are you one of her underclassmen? He's one of my members, an upcoming hopeful. If you cross him, he could crush your stand in one night. You've got little Missy's seal of approval, I see. Hope you take it easy on me. As you can imagine, Mion was chatting away with the old guys running the stalls. Mi-chan is really energetic after all. She's really popular with the older men. What? I think Reno is pretty popular too, being cute and all. That was, of course, so long as her little condition didn't flare up. What, her she likes cute things condition? But as long as she's blushing quietly, she's pretty cute. I'm popular with some people? Really? Really? With some people. I evaded giving her a straight answer by roughly tousling her hair. The stall keepers came all the way from town. It's not really a festival without them after all. So we're going to mess with them now? I don't care what kind of match it is, I'm going to win it. Oh yes, I'll try too. Hey, you're all very late. It's unacceptable to keep a lady waiting, Keiichi-san. Oh, my bad. So, where is this lady I've kept waiting? What did you just say? Look at the Japanese people in the background. Yeah, and the anime characters in the foreground. Yeah, just like real life. All right, Satoko was in top form as well. Seems she was all excited about being able to get everybody in the club together for the first time in a while. Whoa, Rika-chan, cute! When Japanese people come to the foreground, they turn into anime people. Yes, they do. That's just like real life. When they're far away, They look like normal people, but then when they get close to you, they turn into anime girls. Whoa, Rika-chan, cute. Rena let out an elated sigh. Hey, Dionea 427, how are you doing today? Hello. We're reading Higurashi today. Thank you for dropping by. What's up? Did you do anything fun? It seemed that the real lady had made her appearance. You're doing pretty good? Do you like Higurashi? So, I've watched the anime of this. And I've read this part before, like years ago. I read the first half of this episode, up to chapter 8, so I got further than this. But after that, I haven't read the visual novel, although I'm assuming it goes basically the same as the anime, which I did watch. You're on chapter 8? Is this your favorite? Oh, sorry, is this your first time reading? Good evening, everyone. Good evening to Keiichi as well. Woo! Looking good. You're looking sharp again this year. Cute. Gonna take you home. Matsuri Bayashi. Oh, yes, episode 8. Grim, can you fill me in on the story before the murder mystery starts? Okay. So Keiichi is this guy, and he's used to live in the big city, but his dad's a painter and he wants to move somewhere small and he can have a big studio. So he comes to this small town, and his neighbor is Rena here. And we got Mion. She's like a tomboy. She likes playing board games. Okay? So they have a club and they play board games together. And they also like playing tag. And they like doing all sorts of stuff. And also some guy got murdered at the dam at the construction site that became a junkyard, where they were building a dam. Some guy got murdered there during the construction of the dam. And that's it. That's all we know. You've yet to start Umineko? Ooh, I've read all of Umineko. And it's brilliant. Yes, Keiichi guy, dad painter. Keiichi wanna move, go to town, meets harem of girls. They play board game in a club. Close. Wait, what? What about murder? Murder? Yeah, there was a guy who was murdered. But oh yeah, and none of the girls want to talk about it. The only person who seems to want to talk about it is this guy with a camera who shows up all the time. I wouldn't say harem is accurate. It's like, go to nice peaceful town with nice peaceful music and murder. It's basically what Higurashi is, yes. Rika-chan was wearing a shrine maiden outfit. Romance isn't relevant with Keiichi. Yeah, I think he kind of likes, if anything, it's like between Rena and Mion. I think that there are feelings for these two who are on screen here. Can I, yeah. I think that there's, in different arcs, you can see feelings, but that's not really the main point of the story. With the other two, they're like little sisters, kind of. Keiichi don't need no romance, he already from here. Rika-chan was wearing a shrine maiden outfit. Yup, Rena's little outburst was completely understandable. Rika-chan's clothes sure look like the real deal. Is that a real shrine maiden outfit? My grandmother made them by hand. They're quite authentic. Is that meal? Rika-chan has an important task to do at the end of the festival, so she's wearing this. You decided to read Higurashi first? I watched the anime. I watched the Higurashi anime, and then they never finished the Umineko anime, so I just read Umineko. And it's really good. He already from here. Higurashi no Naku Koroni. I remember hearing about this story and seeing some disturbing anime clips online. Yeah, that's how I found it. I found it from the disturbing clips. Grim into the murder games. Shrine maiden rituals for the festival. My work is only during the finale of the festival, so I can still play for a while. I feel like everyone always reads Umineko first. I think it's a better idea to start from release date. That's what I did. Yes, The only reason I read Umineko first is because I've already watched the Higurashi anime. That's the only reason. Otherwise, I would have read Higurashi first. Yeah, I get you. But we cannot afford to. But everybody says that the visual novel is way better than the anime, so now I'm here figuring out what it's all about. You've never seen the anime yourself? Yeah, that makes sense. This is probably a better way to experience it. But we cannot afford to waste any time. Let us begin. All right. You like VN and anime? There we go. It felt good to wander around the festival with just the 5 of us. Mion called everyone over to a stand that caught her attention and proposed a rather odd competition. Takoyaki eating race. Everyone has to buy their own. Ready? Go! Hello, Delete Me Twice. How are you doing today? Rika's your favorite character? Oh yeah, she's really cool, and I really like, I guess, spoilers a little bit, but I'm gonna try not to spoil anything. But I like how it seems like she's so inconsequential at the start, but she's more important than you think she is. That's all I'll say. Which one be Rika? Are we looking at Rika? Yeah, Rika's the short one. She's in the Shrine Maiden outfit right now. Oh, Delete Me Twice is here. A standard in vendor stalls, the takoyaki stand. What was especially standard for these kinds of events was the fact that they were simply balls of dough. Takoyaki in name only. It burns! Oh, they're eating them right from the, oh my god, from the fryer? Are you okay, Keiichi-kun? Have some water. My, eating those scalding takoyaki whole is suicide. Oh, who's my favorite? I guess probably, what's his name? I like that Satoshi guy. Am I getting his name right? Satoshi? He's pretty cool. Delete Me Twice seen Higurashi stuff? Probably not. Ooh, no, Nako Koroni must mean when they cry because Naka be tear. Yes! That's exactly what it means, when they cry. So Higurashi means cicada. So it's when the cicadas cry. And Umineko is seagulls. So that's when the seagulls cry. I guess the trick is to buy the ready-made ones that have been left there for a while. They really don't taste good. Yeah, those ones won't be burning if you get the ready-made ones. Ciconia is a stork-type bird. Yes, but he hasn't finished it. I read the first chapter the day it came out, was doing a whole bunch of crazy theory crafting things about what was going on. And the reason people don't talk about Ciconia is because he only released the first episode and never finished it. That's why. The pandemic happened, and then a whole bunch of a bunch of wars started happening, and he was like, this is now reflecting life too much. He said that it wasn't, he said that he probably shouldn't finish it, at least with the world the way that it is, because he does talk a lot about wars, and he yeah, he didn't think that he should finish it at the time. Maybe he'll finish it in the future, but he doesn't want to finish it. Yeah, maybe he will now that Silent Hill F is done. I hope so, because I was really excited for that. The stall next to it was a shaved ice stand. It was still a bit too early in the season for that, but right then it didn't matter. Ciconia? Yes. There's Higurashi, and then after that it's Umineko, and then after that it's Ciconia, but the Ciconia is unfinished. I'm still ways away to getting there, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, hopefully he's got it all done by the time you get there. Yeah, they're the same series. Let's do although they have different characters, there's only one character who is in Higurashi who's also in Umineko. That's all I'll say. Let's do shaved ice this time. It's a shaved ice eating race. Ready, go! They're gonna get brain freeze. Shaved ice eating race? I can't. As long as you can melt it a bit with your body heat, then it's so cold! Not smart. This old man ordered it with plenty of syrup. It'll melt quickly when it's mixed up. Hey! Dionea427, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, You go make tea and eat healthy foods? Hell yeah. Thank you so much. These stooges were too late. The moment they chose to tackle it head on was their downfall. Phew! Finished! Kei-chan is done? That was too fast. It couldn't be. Keiji-kun, you didn't add water from the goldfish tank behind you, did you? How ara of you. Oh my god. FUCK, I didn't expect you to be here. Is your computer fixed yet? We need to play Split Fiction. That can't taste very good. It can taste great. Actually, water from a fish tank? No. Bad. Bad. Still waiting for the part. It's coming by the 14th. Oh, no. No! Next to that was another old favorite. Then you gotta get your PC back from Canada Computers. Oh god, it's gonna take forever. A cotton candy stand. Why don't we do this one next? Of course, it's a speed eating contest. All they do is speed eating contests. Hey, how do you eat cotton candy quickly? How? Easy peasy. It fucking... cotton candy dissolves in your mouth. What are you talking about? On Satoko's mark, Mio and Satoko and I all compressed the cotton candy with our bare hands. The time it took to stick the whole thing in our mouths, 3 seconds. I expected Satoko to figure it out, but I didn't think Kei-chan would too. I can't have you treating me like I'm a newbie forever, can I? It won't taste very good. Rika-chan had also crushed it between her hands and stuck it into her mouth. This is probably the only place in Japan where people eat cotton candy like this. It's probably the only place anywhere in the world where people are eating cotton candy like that, but it's for a speed race. I think only Reina's cotton candy was happy with how it was eaten. What was wrong, FUCK, with the PC? Yeah, what was wrong? But it felt like we'd end up doing stuff like eat noodles through the nose contest, or human water pump at the goldfish scoop at the rate things were going. This old man will probably still win too. I am simply no match for Mion-san when it comes to eating repulsive things. Yeah, seriously. What's up with you guys? Are you telling me you don't want to have a blue Hawaii top yakisoba eating contest? Shake, shake. Both Satoko and I shook our heads in unison. Ryzen 5 CPU, fried. The CPU is really bad. Oh my goodness. Can we have a game that doesn't involve food this time? Can't we? Rena's proposal was a godsend. It was about time we played a different kind of game. It also seemed like neither Rena nor Riko-chan were any good at speed eating or gorging themselves. Yeah, they're at a bit of a disadvantage there. Oh, easy fix, step dealer. Okay, Rena, I'll let you pick out the next game. Yeah, I think FUCK is just waiting for the part. I'll let you pick out the next game. Anything is fine. Well then, I'm going to be the judge. Find cute things on the festival grounds. You have 1 minute. Fine by me, I know exactly what Rena likes. Alright, I think I can win with that. With what? Ready, go! Oh, why aren't Keiichi-kun and Rika-chan starting? Why not? They're just gonna use themselves. Mion and Satoko dashed off madly, but Rika-chan and I calmly stayed right where we were. Could it be? You've already found it? The cute thing? We've already found it. Keiichi too? Yeah. What is it? What is it? I can't wait! Both Rika-chan and I stood motionless for those few moments before Mion and Satoko returned. The motherboard should work. Change name to Brimson when? Is Brimson a good name? I'm able to change my name whenever. This is probably the first time we've gone head-to-head like this. It will be the first. Rika-chan, you expect to win with that, huh? I am a member of this club as well. Win by any means is our society's third rule. Rika-chan sneered to the best of her ability. You're on! Gash-san! No, Brim-san's probably better, because everybody calls me Brim. So it's gotta have something to do with Brim. Now, because that would be too confusing if I changed it. Sure, Brim... Each with their own plan of attack stuffed in their arms. Okay then, let's go in order. Let's start with the club president, Mi-chan. Too bad, you guys, I'm ending this now. This old man brought this! Where did she get those? They were old tin diamond-shaped signs. pleb curry, snake coil incense, and ornamin C? How about this? That's very understated. A little too understated, Neon. I used to see those stuck up on barbed wire fences. They were more nostalgic than cute. Can you explain what part of that is cute? But there were puffs of smoke noisily shooting out of Rena's ears and nose, almost like a steam train. I didn't get it. Wait, what? Oh, she does like the weird-ass knickknacks. Take off the air cooler, take out old one and put the new one in, thermal paste, air cooler, back on, good game. I shall be up next. It is this! You should have sent it to Death Dealer. No, he's got the warranty though. It was the hand, usually if you work on it yourself too much, then the warranty becomes invalid, right? You may as well just get it done for free, right? From the Lady Society's roasted corn stall. It was a really bad sketch done by a housewife. An anthropomorphic roasted corn drawn without any sort of real plan. Its very existence invited a sense of sorrow to the viewer. Bleep! That was the sound of blood jetting out of Rena's nose. It seemed to have been rated higher than Neon's. I really didn't get it. It feels like your artistic sense is a little avant-garde by about 5 aeons. Oh ho ho! Those were nothing but mass-produced signs after all. They had no chance against something hand-drawn. I couldn't even begin to follow the way those guys were thinking. Then I will be next. Next is Rika-chan, is it? What can you even do without anything? Did you and Satoko both forget? If Rika-chan felt like it, she could simply... After moving back about 10 yards, she began waddling up to Reina. Seeing that, both Mion and Satoko gasped. Oh no! Too late! Rika-chan tripped over nothing and lay motionless after falling down. Rena hurried over to her. Oh. Rika-chan, are you alright? Alright? Rika-chan had a lump on her forehead and tears welled up in her eyes. Only her fingers peeked out from her sleeves. This was the vital part. The palms of her hands were covered by her sleeves. She made just a single sound. Mew! Oh my god. Oh, how cute! That's going to take you home. So what's Keiichi got? What's Keiichi got? I'd completely forgotten that! The play that I personally had to use! Rena's face went completely red, her head bobbing back and forth with excitement. She embraced Rika-chan and began rubbing her cheek against her. I'd expect no less from her. Not a single element was overlooked. Lowly, shrine maiden, brink of crying, Mew, it was perfect! A simple trip transcended into pure moe. Now that is what you call art. Kei-chan has a pretty weird definition of art. I'll just pretend the sharp sting of those words cutting through me like a razor was a figment of my imagination. Rika-chan turned her gaze to me with a daunting smile as she was caressed by Rena, who was in full cute mode. Now, Keiichi, can you beat me? That cold smile is frightening Rika-chan. It might just be my imagination, but I see a demon inside her sometimes. Kei-chan seems to have his own plan of attack. I wonder what he's going to show her. I also wish to observe the play Keiichi-san will make. Could it be? Is Keiichi-san also going to give a performance? I basked in their pointed stares. I pulled Rena, who gave no sign of canceling out of cute mode, away from Rika-chan. How? Cute thing, Keiichi-kun, let's go! I'll show you something even cuter, so just hold on for now. Huh? Oh, so something even cuter? But it's a bit too crowded here. Let's go back there. Rena looked very surprised as I pulled her behind the shrine. I cannot fathom what Keiichi-san could possibly be planning. Is he going to show her his dick? That wouldn't be good. It's Kei-chan after all. No, it couldn't be. Keep on fighting, yeah! Oh my god. After a bit, I returned. And a bit after that, so did Rena, dragging her feet. There's no way that scoundrel Kei-chan did something to innocent little Reina. Mion and Satoko passed by me, heading straight to Reina. Well, what exactly did he do to you? For a moment, Reina was too dazed to realize someone was talking to her. How? Oh, it's me-chan. How? Reina, are you all right? Did Kei-chan do anything to you? No, he didn't do anything strange to me. How? This is quite severe. Exactly what did Keiichi-san show you? It was so cute. How? Cute? What did he show you, Rena? Rena let out a really long howl. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Cute, so cute. It was Keiichi-kun's furry little seal. Furry little seal. In the blink of an eye, Mion and Satoko's elbows smashed into my face. Huh? What? What? Showing Rena something so dirt, I think they're misunderstanding. You sick pervert, I shall have you beaten into oblivion. Wait, you've got it all wrong. Oh god, a dark billowing aura flowed from Mion and Satoko. It was no good. They're going to kill me. Mi-chan, I'm not sure what's going on, but you've got it all wrong. You see, Keiichi-kun had... It's a fur seal keychain. Why'd you have to go and show it away from everybody else? Rika-chan stuck her hand into my pocket and pulled out my keychain. Ah, he said he made it long ago for one of his summer school assignments. He said he doesn't show it other often because it's embarrassing. Yeah, so small and cute. He tried his best to make it. It's so wonderful. Oh. This old man thought you meant it was Keiichi's cute little fur seal. I'd expect no less from Mion-san. You misconstrued things in the wildest ways. They slung insults at each other and looked like they were ready to tear into each other at any second. I beg of you, if I'm in the clear, would you mind getting off of me? We were interrupted by the flash of a Tomitake, tell us about the murder. Hey guys, you all seem energetic as usual. It was Tomitake-san. As I lay crumpled on the ground, Mion and Satoko continued to bicker above me. Rika-chan was patting me on the head and Reina was still in cute mode. It was probably quite a lively scene. It's a fine evening indeed, although it's rather poor etiquette to photograph a lady without her permission. That's right, at least you don't really need Satoko's permission. Satoko dug her heel into me. Good evening. You're heading back tomorrow, aren't you? Were you able to take lots of good photos? Thanks to you, I got plenty of good shots. Tonight's the last we can see old Tomitake-sama, isn't it? It's such a shame. Hurry up and have your major breakout soon. Just as rude as ever, aren't you? I really am sad I won't be able to hear that voice of yours for almost half a year. Be sure to have as much fun as you can tonight. You'll be back in Tokyo tomorrow, after all. That's true. It will be another 6 months until I can enjoy another night where I can see the stars. Tomitake-san looked up at the night sky cheerfully. At that moment, even though he was smiling, I sensed a bit of sadness. Why don't you move here, Tomitake-san, in Hinamizawa? Tomitake-san was speechless. It's not very convenient here. No shops or recreational spots. There might not be anything really here, but you know, everyone knew what I was trying to say. Tomitake-san was also well aware. So Rena, Mion, Satoko, and Rika-chan. None of them butted in. I've only been here for less than a month, so I don't really know everything about it. Normally, I'm a really talkative guy, but in situations like this, I'm at a loss for words. Even though all this was happening in such a boisterous setting, it felt like all the background noise was fading into the distance. This place is probably... Tomitake-san rested his hand on me gently, silencing me. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. Mion-chan and Reina-chan, Satoko-chan and Rika-chan. Tomitake-san's smile was so slight it looked as if it was going to crumble at any minute, but it was warm. I also think it would be great if I could live here. Those might have been cruel words coming from a kid who didn't need to worry about working to feed himself. A hand touched my back. It was Rena. Keiichi-kun, you shouldn't pick on adults. It's not nice. The background clamor of the festival returned. We won't be seeing him for a while after all. We need to make sure Tomitake-san also enjoys tonight. When Rena smiled, the mood instantly got brighter. That's true. I think I'll do just that. Ah, hey, Mi-chan. How about it? Can we let Tomitake-san in our club activities? That's a great idea. Or so I thought, but Mion had that snobbish look on her face. Mion doesn't like him. One of the requirements for membership is residence in Hinamizawa, you see. Come on, Mi-chan, just for today, don't be mean. Well, he does come around often every year. I'll make him an honorary citizen. Whoa, yay! Now then, I wonder if this aged fellow, well past his prime, will be a match for me. Let's have him show us the wisdom of a mature adult. Can you keep up with us, young'uns? Tomitake-san stepped back slightly at our audacious grins. I, Mion Sonozaki, club president, do hereby authorize honorary citizen Tomitake's entry into our club. Her words were quickly drowned out by our cheers. What do you mean by club? What our club does, you see, in order to cope with our complicated society, we perform various activities with various rules. Sometimes they are in your favor, and sometimes they work against you. I'm pretty weak, so I'd prefer you not single me out. Let's try to get along. If you wish to mock our childish games, then this will be the perfect opportunity. We'll leave you with nothing. We won't even leave the hairs on your butt. Jesus. So it's a club where we play games together. Of course, Rika-chan was the only one to give an answer that made sense. Alright, just what I wanted. I'll take you up on that challenge. Don't be too rough on me, my mentors. Tomitake-san got riled up and did a victory pose like he was 10 years younger. That's perfect. We continued walking through the festival with Mion in the front. Now we looked like a family of 6. It had some intensity to it. Same rules as always. The loser will of course be subject to a penalty. Tomitake-san was a bit surprised, but to us it was just the same as always. Regardless of how terrible a penalty it was, just don't lose. Rena was also brimming with determination. She didn't have any intention of losing. That's true. I tousled Rena's hair to lighten the mood. She giggled to hide her embarrassment. I see. This is what it means to feel like a kid again. Tomitake-san whispered that to nobody in particular. At that moment, we heard an old man call out in a strong voice. Looking over, I realized it was the man Mion had greeted right before the festival. You're here, little Miss Sonozaki. Seems you brought quite the crowd. We came to eradicate your entire stall. His stall was a shooting gallery. It was the usual setup where you had to knock down the prize you wanted with a cork gun. The rules are simple. 3 shots. The winner is whoever gets the biggest prize. Everybody shouted their agreement. There was no need to consider how to win, since the condition for victory was simply size. The biggest prize of the stall, it went without question. Oh. It was that one, wasn't it? Whoa, that teddy bear, cute! Rena was gazing longingly at a large stuffed animal. It was intentionally placed on an unsteady platform, so it's possible to get it if you hit the right spot. It's magnificently set up to make someone think that. Not bad, Keiichi-san. I figured you would see through this scam instantly. The most logical course of action would be to aim for some candy or a doll. The intent analyst had already begun. Analysis. In this club, you'll get eaten alive if you don't come prepared. Everything hinges on what plan you can come up with before the main event. At some point, a large crowd had gathered around us, making a big fuss. There was this much of a following for our club's infamous event? Knocking that bear down ensures a win. Only 3 shots. To use them all just trying, that'd be rough. Hey, I have other customers waiting, you know. Who's up first? The first one has the advantage of being able to aim for the easier prizes, but it's dangerous to compete without knowing the gun's quirks. Tomitake-san's take on the situation was pretty good. He gets what our club is about. Well then, to be fair, how about using rock, paper, scissors to decide? How about it? That's really the only way. Rock, paper, scissors. After a couple of matches, it ended up with Mion being first. How did she lose? I didn't want to end up first. Oh well, I'll just think of it as a handicap. Gramps, gun, here you go. When the shooting range guy handed her a rifle, Mion looked over it intently. She didn't forget to check the cork bullet either. Okay, this gun is brand new, isn't it? No faults, not bad. Mion raised the gun in one swift motion. It was completely different from her careful inspection. She was shooting from the hip. Fire! Reload! Fire! Reload! Fire! Flop! Flop, flop. 3 candy boxes fell one after the other. A big haul. Yes, but if you get the teddy bear, then you win. The crowd paused in a moment of awe and then erupted in cheers. Whoa! Awesome! That was quite good. Tomitake-san was at a loss for words after seeing such shooting prowess. Amazing, Mi-chan! 3! Her accuracy was incredible. Her choice of targets wasn't bad either. The 3 Mion had gone after were fairly large and pretty easy to knock over. They were all targets with very high return on investment. Who's up next? Satoko. Careful, the bullets are light. Next was Satoko. The rifle looked a bit big for her lithe body, but it didn't seem like she had any problem with the weight. Of course, I shall aim for the grand prize. She proclaimed that she was going after the teddy bear. Damn, Satoko, such a bold move. The moment she knocks it over, she's guaranteed to be in first. Good luck, Satoko-chan. Satoko was the opposite of Mion. She aimed at the target quite carefully and squeezed the trigger. Ah, these bullets are too light. The first 2 bullets struck the bear in the torso, but it only shifted a bit. You need to aim higher towards the head or it won't work. Satoko's 3rd bullet wasn't aimed at the bear, but at the candy box below its arm. I hate to say it, but it appears the bear is just too much for me. She went boldly after the big catch, but since she switched over to less impressive prey at the last second, the crowd only gave a strained laugh. Were they laughing because she lacked the courage? These fools know nothing. A fine attempt, Satoko. You've gotten better. The palm of Mion's outstretched hand went halt as it tapped down lightly on Satoko. She appeared to just be talking hot air, but this was actually completely calculated. Damn that Satoko! Just to avoid being in last place, she dared to switch over to an easy target. Without shame or honor. Magnificent. I'll allow you to take the bear, Rena-san. I pray for your victory. Okay. Thanks so much, Satoko-chan. How, bear-san, so cute. Rena was up next. She couldn't hit the broadside of a barn as regular Rena, but she said that bear was cute. I wonder how Rena-chan will do. I hope she's able to hit at least one. You're underestimating Rena, Tomitake-san. Heh, it's Rena, you know. Rena Ryugu, you know? If it was to get that teddy bear. Whoa! Tomitake-san wheeled around to see what all the commotion the spectators were making was about. If it was to get that bear, she'd be able to shoot through a pinhole. The one known as Rena Ryugu could do it. It's shaking, how cute! Rena couldn't hide her excitement over the bear's slow rocking. Now Rena couldn't lose! Not bad, Rena-san. The less collected you become, the stronger you get. Whoa! Another big cheer! Rena's bullet hit the bear's forehead again. Not enough. The bear seemed to wobble more than before. But it might not be possible. You never know. With Rena-chan's skill, it might be. While Tomitake-san was just as excited as the crowd, Rika-chan's analysis was not swayed by emotion. If Rena had 10 more shots, then she could surely knock it over. But with just one more, no matter how you looked at it, no go! The crowd let out a dejected groan. She had shot it right in the forehead 3 times. It was a bit late, but they gave her a good round of applause for the attempt. She got nothing. How? Bear-san, take him home, how? She should be praised for her valor, but she had no trophies to show for it. Then, at that moment, the old man flicked one of the candy boxes with his finger and handed it to Rena. This is for you, little lady. Huh? You're giving this to me? How? The gods wouldn't forgive me if I let you go home empty-handed after such a display. There was another shower of applause. Rena turned bright red and I pulled her back over to us by her hand. You did a good job. Your cute mode really surprised me. How? I really wanted Mr. Bear, waha! It was easy to see that it only needed a little more to be knocked over. Rena had done quite a lot for me. I still needed to pay her back for that delicious picnic. Alright, then I'll get it and give it to you. What? Tomitake-san had stolen the words right out of my mouth. Okay, please, Tomitake-san. Good luck. Damn you, old man Tomitake! Stealing the good parts for yourself. A small hand stretched over and fell gently on my head just before I was overcome with frustration. You keep on fighting too, Keiichi, okay? Tomitake-san carefully studied the bear. Setting his sights, he shouldered the rifle while holding the other 2 shots in his hand. Why is he doing that? Yes, no doubt. Tomitake-san is aiming for... The time between shots was short. It was meaningless to shoot again once it stopped shaking, so Tomitake-san was relying on rapid fire to win the battle. It was visibly wobbling much more than it ever had before, but that was all. It still didn't fall over. How too bad! All of Rena's momentary expectation from watching it sway violently turned into a dejected sigh. I really thought it would work. Ho ho ho! It seems that since you're a man, you will not be receiving any candy. That was it. It meant Tomitake-san had no spoils of war. So both Kei-chan and Rika-chan can just shoot down a small, easy prize and avoid being dead last. Avoid being the loser, huh? Oh, sorry about that. It's your turn next, Keiichi-kun. Best of luck. I was the 5th shooter. I took the rifle from Tomitake-san. If I took the ruthless route, as Mion had suggested, then I'd go for a small target. Except, when I picked up the rifle, I definitely got a feeling from it. It was burning passion, passed down to me by Tomitake-san. The regret of not being man enough to fell the bear that Rena wanted. Yes, that's right. If I didn't aim for the bear, then I wouldn't be a man. After all, that was my promise to Rena. Huh? What promise? What? To shoot down that bear, then give it to Rena. That one. You mean, how? The crowd went wild when they saw our conversation. Ooh, Oni-chan, you got balls, man! That's not it, fine men of the crowd. If I didn't do this, then Rena might mug the old man running the stall on his way home. No, that's not it at all. Why can't I just express my honest feelings? Keiichi-san surely talks the talk, but how do you actually intend to bring down the bear? Rena and Tomitake-san's shots did make it tilt a bit, but I think finishing the job will be difficult. Keiichi-kun, if only there was some way to shoot faster, I'd be able to pile more power on the sway from each hit. Good luck, Keiichi-kun! After taking 2 deep breaths, I shouted over to the guy, 2 more rifles! Huh? The crowd murmured amongst themselves. I wonder what oh, is he gonna shoot 3 at the same time? One person can't handle 3 rifles at once. I get it. Nice thinking, Kei-chan. Mion was able to figure it out magnificently. Basically, what was taking the most time was reloading the shot. Oh, so he doesn't have to shoot them all at the same time, but he doesn't have to reload. But that's right, rapid fire. And by putting 3 preloaded rifles next to each other, Tomitake-san went silent, peering at me and the bear through his lens. His photographer's blood predicted a miracle will occur, and then the crowd finally picked up on what I was planning. They let out a great cheer. They chanted my name, Keiichi! Rapid fire is the key. If I miss, all is for naught. Phew! After letting out a deep breath, I paused, relaxed. Now! Oh god, we're going into hyper-focus mode. That moment, it felt like time itself had stopped. I felt like I could see the trajectory of the bullets, hit it, and knock it down. The first shot hit the bear on its head. The second, the third, the bear swayed hard, and then... Yeah! Oh! The cheers began before the stuffed animal even finished falling off the shelf. Brim playing Japan Visa Simulator, yes! The guy caught it before. All you gotta do is get the big bear for her, and then she'll give you a marriage visa. The guy caught it before it hit the ground and tossed it over to me. You actually knocked it over! You got me! Amazing! Congrats, Keiichi-kun! Rika's still gotta go. Keiichi-san has finally learned how to use his head. I see you in a slightly better light now. You basically try to get married to one of these girls and get your visa by the end of the game so that you can stay in Hinamizawa, yeah! So you can get a hold of that cheap IKEA home wrench. I didn't do it all by myself. Everyone hit it and those small bits together brought it down. This trophy belongs to all of us. Right, this is from all of us working together. Me didn't hit it a single time. After holding up the teddy bear like it was a championship trophy, I handed it to Rena. Here! This is from me. No, from everyone. Thanks for always making your delicious lunches. Rena, thinking she was never actually going to get it, was momentarily speechless. I can't, Keiichi-kun. This is everyone's after all. How? In that case, I was the one who knocked it down, and it's mine. It's mine, so I'm giving it to Rena. I pushed the stuffed animal towards her again. I think I'll make that game one day, Japan Visa Simulator. That's a good idea. This time, she embraced and accepted it. You've watched out for me ever since I moved here, after all. I'm really grateful, you see. Thanks a lot. How, Keiichi-kun? Thanks so much, Rena dove at me. You meet all the girls in this village, dating them, but tragically you need to meet their dads. Family dinner be awkward. Mion told me thankfully in this game you don't get to meet their dads. Mion told me a few days later that Rena kissed me, but I didn't realize it during all the excitement at the time. Ooh. I remembered what I was trying to say to Tomitake-san earlier. There really isn't much of anything here, but there are lots of things you can't find anywhere else. I gained a lot from coming to Hinamizawa, especially at that moment. The crowd's cheers echoed on and on. From the altar set up in front of the shrine, the drums sounded with a booming echo. It was the finale of the festival. I'll be going off ahead then. Uh-oh, I need to go get myself a good spot too. Well then everyone, see you in a bit. Both Rika-chan and Tomitake-san gave their farewells and disappeared into the crowd. I wish both of you the best in your endeavors. Now, shall we be off? Yeah, might as well go see Rika-chan's charming figure. Let's go. Yeah, huh? Where's Reina? What are you doing? Keiichi-kun, Mi-chan, save me! Since she was carrying such a ridiculously large stuffed animal, she was being carried by the flow of people. What is she doing? She must have her hands full taking care of that bear. So I'll leave Reina in your care, Kei-chan. I have my hands full taking care of Satoko. Who would want to be looked after by you, Mion-san? Ouch! Please don't pull on my arm! Here we go. Before losing sight of Mion, I grabbed the back of Reina's collar. Keiichi-kun, not there! Don't grab me there! Always so bossy. Where can I grab then? How? I didn't feel ashamed at all. Rena was ashamed enough for the both of us. I grabbed onto Rena's hand and dashed after Mion and the others. We're going to be late. Let's hurry up. Yeah! I hadn't realized Rena's hand was so delicate. Maybe she needed a bit more exercise and nutrition. That wasn't what I meant. Not at all. My ears burned. I tried to keep calm. I repeated the phrase, keep it together, Keiichi Maibara, in my mind, but it didn't look like I would be able to anytime soon. I really didn't want Rena to see my face right then, so I pushed onwards, dragging her along without looking back even once. There was already a huge group of people gathered at the altar in front of the shrine. The fire at the altar made it as bright as midday and just as hot. There was a pile of futons warded with sanctified rope in front of the altar. Come to think of it, they did say it was a festival where they did something with the cotton and futons. Keiichi-san, Reina-san, we're over here! Satoko waved her hand from the front row. Ah, sorry. Making our way through the mass of people, we reached the spot they'd saved. How was it? Were you able to have a little bit of excitement with Rena? You punk! So that's what your plan was? Instead of replying, Mion gave us a perverse grin. How was it, Rena? Was Kei-chan's hand bigger than you thought it would be? Ha! How? Rena turned bright red, puffs of steam shooting out of her. I heard something slice through the air and turned around to see Mion on the ground with a welt on her face. Mion, when were you hit? Between the ha and o of her how, I think. Rena, it's not good to punch your friends to hide your embarrassment. I didn't hit her. Whatever. How? Thump! The thunderous beat of the drum echoed, silencing the crowd. You must all be quiet. It's beginning. It was a solemn ritual. Rika-chan entered dressed as a shrine maiden, followed by members of the municipal committee. The elders all looked at Rika-chan and clasped their hands in praise. The only thing allowed to disturb the profound silence was a flash from Tomitake-san's camera. What's the big thing Rika-chan is holding? A hoe that's used for this festival. It's a sacred farming tool that only the shrine maiden may touch. It was an awkward shape for a piece of farm equipment, not uncommon for something used in rituals. After reciting a Shinto prayer, Rika-chan approached the pile of futons gathered at the altar. She swung the hoe skillfully, plowing it into the futons. Each and every little movement of this performance probably had to be done in a certain way. Without a doubt, this was a ritual. What's next? Airing out futons? She's purifying futons that absorb illnesses from people over the winter. So when Kei-chan said airing out futons, he wasn't completely wrong. Rika-chan's face was already dripping with sweat. That hoe was probably really heavy. She staggered side to side with the momentum of each swing. Satoko looked on, silently lending her support. Worried? Rika practiced every single day with a mochi hammer. She will certainly prevail. Satoko's hands were sweaty, and whenever Rika-chan started to sway a little, she held her breath. Why wasn't Mion a candidate to be the Shrine Maiden? It feels wrong having Rika-chan swing around something so heavy. I'd do it if they asked me, and well, it's not something just anyone could do. That's true. Shrine Maidens need to be pure, after all. Gurk! Mion drove her elbow into my side. With the thud of the big drum, Rika-chan gave a solemn bow and descended from the altar. That triggered a round of generous applause. After the Shinto priests had raised up the cleansed futons like a portable altar, all the spectators stood up. Following after the priests, we all marched on at a moderate pace. They descended the shrine's giant stairs in a line. What's happening now? Washing the futons in the river? Watanagashi means setting cotton adrift, The procession continued right up to the bank of the stream. A fire was stoked high and it was bright as day here too. People started crowding around it and clamoring. All right, get in line. Line up, Keiichi-kun. I wondered what was up. Maybe we'd get some holy wine, red and white bean buns. It's not food. I said it was cotton. Ah, but of course. They didn't call it the Watanagashi for nothing. I finally understood. The municipal committee members pulled out the cotton from inside the futons and balled it up like mochi, handing it out to people. Rena drove into the line and brought out some for me as well. We then proceeded to the bank of the stream. Since it's your first time, Keiichi-kun, just copy what I do. She held the cotton in her right hand and, waving her hand as if to purify it, she touched it to her forehead, chest, navel, and both thighs. You do this 3 times and silently give thanks to Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama? What's that? The name of the shrine's god? Yes, it's the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. It brings about both miracles and curses, so you must be sure to show respect. That sounded like a pretty frightening god, but, well, when in Rome. I was officially a resident of Hinamizawa now, after all. Doing as Rena showed me, I touched the cotton over myself 3 times. Thank you, Oyashiro-sama. Thank you, Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama. This way, all the evil that possesses you is sucked out by the cotton. Then you let it gently drift away on the stream, and you're done. Together, Rena and I set our pieces of cotton afloat on the surface of the water. The flowers of cotton blooming in the water had sucked out all the evil festering in Hinamizawa and drifted off, disappearing into the distance. It was wonderful, like those floating lantern festivals I'd seen on TV. The best part, though, was feeling like this rite of passage had made me a true resident of Hinamizawa. I think that's only the first part of the chapter, too. It's usually split in 2 parts. Maybe since that one was... Nope, yep, there's more. While staring off into the stream, I somehow got separated from Rena. It wasn't very lonely, though. I know this place now. This is where I live. My home. It's probably better if I just stay here instead of wandering around aimlessly. Someone would surely find me while I was enjoying the evening breeze. I heard a familiar voice. It was Tomitaki-san. I headed towards it. Where did you go, Tomitake-san? Were you able to get some good shots? Yeah, fortunately. Tomitake-san was with a girl. I felt a little like I was intruding. How was it, Keiichi-kun? Did you enjoy the festival? From the way she spoke, it seemed like she was a resident of Hinamizawa. I really should try harder to remember people's faces here. What was her name? Well, it was fun. My face must have given away how desperately I was trying to remember her name because she gave a lighthearted chuckle. It's probably because it hasn't been long since you moved here. It's pretty hard to believe, seeing how friendly you've gotten with the other kids. If that's how it looked, it was probably all thanks to Rena and Mion. Perhaps you feel more like a resident of Hinamizawa after taking part in the festival today. I wonder about that. Oh, that's not like you. I had tried to get used to Hinamizawa, but there were still plenty of things I didn't know. The faces of people I'd met, for example. things that had happened in the past as well. Oh, you're feeling left out because of something like that? It's not so much as feeling left out, it's just, I'm not sure how to say it. That incident at the damn construction site, the fighting over it and other conflicts, that terrible incident they pretended they didn't even know about whenever I brought it up. Even though it was in the past, as someone living in Hinamizawa, it wasn't wrong to want to know about both the good and bad that had happened here. If it will put you at ease, then I'll tell you everything I know. Tomitake-san's smile made me more relieved than I'd ever been. It was hard to think of what to ask when someone said, "Ask me anything," though. Even when there was so much I wanted to ask. Then, could you tell me about what happened when the dam was being constructed? There was a big incident where Hinamizawa was going to be submerged, right? I think the locals would be more knowledgeable about the dam than I am. Well, if you don't mind, I'll tell you what I know. It's only what I read in the newspaper, though. Tomitake-san's eyes entered an unfocused gaze as he searched through his memory. Then he spoke. The decision to start the dam project was finalized 7 or 8 years ago. I heard it was the next major project after Kurobe. There were 3 major issues in Japan at that time: improving inter-island transportation infrastructure, meeting the higher demand for electricity, and flood control. There was a boom of dam building due to the massive economic stimulus they provided on top of generating electricity and flood control. Hinamizawa had the right conditions to support dam construction, so it was singled out. The dam reservoir would have covered quite a lot of ground when it was completed. The entire area, right up to Yagouchi, way upstream, would be underwater. But why did they have to pick a populated area like Hinamizawa? Couldn't they have instead picked a place where nobody lived? I'm not really sure why, but I heard that it was just the right terrain for building a dam. Of course, there were protests here in Hinamizawa. Rika-chan had said there was a battle. From that choice of words, I had to guess things had turned violent. There was a trial, and it was even brought up before the national diet. It was covered in the Tokyo newspapers, too. Miona told me all about that as well. I'm sure every resident of Hinamizawa had united to fight together. The feeling of solidarity found here, which could not be expressed properly with mere words, was likely brought about by that battle. As a result, bribery and scandals were brought to light. As things got more and more complicated, they eventually halted construction. If I wanted to know, now was my only chance to ask. It was certainly a bizarre incident that boys my age would be curious about. I felt a little shame from the fact I was petty enough to have my curiosity piqued by Rena and Mion's refusal to talk about the event. But I figured I might as well ask since I had the chance, just so I would stop thinking about it so much. So, there was a dismemberment, right? There was. I happened to be here in Hinamizawa at the time, so I remember it well. Tomitake-san's answer was nonchalant in contrast to my hesitantly forced-out question. It was about this time, 4 years ago. It was the day of the Watanagashi, if I recall correctly. Debate on whether to continue construction on the dam was in disarray. Scandal after scandal rocked the project near the end. The incident that was the final nail in the coffin for the dam project. A fight at the dam construction site ended in the victim being murdered. Fearing prosecution, the 6 assailants divided the remains into 6 pieces and each hid one. 5 of the 6 criminals turned themselves in out of guilt, but 1 was still on the run. The right arm he'd hidden had yet to be found. The major details lined up with what was in the tabloid I read earlier. It certainly was a tragic incident, but it wasn't so terrible that Ren and Mio needed to hide it from me. I guess they didn't want someone who just moved here to have a negative impression of Hinamizawa. I felt grateful for having friends who worried so much about me, as well as shame for still being so interested in it. It was near the end of all the trouble with the dam, you see, so everyone was saying that it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. Oyashiro-sama's curse, huh? Oyashiro-sama was the name of the god at the shrine that held the festival today, if I recall correctly. I see. Their guardian deity rained divine punishment down on the evil dam construction for trying to flood Hinamizawa. Apparently the younger ones didn't think so, but it seems the elderly in the village never doubted that it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman with Tomitake-san said with a mischievous chuckle. Tomitake-san began laughing with her. It was so infectious I ended up laughing as well. But I wonder about now. There are quite a few, I think, amongst the youth, too. A few what? People who believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman's lips were still curled into a smile, but her expression turned stern. Then after that, it continued every year, always around this time. Continued? What continued? Tomitake-san paused for a second as if to build up some suspense. Then he whispered to me, as if someone might have been listening. Every year, on the day of Watanagashi, somebody dies. The year following the dismemberment, on the day of the Watanagashi, a man from Hinamizawa who had supported the dam fell off a cliff overlooking some rapids and died. What? Who is this guy? This is the guy who keeps showing up and talking all cryptically. Tomitake. Yeah, Japanese Rocky Balboa. He's giving us the mystery right now. A man from Hinamizawa had supported the dam fell off a cliff overlooking some rapids and died while he was on vacation. Solved it? Unfortunately for his wife, the murder hasn't happened yet. Well, some murders have happened. Every year there's a murder. And you want to solve all the murders that have happened over the last 5 years. And that's the goal of this game. You bashed your head with a camera. Also, where's the fluffy music? Where'd it go? It's gone. Well, we're talking about murders now. Unfortunately for his wife, the body was never recovered. He supported the dam construction even though he lived in Hinamizawa. At the time, there were whispers amongst the elderly, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman chuckled mischievously again. Then the next year, the night of the Watanagashi, the shrine's Shinto priest died suddenly from an unknown illness. His wife drowned herself in the bog that night. The shrine's Shinto priest. You mean he was from the shrine here? The woman nodded. There was a rumor amongst the villagers that they weren't able to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger. Then, the year after that, again on the night of the Watanagashi, they discovered the battered body of a local housewife. Housewife? Up until now, all these mysterious deaths were people involved with the dam or who had connections with Oyashiro-sama. With that in mind, could the housewife have been involved in some way too? Exactly, the woman stated slyly. No, it was more menacingly. One of the victim's relatives, you see, was connected to the younger brother of the dam supporter who fell to his death 2 years before. The younger brother is still alive, it seems, but it did bother him quite a bit, so he moved to the neighboring town. For a while, I stood there with my mouth agape. The battle over the dam construction, with Hinamizawa's future at stake, and the murder at the center of it all. That was all I knew, and that was all I wanted to ask about. But that wasn't all there was to the story. Homicide, body disposal, accidental deaths, terminal illness, suicide, fatal beatings. I'm a pretty level-headed person. I don't really want to believe in curses. But the freakish deaths happened every year, on the day of the Watanagashi, and all of them were related to the dam construction. It was easy to dismiss each of them as coincidences by themselves, but when you put them all together, dismissing all of them as coincidence would then defy logic. I don't believe in curses, but every single year on the day of the Watanagashi, somebody or something makes it happen, without fail. The woman chuckled again as if she picked up on what I was thinking. It felt like she was saying, maybe there was, maybe we frightened him, stuff like that. I felt embarrassed at being read so easily. I pressed Tomitake-san to continue, a bit of impatience and irritation in my tone. Then? So someone died the next year, right? Who was it that time? I wonder, who do you think, Keiji-kun? The hell? The way he said it didn't agree with me. The sarcastic tone ticked me off. Don't avoid the question. I'm serious here. Hey, calm down, Keiji-kun. I realized when she tried to calm me down that I had been panicking. We aren't trying to avoid the question, Keiji-kun. It's just when you say the next year, well, that's today. When she hesitated to say it, Tomitake-san finished for her. I broke into a cold sweat. I really didn't like the direction this was headed. Nobody wants to speak of it, but they all think it's going to happen again. Tonight. The festival was so cheerful, though. Well, the victim last year, the housewife, she was a non-believer. It turns out she didn't even attend the Watanagashi festival. There was a rumor going around that if you didn't participate in the festival, you would incur Oyashiro-sama's wrath. Didn't you hear anything about this, Keiichi-kun? I never even heard a whisper of that rumor. Then the reason everyone was at the festival was they were afraid of the curse? I figured that must have been the reason. There were a lot more people at the Watanagashi than usual. I guess everyone was just afraid after all of Oyashiro-sama's curse. I couldn't utter a single word. In this modern age, where we've made progress in all scientific fields, shedding light on the unknown and misunderstood, where black and white television has been eradicated and we've sent men to the moon, even with all of our accomplishments, this can exist in modern society? Tons of invitations were sent out to neighboring towns' youth groups to help pad the numbers, but after that string of events, few decided to join. The municipal committee members were complaining about how hard it was to gather participants. Also, the police are treating each case as isolated. They don't believe they're connected. They're trying to keep it quiet, so it's all plainclothes officers. It finally began to dawn on me why Rena and Mion were reluctant to talk. If nothing happened during this Watanagashi, everything would have been over with and I'd be none the wiser. If nothing happened, all would be well. In that case, it would all end up being just crazy talk. I should have just pretended like I knew nothing from the beginning. Then they wouldn't have had to act like nothing happened, and we would have all gotten back to life as usual. Maybe it was just too much for him after all. The woman ran her fingers through her hair as she sighed. And no, it wasn't, not at all. I had tried to act strong, but that just served to emphasize how much the information had unsettled me. After seeing how I looked, Tomitake-san appeared to regret saying anything. Letting out a sigh, he then spoke, forcing an awkward, upbeat demeanor. Keiichi-kun, surely you don't believe in such things as curses. Well, no. If the causes of all of the crimes were unknown, with the perpetrators and their methods all mysteries, then I would think it's the work of a curse. But that's not how things are in reality. The police are investigating the evidence and suspects to uncover the truth. Hearing him say police made me feel a lot better. It was perfect for repelling the word curse. The first one, the dismemberment, for example. I told you, didn't I? All but one of the perpetrators were arrested. It's only a matter of time for the last one. The motive turned out to have been an argument they had while intoxicated. That's no curse. Don't you agree? That was true. If it didn't happen on the day of the Watanagashi, then I wouldn't think it was related to the curse at all. The accidental death of the man who supported the dam is the same. He was in a position that made others hate him. The police made a point of investigating from that angle. They concluded it was an accident, not foul play. But they both happened on the day of the festival, right? Ha ha ha, just think about it, Keiichi-kun. Do you think people with a lot of enemies here in Hinamizawa could participate easily in a local festival? It would be especially hard for them to be around during the Watanagashi, so they probably left Hinamizawa intentionally around this time of year to travel, don't you think? It wasn't a very clear explanation, but I sort of understood what Tomitake-san was getting at. So I pressed on earnestly, asking more questions so that I could convince myself. Then Tomitake-san, what about the priest who died after that, the one with the unknown illness? That also happened on the day of the festival. It's even easier to explain what happened to the Shinto priest. The Watanagashi is a really big event that happens once a year. It was probably from all the built-up stress, or it may have been because of a pre-existing condition. But it was an unknown illness. It's hard to believe something with an unknown cause could exist with all our advances in medicine. It's just an exaggeration. Rumors making rumors. Anyone would get worked up over having incidents happen 2 years in a row. The sudden death is quite unnatural, though. Of course, the police ordered an autopsy because of the strange way he died, but there wasn't enough for them to open a full investigation, you know? Turns out it was just a sudden death due to illness. The priest's wife committed suicide, correct? What about that? I believe I already explained that. She committed suicide. That's not supernatural. Everyone was shaken up by the incidents happening for a third year. Those who are of strong faith were quick to believe it was the work of the curse. Of course, that included the priest's wife. Apparently they found a suicide note that said something like, "My death will quell Oyashiro-sama's anger." Well then, how about the next incident with the housewife? That happened on the day of the Watanagashi too. The perpetrator has already been caught and the case has been closed. Turns out it was just some nutjob trying to continue the legacy of the Hinamizawa curse. Then, how about the incident the next year? Oh yeah, this year is the next year. Tomitake-san gave a hearty laugh. Nothing will happen. Not this year. There was never a curse to begin with. It's just that a group of people believed it was the explanation for a string of coincidences. My internal computer finally got itself back on track. I felt a bit embarrassed by how childish I'd become after losing control and panicking. I can see very clearly now that Keiichi-kun really does love Hinamizawa. Even if Oyashiro-sama's curse actually did exist, Keiichi-kun couldn't bring himself to believe that such a thing existed. I felt very relieved. I should probably just forget everything I heard tonight. I'll greet Rena and Mio tomorrow with the same smile as always. They'd probably also like tonight to end without incident so they can continue on tomorrow without having worried me. Perhaps seeing my change in attitude, the woman who had been listening and stretched as she got up from the rock she was sitting on. Well then, I should be getting back. Goodness, I think I may have gone on a bit too long. There were so few people compared to the crowd from before, I could only make out a few groups of families enjoying the cool evening air. I looked at my watch. It seemed we talked for the better part of an hour. Didn't you come along with your friends, Keiichi-kun? Not going to look for them? Oh yeah, they might all be looking for me. You're quite the scoundrel, making the girls look for you. See you, Keiichi-kun. Have a good night. You too, Jiro-san. I'll see you a bit later. Tomitake-san seems to be quite the scoundrel himself, so his name is Jiro. After dusting off her backside, she disappeared into the crowd of people still busy cleaning up the shrine grounds. Keiichi-kun! So sorry! In her place, Rena came running over. I could see all the others behind her. Speak of the devil. My bad, Kei-chan. We got so caught up in our discussion. I'd completely forgotten about them while caught up in my own conversation, so we were even. My, so Tomitake-san was with you. This works out perfectly. We still need to settle the shooting gallery competition. Oh yeah, Rika never did it. Ah, that's right. So I guess I'm going to end up dead last. In the end, after my dramatic victory, Rika-chan was the last challenger, but there weren't many targets left. The ones remaining were all tiny and difficult to hit. She did take her time and aim, but all 3 shots completely missed. She was to end up sharing the loser's crown with Tomitake-san. However, she did her little mewing cry in front of the owner and he turned to mush instantly. She was given a pack of gum as a consolation prize. Her methods were a bit audacious, but she did avoid being the loser rather magnificently. Come to think of it, Rika-chan is quite the trickster. I have no idea what Keiichi is talking about. Now then, it's decided that Tomitake-san is dead last. Everyone cheered and applauded. Tomitake-san smiled wryly, slightly bewildered. So, Tomitake-san, are you ready? Penalty time! Huh? Oh, I completely forgot about that. You're too naive, Tomitake-san. This is why our club can never lose. Mion pulled a felt-tip marker from her pocket. Oh, it's that! Show him some mercy, Mion. At least use a washable marker. A permanent one is too harsh. It just has to be permanent. It comes off when you do the laundry anyway. Whoa, what is this? Please take it easy on me. All of us pinned his arms behind his back and Mion approached him with a marker in one hand. And squip! But she didn't write on Tomitake-san's face. She wrote on the shirt he was wearing. You'd better have your big break this year, Mion. Rena took up the marker next. Show me your photos next time, okay? Rena. It was a little heartwarming and I just had to laugh. Haha, this is more like a farewell card than a penalty. Ho, I'm not as soft as the rest. I'll make sure this is a proper penalty. Haha, dead last, Satoko. Try harder next time, Rika. Here you go, Keiichi-san. I couldn't decide what to write, but based on what kind of penalty this was probably the most appropriate. Come back and play again, Keiichi. Tomitake-san was silent the entire time. At first he was quite bewildered, but now he had a different look on his face. So I had to wear this all the way back to Tokyo as part of the penalty? Of course, you'd better wear it all the way home. You could wear it when you come back, it would be nice. He appeared deeply moved. Embarrassment met with a mix of wealth of other emotions made him turn a bright red. Understood. I'll wear this the next time I come here. I promised. Everyone cheered and applauded. It was the finest parting gift possible for a buddy heading out tonight. I saw the woman who was with Tomitake-san standing near the festival grounds. It seemed Tomitake-san noticed her too, and knew it was time to leave. Seems like your guest is waiting. Isn't it about time? Yeah, that's certainly how it seems. Tomitake-san headed off towards her and seemed to apologize for making her wait. We all shouted stuff at Tomitake-san. Each time we did, he looked back and waved his hand. Eventually, he faded into the darkness of the night, out of sight. It was quite the casual farewell. This wasn't the first time any of us had seen someone off. They had done the same thing many times before. He's gone. Well, it's about time we take off too. Rika-chan had to stay behind with the other committee members since they were having a meeting. Satoko was tagging along with her. I headed back home with the usual suspects. The walk back was quite lively, with talk of the day's war stories. Should have done this, should have done that kind of stuff. Rena and I parted ways with Mion, and then it was just the two of us. Then we got to my house, and I parted ways with Rena as well. It's already pretty late. Are you all right by yourself? Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. It's close. I'm going to run, too. If you run into some weirdo, just yell. If someone does come, will you come and save me, maybe? Maybe? If I hear you. Oh, okay. I'll scream loud enough so you can hear me. Merrily spinning her arms around at high speed, Rena dashed off. She was fine. In that mode, not even an adult could stand against her. Rena's cheerful presence disappeared, and it finally became quiet again. The curse that not a single person even whispered about. The more I learned about it tonight, the more unsettling it became. It didn't show on any of their faces, but they were probably all quite concerned about it as well. But if nothing happens tonight, then it all ends up being just crazy talk. Nothing will happen. Nothing bad. Nothing at all. What's wrong, Keiichi? Why are you standing in a place like that? Come inside. You'll catch a cold. It was my mom. Did you go, Mom, to the Watanagashi festival? In the end, your father didn't wake up, so I missed it. A little disappointing. Mom stuck her tongue out with a bit of an embarrassed look on her face. His parents gonna get it. New tips. Oh my god, this one's so long. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We can do it. 4 new tips. Hojo couple's falling incident. Okay, so it's just newspaper things about what happened in the past. From the June 1980 edition, on the afternoon of XX at 2 p.m., office employee XXXX and his wife XXXX of Hinamizawa Village in Shishibune Prefecture disappeared after falling 27 meters from the observatory platform in Shirakawa Prefecture. Police and firefighters searched downstream and discovered the body of XXXX at around 7 p.m. that evening. His wife, XXXXX, has yet to be found. The search has run into difficulties due to the effects of Typhoon 3 from the previous day. It appeared a railing at the observatory that the XXs leaned on had broken, causing them to fall. The groundskeeping staff was questioned by the police in regards to facility deterioration, and if park maintenance was performed properly. Hey, cutie, how are you doing today? The terminal illness death of Shinto priest Furude. I'm doing good. We are reading Higurashi from the June 1981 edition on the afternoon of XX around 10 p.m. in the X district of Hinami. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. Ooh, you sent out Matt's presents? Hell yeah. What did you get him? Shishibone Prefecture. The Shinto priest of the Furude Shrine passed away after an existing condition he was recovering from suddenly worsened. You're gonna lurk and watch someone else? Cool. Thanks for being here. Parties close to the deceased said he was suffering from anxiety issues concerning the festival, which was to be held that day. You got him a mouse pad, candle, and a hat. Hell yeah. Also, after XXX's death, his wife XXXX went missing, leaving behind a farewell note. The police and local youth association continued the search. However, given the presence of the farewell message and the fact that the Onigafuchi marsh is said to be bottomless, they have run into difficulties. Housewife murder. It wasn't reported in the newspaper. Oh, okay. Radio law. Why was that not reported in the newspaper? That's weird. Why would a housewife gets murdered and they don't report about it? This is Okinomiya Station, calling Unit 3. Unit 3, please respond. This is Unit 3. Loud and clear. Backup is heading your way. Hold position until further instructions. Over. Roger. Unit 3 acknowledged. Requesting no headlights. Requesting radio silence. Station, the doctor has arrived. They want to carry it away. What's the order? Over. Acknowledged. Leave it to the doctor. Affirmative. Understood. Backup has arrived. Shouldn't we let them take a photo first? I think the Vic is done for. So yeah. Chapter 6 was a long one. Okay. I'll play some ads, go and get some water, and I will be right back. I'm not sure if I'll finish. I want to get to at least end of chapter 8 there. As you can see, that's the furthest I got the first time that I read this. So let's get to at least how far I got the first time. And then finish it next week. Three-minute ad, and I'll be right back. We can do this. Jacob yesterday, Kei-chan. You didn't do so badly yourself, Mio. Yesterday was fun. Oh, that's right, Keiichi-kun. Thank you very much for Mr. Bear. I'm glad you liked it. Don't use it as a pincushion, though. I wouldn't. I'm a pincushion. Still chatting happily, we enter the classroom. But the moment I stepped into the room, a splashing sound and a nasty sensation. It was a bucket filled to the brim with water, and unfortunately my foot stepped right in. Well, you gotta be paying more attention when Sato goes around. My now, how diligent of you to mop the floor this morning. Clomp, 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 whip, whip. Wah, Keiichi-san flicked my forehead. You should set a more brutal trap next time. Seeing that, Rena began to swoon as Mion looked on dejectedly. Everything was the same as always. Everybody was there, and nothing felt out of place. The uncertainties I'd had in the back of my mind since yesterday had vanished. What is it, Keiichi-kun? Didn't get enough sleep, maybe? Maybe? I slept like a log, but if you want, I'll do a reenactment during class. You shouldn't do that. Mion alerted us that the teacher was coming, so everyone shuffled off to their seats. Good morning, everyone. So yesterday was the festival. Thank you to all the people who stayed until the very end to help clean up. We were all slackers, so none of us actually helped clean up. Actually, I had a feeling that the only thing we did was run around the festival and cause a ruckus. Okay then, this time of year, you might see some people here from out of town doing interviews about the festival for magazines. I thought it was the usual stuff, so I was going to tune it out, but then I noticed a different tone in her voice and started paying attention. You may be asked questions. Please don't say anything silly or something that could be taken the wrong way. Do you understand? In unison, everyone replied, "Yes, ma'am." What she said was really vague, but I understood what she was trying to say. After all, this was the 5th year. There were probably lots of third-rate reporters pouring in, hoping something regarding the curse had happened. It did nothing but perpetuate the village's bad image. She was saying, "Don't spout stupid shit you think is funny." And now, I was one of the ones who needed to keep their mouths shut. I found it rather cute how I felt a sense of unity from such a trite thing, if I do say so myself. I was summoned to club activities after school. Since everybody was still pretty tired from yesterday, we just spent the day relaxing. Yeah, that wasn't happening. Today, let's play a classic game of deduction. How about this one? Oh, a game from overseas. Looks interesting. The instructions are in English, but the rules don't seem that hard. I won't lose, you hear? I'm not too bad at this game. It seemed that Rena didn't handle this kind of game very well. The rules are the person who can match the murderer weapon in the scene of the crime wins. Oh, clue. There were 3 kinds of cards comprised of suspects' weapons and locations. I could see that the names Mion and Rika were written on the suspect cards. Oh, a card with my name on it as well. There are plenty of different weapons too, like knives, axes, and poison. The locations are pretty nice too, like the living room, the study, and the courtyard. So basically, you take out one of each of the cards. These are the answer cards. So we shuffle the remaining cards and hand them out. We ask each other about the cards and figure out the right ones. Ah, I see. So the cards nobody has are the true perpetrators. Then you raise your hand if you know the answer. The game ends and we check if the answer is correct. If you're right, then you get a point. If you're wrong, then you lose a point. Since the game ends, even if no one gets it right, all the cards are gathered up and redistributed. You'll learn as you go. You really have to use your brain. You'll get confused if you don't take notes. The rest you can figure out by playing. So Mion, what's the penalty this time? Everyone directed their attention to Mion. Let's see, we're all still a little tired from yesterday, so maybe we'll take it easy with a gopher penalty. You'll be asked to rush out and buy stuff for everyone. So just being asked to go buy stuff like drinks and candy, I guess. I feel like the penalty today is pretty simple. I wonder, is it really? Is Keiichi-san thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, you don't know what you'll have to go buy. I'm betting Mion would send out whoever loses to buy stuff like hemorrhoid cream or happy family planning manual or other crazy stuff. The cards were lightly shuffled and passed out to each player. The real perpetrator, the correct weapon, and the scene of the murder have been taken out, so that means all the cards I have in my hand are innocent cards. Then I'll go first since I'm the club president, I guess. Well then, Mion, knife, study. You pick one suspect, weapon, and murder scene and ask each person. If you have any of those cards, then you must say, I have one. However, you don't need to say which one you have. Yeah, I got it. Me too. I have one. Oh my, all of them are here. 3 people answered when she asked if they had Mion, knife, and study. So that means that Mion, knife, and study are all in the clear. Got to jot that down. Then I'll go. Rena, axe, lounge. Only 2 people said they had one. So it means out of Rena, Axe, and Lounge, one of them is correct and is part of the crime? No, wait. Even if they say they have one, they don't have to say how many. It's possible that either Sachiko or Rika-chan has 2 of the cards. Well, Kei-chan is next. Go ahead. Oh, wait just a little. I'm still sorting things out. This game has me thinking more than I thought. Oh man, this feels like it's going to be tough. Alright, now I have the criminal. What? Already? Here I am spinning around in circles and Mion now just raises her hands. The murderer is Rika-chan, in the infirmary with the poison. Well, Mion drew the cards from the box and we checked to see if her deduction was right. You were right! All I needed was one more hand. I couldn't tell whether it was poison or a pistol. I'd never use a pistol. I like killing them slowly with poison. Rika-chan said such a hugely terrifying thing with such a sweet little face. Everyone was making a commotion about how they almost had it. Rena and I were left out in the cold, though. How did you do, Keiichi-kun? I couldn't get it at all. Don't worry, I had no idea either. How can you both be so unsure? You'll both end up in last place together at this rate. That's even worse, going off buying something together as a couple. What if we ended up having to buy the Happy Family Planning Guide? I can tell from Keiichi's expression that he's not very good at this game. Huh? That's not true. I'll show you the true power of Sherlock Maibara during the next round. My, that sounds just wonderful. I shall give you quite the thrashing. After that, I managed to somewhat grasp the trick behind the game, but I was still always a step or 2 behind. I saw that Mion was somehow gleaning information from how the others were asking their questions. That level of experience was just too much. The only way I could stage a comeback was if I became ruthless. I tossed out the simple concept of deduction and switched over to the thought process needed to win. The important thing isn't to find out the criminal, it's to win at the game! Eureka! Sorry, need to go to the bathroom. Take your time and squeeze out a nice one. Me-chan, that's gross. I had them hold off the game and headed down the hall. The air was crisp. It showed just how stagnant the air in the classroom was from our body heat. On the school grounds, some of our classmates were still playing around. After spending some time cooling my head, Rena had made her way over towards me. Keiichi-kun, did you call for me? Yeah, I did. As I got up from my seat, I winked over at Rena. They can show each other's cards. Have an advantage. I'm glad it worked out. I don't want to waste much time, so I'll get right to the point. Rena, what's your record at this game we're playing today? She was taken aback. After a moment, she hesitantly opened her mouth. Well, all losses. Why do you ask? I wonder. I could tell from how apprehensively she was playing. The way things are going, I will as well. I can't figure out a way to pull off a last-minute comeback on this one. So, I guess both of us will be taking that penalty. Hey, don't accept defeat already. How about we win this? Both of us. But how can we? I brought my lips up to Rena's ear. Whisper, 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 whisper. Huh? Is that allowed? Did you forget, Rena? The second rule of our society. Do everything in your power to obtain victory. Yeah, I'll try my best. Our plan of attack was a quite rudimentary one. At the beginning of the game, everyone would be focused on their own hand for a while, taking notes and whatnot. Since our seats were right next to each other, we'd reveal our hands to each other. Did you marry her yet? You gonna say we're not married yet? If we did it under the desk, then nobody would know. We're helping each other out in a game of Clue. Memba Immigration Office is very strict. This is Japan. As much information as everyone else. Having this information would mean we'd need to investigate less. So we're playing Clue right now. You know, we're playing board games. So me and her are really bad at Clue. So we're going to share our cards with each other to hopefully give us a better... Because both of us are getting thrashed. With this sort of plan of attack, we start off with a big lead over the other guys. Yeah, with this we can probably win. We both smirked at each other. If I was the shady businessman, then Rena was the corrupt senator. Pleasure doing business with you. Then let's hurry back. We'll work as a duo to surprise everyone. Hey now, there's no point if we go back together. It would be like flat out telling them we made a little arrangement. Oh, sorry, then what should we do? Go back ahead of me, Rena. I'll take my time coming back after washing my face or something. Okay, got it. Rena turned around and headed back to the classroom. I guess I should wait a bit longer before going back. If I went too soon, it wouldn't seem like I went to the bathroom. If Mion or one of them suspected something, then there could be problems. Well, they'd figure it out sooner or later, because both Rena and I would start winning over and over again. Both Rena and I will have earned enough points to avoid being the losers by the time Mion realized what was happening. Excellent. Not bad at all. Maibara-kun, may I have a moment? Huh? It's the teacher. Man, things were just getting good. What is it? You have a guest. Please make your way to the entrance. A guest? It's not like I own a hotel. They have been waiting. Please hurry. It was rather unfortunate that I'd have someone waiting on me right before my big match, but I was more interested in the unexpected guest. I didn't want to waste any time, so I decided to take care of it quickly. The entryway was a heavy contrast from the hot sunlight and deep shadows. Here he is, Mr. Detective. I love this guy. This guy might be one of my favorite characters, too. Waiting there, looking uncomfortably warm, was a middle-aged man, his tie sloppily loosened and his jacket tucked underneath his arm. Are you Maibara-san? Keiichi Maibara-san? There was no question that he wasn't a resident of Hinamizawa, and that this was, without a doubt, the first time he had met me. Ever since I met Tomitake-san, I've been running into so many middle-aged men. That's right. Who might you be? I have the AC on in my car. Let's talk there. It's a bit hot here, don't you think? Here's Love sitting in his car. I forgot about that. Yes. I have the AC on in my car. He doesn't like talking outside of his car. The man, completely ignoring my question, pointed over to his car parked next to the gate and began walking. You've got to be kidding me. I had no intention of going alone with some geezer I didn't even know, and he was asking me to get in his car with him? I'm not going to bite. Come on now. He opened the back door of his car and called me over. I didn't like this old man, but I wanted to know what this was about, even while knowing that conversations that start out like this have never led to anything good. The inside of his car was pretty cool. I was surprised that I was even worried about going in. I love this car. Best car ever. Cars with air conditioners were supposed to be a luxury. My dad didn't have one in his car, at least. Please let me know if it's too cold for you, okay? I have a habit of cranking it all the way up. So, what business do you have with me? Out of spite, I decided to ignore his remark in the same way he did to me and start my own line of questioning. He pulled out a notepad from his pocket and took out a picture that was stuck between the pages. On it was the face of a pretty goofy-looking guy. If you know anything related to this individual, then please tell me. Who the heck is this? I doubt even his close friends would be able to recognize who he was from this expressionless picture that looked like it was taken at the DMV. There were scribbles on his shirt done in permanent marker, starting with yours, Maybara-san, and quite a few of your classmates signed as well. Huh? This is Tomitake-san? There was no hint of his usual unreliable and easygoing personality in this photo. It was an expressionless, half-asleep face. And do you know this woman? Even before seeing it, I had a good idea of who it was. I don't remember her name, but she's some lady who was with Tomitake-san last night. I didn't know what her name was, but I did know she was a resident of Hinamizawa. When was the last time you saw these two? The night of the Watanagashi. We spoke. They seemed pretty close, I guess. Did anything bother you about them? Anything is fine. Go ahead and say it. Being asked for every little detail is very troubling, honestly. I had a pretty good idea of who this guy was by now. Did something happen to them? There was no response to my inquiry. Thus, I replied to that silence in kind. I was pretty sure, no certain, that this guy was a cop. Then why? Why was he asking me about Tomitake-san? Did something happen to him? More importantly, why me? Shouldn't there have been plenty of other people who knew more about him than I did? Probably because your name was written on his shirt, and they probably saw you talking to them. The roar of the air conditioner felt unbearably loud. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. You've moved here just recently, isn't that right, Maybara-san? Are you aware, I wonder, about the stories of Oyashiro-sama? My heart began to race. I'm pretty terrible at hiding things. It probably showed on my face. Not at all? If you don't, then that's fine. Well, I have heard of it. Tomitake-san told me, actually. How much do you know about it? The dismemberment killing, the accidental death, the death by illness followed by suicide, and the lady who was beaten to death. The incidents that always happen the day of the Watanagashi, ending in suspicious deaths. I didn't think Tomitake-san would have kept anything from me. I think that was everything. No, rather, I didn't want to think there was anything more than that. Do you know of that, curse, Maybara-san? Feel free to speak openly about it. I don't believe in it. My answer was instant. It wasn't so much that I didn't believe in it as I was on the verge of believing. I wanted to clear away my own doubts. That was the more prominent feeling. Really? Then that's great. Guess you really are one of those city-raised boys. So what if I don't believe? I have friends waiting, so could you get to the point? The man in this picture is dead. My mind went blank. Huh? What happened to Tomitake-san? It would seem that he died last night. That was the night of the Watanagashi. Do you understand the implications behind that, Maybara-san? Implications? Not any yet. Not any for the cause of his death or the reasons behind it. The real problem was that he died on the day of the Watanagashi, meaning this year, the curse of Oyashiro-sama had once again. The death of Jiro Tomitake is still confidential. You can understand why that is, right? I didn't want to understand why. Please, tell me what happened. It was rather peculiar. It might be a little too graphic for someone born and raised in Hinamizawa. It was a roundabout way of saying it, but it caused me to doubt whether or not I wanted to hear the rest. I would only regret forcing myself to learn of something I shouldn't. Or at least, that's how I figured I would feel if I listened to the rest. One of our patrol cars discovered the body on the way back from security detail at the festival. It was late, about 5 till midnight. The location was, you know where the road into town becomes paved, right? Down past the slope, on the shoulder, around there. There were a few streetlights on that road. Its pitch-black darkness was only broken by the lights of passing cars and the moon. It was a stroke of luck that Tomitake-san was spotted collapsed on the shoulder of the road. Tomitake-san was face down, covered in blood. Blood and muck covered the asphalt. We thought it was a hit and run at first, but when the officer checked to see if he was still alive, he quickly noticed something abnormal. His throat had been ripped open. From a knife or something? No. Nails. Nails? As in fingernails? With those he clawed through? From the coroner's report, it was revealed that it was with his own nails. Huh? What does that mean? Basically, it means it wasn't a murder. It was a suicide. Tomitake-san thought there was a reason to tear open his own throat, as hard as he could with his own nails. Tore through the skin until he started to bleed, and even then Tomitake-san didn't stop. He continued clawing, with enough intensity that it could have peeled off his nails. Still clawing. Still clawing. Then, as his nails reached those vital arteries that you should never damage, he continued clawing. Splurt! Blood splattered on the ground around him. As he bled, while gasping for breath, he collapsed, his body spasmed, and he died in agony. We thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of that nature was detected. But this, it was a suicide? I've never heard of such a thing. This unnatural way of dying. If this wasn't a mysterious death, then what was? The way he died. In these 5 years, his death most resembled that of a curse. As if to show both myself and Tomitake-san, who proclaimed there was no such thing as a curse, that we were wrong. There were a few more suspicious details. From his body chemistry, perspiration, epilation, and so on, we concluded that he was in a state of hysteria right before his death. That was a given. It's hard to believe someone could be in a sound state of mind while clawing out their own throat. Wounds on his hands matched a discarded piece of lumber found nearby. There are traces of where he struck trees and the guardrails within. Tomitake-san's blood was found all over the place, meaning that while tearing at his own throat, he was swinging around a piece of lumber. There were external injuries which were not self-inflicted, discovered on Tomitake-san. There is a high probability Tomitake-san was assaulted. The external injuries suggest there may be multiple suspects. To summarize, Tomitake-san was surrounded and attacked. While wandering the night roads in a state of panic after being cornered, he picked up a piece of lumber and tried fighting back. Somewhere in there, he began madly tearing at his own throat, clawing at it. Then, he died. The presumed time of death was around 9:23 p.m., meaning it occurred right after you finished talking to Tomitake-san at the festival. Everyone signed Tomitake-san's shirt, then parted ways. Right after that, oh yeah, he should have been with a woman. What about her? She's missing. She hasn't shown up to work and she hasn't returned home either. There is a very high probability that she was involved in this incident. For a while, I could only gaze off into space. I never would have thought that something unfortunate happening to somebody close to me could affect me this deeply. The time I had spent with Tomitake-san was short. But we went to the same festival, spent time together, and took part in the same competition. He was one of us. We have been continuing the investigation on various fronts, but when it comes to Oyashiro-sama's curse, the villagers here aren't very cooperative. That I knew well. I would have been none the wiser if not for Tomitake-san, the outsider, telling me. So that's why you came to me? Because I'm not originally from Hinamizawa? I should have been angry that was the reason you wanted to hear what happened from me. If things go the way they have been, then the conclusion would be that Jiro Tomitake died from Oyashiro-sama's curse. He turned away from me and gazed far off into the distance. The night of the Watanagashi, during that sacred ritual, he callously snapped off photos, angering Oyashiro-sama. That's how it's going to turn out. The There's no way Oyashiro-sama would inflict divine punishment on Tomitake-san. Tomitake-san had to have been killed by humans in a cowardly group, no less. There's no way I'm going to let this end up being the fault of some curse. I think so as well. There's no such thing as divine punishment or curses. The tense mood was cut with the man's hearty laugh. That's how this must be, Mahabara-san. Our cooperation from individuals in Hinamizawa who don't believe in the curse is indispensable. Understand? Neither Tomitake-san nor I believed in curses, but with the way things were going, it would just end up with Tomitake-san's death marking the 5th year, which would mean that Hinamizawa had rejected Tomitake-san. That was something I couldn't allow. Tomitake-san was one of us. He didn't live in Hinamizawa, but he came every single year. In a sense, he was more of a resident than I was. There was no way that Tomitake-san could have been cursed by Oyashiro-sama. But there was nothing I can do to help. I have no idea what happened that night either. No, if you see or hear something that draws your attention, then that is enough. If I see or hear, he was talking in the future tense. Things or people or rumors, anything is fine. I don't care if they're unfounded. Here, this is my number. If I'm not there, then just leave a message with whoever picks up. He handed me a piece of paper with his number on it, but I hesitated for a second. If I took it, then whether I wanted to or not, I'd be mired knee-deep in this matter. Please help me solve these questions surrounding Tomitake-san's unfortunate death. That's right. Why was I hesitating? I needed to find the murderer who killed my friend. I snatched up the piece of paper as a satisfied grin spread across his face. Everything we spoke of today is a secret. Please keep this confidential. Understood. From your friends as well, especially from Sonozaki-san and Furude-san. Please do not inform them. Sonozaki? You mean Mion? Why? Are you saying they have something to do with the incident? With my friends' names being brought up so abruptly and being told to keep it a secret from them, I became rather angry. This is what they call investigative privilege, I suppose. Don't play games with me. Mion is a close friend of mine. I snapped at him, but he didn't seem to especially be offended. I don't mind telling you, but it may just upset you. Say it! He hesitated a little. Turning his gaze to the outside of the car, he began to speak after thinking for a bit. There is a possibility that the string of incidents happening here in Hinamizawa are a result of a village conspiracy. There's no way that could be right. Give me a break. First of all, is there any proof of that? No evidence. Also, each of the cases were resolved and none of the perpetrators had any direct connection to the village. Then how did you come to that conclusion? Every year, the enemies of the village die on the day of the Watanagashi. Don't you think that's enough reason to suspect something? Only the residents of Hinamizawa felt that the day of the Watanagashi was sacred, so basically, because incidents happened on that day, it was somehow related to Hinamizawa. First, it was the damn construction foreman. Then it was a villager that supported it. Those the village hold a grudge against die, one after the other, from mysterious causes. The means are different, but in the end, the result is the same. Unfounded, unreasonable suspicion. But it couldn't just be shrugged off. So, the victims after that. What about the Shinto priest and his wife's death? They weren't enemies of the village. The villagers had expected leadership from the Shinto priest at the time of the dam dispute, but he wasn't proactive, so there was a faction of villagers who harbored ill will towards him as a result. Ill will? It's not like he did anything bad to the village. What about that housewife after that? Did she die just because she was the wife of the brother of a supporter? That's such a trivial reason to kill someone. And what about Tomitake-san? He's not affiliated with the damn project at all. Was he killed just because he was an outsider? In the beginning, it fell on those related to the dam project, but as the years went on, the enemy threshold of the victims had become much lower. Well, that's the scary part. The bar keeps getting lower. What's scary about that? It means it's not just enemies of the village anymore. Just being an outsider is reason enough. Then, next year's victim, they're just going to be picked out of the village outsider pool? It might be a person that just moved here. What do you mean by... I swallowed my words. Here in Hinamizawa, the ones who would be considered the most outside would be my family. I was proof enough of that, wasn't I? I still couldn't really remember the names of the people I passed by. Then, the next victims, my family. Was he saying it was going to be me? But what does that have to do with Mion? I can't go into details, but the Sonozaki family led the damn protests. Quite fervently so. This is also true of Mion Sonozaki herself. She has quite a few misdemeanor and obstruction of public work offenses on her record because of the protests. I knew Mion knew what it meant to fight. This was the first I'd heard of her family leading the protests, though. Then, well, what did it all mean? Are you saying that Mion's family is involved with this string of incidents? Well, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just saying that if it was a conspiracy, then they'd have the highest probability of being behind it. Not a very clear explanation. Felt like he magnificently avoided the details I really wanted to know. We don't know who or how involved anyone is right now. That is exactly why I don't want you to say anything to the villagers. Instead of answering, I gave a very bitter expression. It seemed that he understood it well enough. And think of it like this. I don't want to worry the villagers who blindly believe it's the curse. How about that? What do you mean, how about that? How should I know? But the reasoning behind wanting me to not carelessly open my mouth about it wasn't too hard to comprehend. The perpetrator was here. It had nothing to do with the curse. He was definitely going to get caught by the police and made to pay for his crimes. And none of the villagers should have anything to do with that process. It may cause those sensitive about the curse to just worry needlessly. Just like everyone kept it from me so I wouldn't worry about it. Is it now my turn to keep it from them so they didn't have to worry? I was just talking to myself. Unlike me, everyone else had been worrying over these mysterious incidents yearly. And the incident this time probably means a lot more to them. I didn't want to burden them anymore. In the end, everything went as the man had wanted, as insipid as it was, but it couldn't be helped. I understand. I'll keep it to myself. Is that fine? Mr. Oishi, from the Okinomiya police station. You can call me Kura-chan if you want. No, Oishi-san is fine. The way he said it was unpleasant. He had retained hints of politeness. He was the spitting image of a vulgar police officer. Though I've never seen one this bulky before in the cop shows I watch. You've taken up too much time. Your friends are waiting, aren't they? I should probably let you get back to them. The door opened with a click and in streamed the oppressive heat. It was blistering outside of the car. Was it really this hot of a day? It was an almost cruel heat as opposed to the mechanical coolness inside the car. It was as if the land of Hinamizawa itself suddenly hated me. I felt a little sad as that thought crossed my mind. I didn't mean to suspect your friends. Please don't misunderstand that. I refrained from telling him that it was too late to say something that self-serving. It's fine if you don't see or hear anything, Maibara-san. There was enough proof that the village is not involved. I'll contact you if I hear or see anything, but I'm no detective. Please don't expect too much from me. I won't. You don't have to become a detective. Just go on living as you have up until now. Just let me know if you notice anything. I hastily made my way back to the school building after giving him a quick bow. See you later. Farewell, Maibara-kun. I returned to the school building without looking back. I don't know how much time had passed. I did feel bad for keeping them waiting, but right now there was a lot on my mind. Tomitake-san's death was hard enough as it was, but to think that there was the possibility of a village conspiracy? Worse still, there was also a chance that Mion was involved? Nonsense. Impossible. Not Mion, Rena, Satoko, or Rika-chan. It was the group that attacked Tomitake-san. Who could the perpetrators be? Could it be they were hiding here, somewhere in Hinamizawa? I didn't know. All I could say for certain was that I knew that Mion couldn't be the perpetrator. It's me-chan, the perpetrator! Huh? I was startled to hear Rena's voice. With the rope in the, lounge. Wahaha, nope. No! Rena clutched her head while flailing about. Looks like you're just self-destructing over here, wow. Keiichi-san, you're quite late, as you may well know. I'm seething with anger. Sorry about that. I was called into the staff room, you see. You were reprimanded for bad behavior? That's a shame. Well, it's been pretty heated over here. Since it's getting pretty late, let's make the next game the last one. If I remember right, I had 0 points. Isn't it pretty much decided that I'm going to be finishing in last place? Don't worry, Keiichi-kun. I'm at -1 points. Oh, the heck? Her score is lower than mine and I wasn't even playing? This is the final match to decide if the penalty is going to be carried out by Rena alone or by both Kei-chan and Rena. Yeah, right. Just let Rena do the penalty by herself. We made a promise, Keiichi-kun, that we would both win. I waited all this time, you know? Ugh, I'm sorry about that. Poor Rena. I followed my initial plan of showing Rena my cards, but I didn't say who was the criminal and just waited for her to call. I got it! The murderer is me, with the poison at the entrance! Is it? My, Rena, quite a quick answer. Another stab in the dark? Oh. Rena's correct. Oh, then it's decided that Keiichi-san shall take part in the penalty as well. Hooray! Keiichi-kun, let's both do our best. Yeah, let's do our best. Ha ha ha. It's my fault, so I have no choice. And that's game. It's me, Mio Tozaki, ranked first. And dead last are Keiichi Maebara and Rena Ryugu. Everyone applauded and the game ended. The problem now was the penalty. Now then, I ranked first, so I'll decide what you'll be buying for the Gopher penalty. What will she make us buy, I wonder. Let's blacklist the drugstore. That was your aim, wasn't it? Huh? I don't have any business at the drugstore. This old man's already got a list prepared for you on this piece of paper. She just literally wants them to do the groceries. Whoa, there's a lot written here. A lot? Damn it, what is she making us buy? 2 blocks of tofu, shampoo and conditioner, apple vinegar and fried tofu. The heck is this? It looks more like a shopping list than a penalty. Me was certain she was going to win today. Rule 7 of our society. You cannot refuse any penalty. Here's some money. The shampoo I usually get is Fruit Fable. Thanks. This is just your grocery list? I promised myself that if I won next time, I'd make her go buy hemorrhoid cream. Fucking Oishi getting in the way of us winning our clue game and dancing with our friends. Come on. Ooh. Okay, we're about halfway through the whole episode. And from here, I know it just gets, like, the downturn gets worse and worse. I wish I started earlier. I didn't get this idea until too late in the day. I was not going to stream today in the first place. If I started at noon, we could have finished this today. But it's too late, and I work tomorrow. If I didn't work tomorrow, then I would, do it. So let's read these tips, and then we'll come back with this next week, finish the episode. Maybe we could start super early and get a second episode done. I feel like the episodes are longer after this, and doing them in one day would not be something I could do. I'll have to look it up. I have no idea how long they are. I know this one's about 10 hours, 12 hours. The credits fixed already. But, like, if I read the whole thing, we'll be up till 3, 4. Hypovolemic shock induced by clawing out their own throat. Tissue is packed under the nails. Not someone else's nails. It's undoubtedly by the individual's own nails. The shape of the scars also matches. Yeah, I know the immediate cause of death was suicide. I get it. You're saying the cause of death is unnatural, right? It's kind of like when your back itches and you scratch a little too hard and draw blood. Hey, Maria! Some of Tomitake's fingernails had been pulled out. It's actually quite simple to pull out one's own nails, but it really hurts. Under normal circumstances, the pain would prevent you from completely pulling them out. Also, there were a lot of bruises on Tomitake's body. It's clear from the shape of them that he was assaulted first by someone, or a group of people. According to the toxicology report, the deceased was in an extreme state of hysteria right before death. Then he fought back and clawed out his own throat because of how hysterical he had become. The guys attacking him certainly would have been surprised by that. It is possible that, in such an abnormal environment, a person could perform acts that a sane individual couldn't possibly imagine. Of course, those are very rare cases. Toxicology report. Oh, it's gone dark while I was AFK. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, the guy with the glasses, and I don't know if you were here when he had the girl with him, but he had this blonde-haired woman with him. The guy with the glasses has been murdered. Like the buff guy, Tomitake. He's been murdered, and the woman has gone missing. Actually, Oishi-kun, that wood plank the deceased used as a weapon. They only found sand and the paint from the guardrail on it. What about cloth fibers or skin? Drink something, by the way. I'm almost done. I'm gonna go drink something soon. Nothing. The deceased didn't strike the assailants. Or it could be they took the plank he was fighting back with. In that case, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to replace it with another. They'd take them all. Ha! That's true. Tomitake's pretty built and tanned. He was quite athletic. That's right, he was pretty active. I can't imagine what kind of sports he did when he was alive, but I think his physical strength would be on the higher side. Meaning he would be difficult to overpower in a brawl. Yeah, look at him. Look at his muscles. He's a big guy. If a man with such a physique sensed he was in danger and swung the plank around quickly, it's just unthinkable that it wouldn't even nick the perpetrator. And his opponent was unarmed. This guy had a wooden plank, so you'd think he'd hit him at least once. To surround and take down someone of his physique. I wonder how many people it would take. You dimwit, you should know better than anyone. Have you forgotten your bad cop days? If I was to take down this guy, how many would I need? When a group wants to take down big prey, it's fundamental to attack with numbers. I'd guess about 4. Even if there was a gap in their strength, they'd manage. Then there were quite a few perpetrators, so any drunk and disorderly groups of more than 4 are suspicious. A group of 4 or more. Just, if they had that many, couldn't they have hidden the body in a less obvious location? Or did he somehow break away from that fatal predicament? Then there would be no reason to commit suicide. Moreover, I still can't comprehend the irregular way he died. Oh yes, the way he died was he ripped his, he basically ripped his own throat out with his hands. It's full of mysteries. That's under serious consideration on my end, too. I'll be examining it as thoroughly as possible, but don't get your hopes up. After all, we never encountered a death like this before. I'm not hoping for much, but I'm looking forward to the results. Oishi-san, the chief is calling you. Thanks. See you around. Yeah. Best wishes. And then one more tip, and then we'll be done. Search notice. Jiro Tomitake, deceased. Resided in a cheap hotel in Shishibani City. Registered under the name Jiro Tomitake, pen name. Travels via folding bike, no license. The bicycle was found 300 meters away, abandoned at the side of a forest path. Present on the day of the festival, accompanied by the missing Mio Takano. Was seen around 9 p.m. by police, location afterwards unknown. Held residence in Hinamizawa for 1 week each session for the last 5 to 6 years. Freelance photographer specializing in wild birds. Check with magazine companies. Nothing suspicious in the film located among the articles of the deceased. Wallet was among the articles of the deceased. Mere act of violence? From the contents of his wallet, he spent most of his time around Tokyo and Chiba. Along the Sobu National Railway line? No individual matching the name Jiro Tomitake in the residency records of any of the Tokyo wards. Compare teeth to dental records. Sent to Metro Police. Attach a photo. Sent to Metro Police. Contacting magazines regarding Jiro Tomitake. Mio Takano, missing. Nurse at Irie Clinic. Became close to Tomitake through her passion for wild bird photography. Resides in Okinomiya X District XXX. Single. Witnessed accompanying Tomitake on the festival grounds. Currently missing. Abducted, or maybe a suspect. An important person of interest. Had no motive to kill the deceased. Squabble from jealousy. Need to thoroughly investigate their relationship. Place of work, etc. Need to get information from the police on scene again. I want some cream puffs. 4 jumbo ones. Oishi. So that's Oishi's notes. Okay, let's save. Save. Exit. I wish I came up with this idea earlier in the day. And then raid. And then, yes, I'll drink something. Don't worry. I will drink something. Stream manager. Raid. Oh, Alaska Bell's going. Let's raid. Let's go. Oh, I keep forgetting with the start raid button. Must do my mandatory text to count as a viewer. I'm raiding right now, cutie. Thank you for being here. Bye.
Dang it, I want it, but... No, not yet.